Chapter 51, Move Learner Reflective Wall, please read. The other side. Under Chihong's perfect control, the waves gradually subsided, and the Mary slowly came to the vicinity of the Black Cat pirate ship. Looking at Zhang Jiao and others who were starting to escape on the boat, Chihong suddenly showed a friendly smile. Usopp, it seems a few pirates have escaped over there. Good people go to the end, so you deal with them. Okay. Usopp made a gesture, took out several special ammunition from his pocket with one hand. No one likes wearing goggles. Must kill. Gunpowder star. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several jet black bullets suddenly flew out, chasing the pirates who had escaped 2 kilometers away. What sound? The pirate who was rowing suddenly had an idea and looked behind him. The next second, dark projectiles hit his face instantly, and then pang! 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 A series of explosions accompanied by blazing fire suddenly enveloped the entire escape ship. None of the 6 pirates on board, including Zhang Jiao, were spared. They were all baptized by the explosion, and their entire heads instantly turned into pitch-black afros. Usopp chuckled, "Done. Well done." Seeing this, Chihong praised him without hesitation. Immediately, he just snapped his fingers, and a wave suddenly swept the small boat, burying other pirates into the depths of the sea, but following the current, the unconscious Zhang Jiao was transported to the melee. In just 10 minutes, the entire Black Cat Pirates group, under the cooperation of the Straw Hat recruits, completely annihilated. After a while, Nami also dragged her big and small bags, pulled the stunned Catman brother, and returned to the melee while cursing. Really? For such a big pirate group, the total treasure value is only 300 million Baileys. It's really embarrassing to the pirates. Not getting the wealth she dreamed of, Nami's face obviously didn't look very good. If it weren't for the bounty from Zhang Jiao and the Catman brothers, she might have gone to the bottom of the sea, pulled out those pirates who hated iron, and beat them up. A crushing battle ended here. After helping Nami transport the 3 bounty pirates to the cabin and imprison them, Chihong stepped to the bow. At this time, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp were carrying various supplies from the wreckage of the Black Cat pirate ship. Half an hour later, in line with the principle of making the best use of everything, all the materials that could still be used normally by the entire Black Cat pirates were moved to the melee. Although he did not participate in the battle, he won the first sea battle, and Luffy, who was responsible for transporting supplies, also looked excited. When everything settled, Chihong smiled and said to everyone, "Then, the enemy has been eliminated, let's continue sailing." But then, he changed his gaze and suddenly looked at Luffy. "Oh, by the way, one more thing. Usopp, go back and help me make a larger barrel, one that can cover people's necks and allow people to move normally inside." "Ah!" Usopp reacted, then nodded immediately, "Okay, no problem, I'll take care of it." Compared to making some kind of weather rod for Nami that can emit water mist and discharge electricity, Chihong's request couldn't be simpler. Chihong, do you want to take a bath? But why do you need such a big bucket?" Luffy on the side asked curiously. But Chihong raised the corner of his mouth and showed a wicked smile. "This is not for me, but for you, Luffy. But I don't want to take a bath now." Luffy picked his nose and frowned. But his refusal was met with a red laugh. "It's okay not to think about it. After all, this is part of spiritual practice. Usopp, once the barrel is finished, fill it with seawater and put Luffy in it. It just so happens that it's not convenient to practice armed haki on the melee. In the next period of time, Luffy, let's practice overcoming the weaknesses of espers." After seeing that Luffy was just soaked by the raindrops of the seawater, Chihong already had such a plan. Although it is impossible for an esper to completely overcome the weakness of seawater, by adapting in advance, Luffy may be able to improve his resistance to the sea tower stone, which can be considered a precautionary measure. Ah! Luffy's expression suddenly became dull. Recalling the uncomfortable feeling of being contaminated Bissia water just now. As if he had been attacked by a blue pheasant's frozen capsule, his whole body froze up motionless. Luffy instantly made a disgraceful look, with an expression that seemed to say, "Red, please be a human being." However, although he strongly refused in his heart, he knew that Chi-Hong was doing it for his own good and he didn't say anything in the end. Usopp also snickered happily and took action immediately. Although this guy is not very good at fighting, his craftsmanship is really impressive. If it weren't for the even more perverted Frankie, Usopp would have been able to secure his position as the Straw Hat's #1 scientist. In just 10 minutes, Usopp carried a large bucket and stumbled it onto the deck. After knowing Red's purpose, he even added a seat and safety device to the barrel to prevent Luffy from drowning due to being too weak. With a wave of one hand, Chi-Hong instantly summoned a wave of ocean currents and threw himself into the vat, filling it up. "Okay, Captain Lu, please take your seat." The red gentleman extended his hand to Luffy in an inviting gesture. Standing on the edge of the barrel, Luffy slowly stepped into the barrel with a tragic expression like the wind is rustling and the water is cold. Immediately, the whole body suddenly became limp, just like when you met "then I'm leaving" during a date, and you couldn't get up no matter what. After helping Luffy hang his head on the safety device made by Usopp, Red lightly patted his shoulder. "Come on, future Pirate King." With Luffy having a new training project, the atmosphere on the Merry became quiet again. Everyone started busy with their own work. In this way, the day passed. Night falls. Luffy struggled out of the water softly. After a day of immersion, although he was still unable to move in the sea water, he was able to adapt to the feeling of weakness, just like a newborn baby who had to start everything from scratch. At the stern of the ship, with the help of the faint moonlight, Zoro started the last sprint before going to bed, holding a large dumbbell with one side of the weight removed to do sword swing exercises. In the cabin, Chi-Hong took Nami into the game world again. The two of them were already familiar with the road without any unnecessary nonsense. They went directly along Route 5 south of Cerulean City, engaging in Pokémon battles while moving forward. Compared with other roads, there are no trainers waiting for players on Route 5. But in the middle of the road, there is a huge patch of grass extending from the beginning to the end of the road. There are various level 12 to 16 Pokémon hidden inside, and you can even occasionally see the second stage evolved Pidgeot or the extremely rare Casey. 2 hours later, en Route 5 in the game world. Nami, use Numb Electric Shock. Don't let it escape again. As a red wave was released, the raging tsunami instantly enveloped the entire lawn, cutting off the space for Casey to use teleportation to escape. "It's my turn." Nami, who had been ready for a long time, suddenly jumped out of the grass, and the lightning power that had been condensed on the long metal stick in her hand flew instantly. I saw a piercing lightning suddenly coming to Casey's body. For a moment, the arc flashed. Casey is paralyzed and unable to use his moves. I can't let you run away this time. With a wave of his arms, Chi-Hong suddenly summoned a piece of rock fragments, and then launched a fierce attack on Casey's body. Finally, with Nami's treasure-gathering skill, she completely knocked out this little Casey. "Go ahead, Pokeball." With a flash of red eyes, he threw the red and white elf ball in his hand vigorously, and took Casey, who had lost the ability to fight, into the ball. This is the 6th Casey they have captured today. Counting the 2 that ran away at the beginning, they encountered a total of 8 Caseys in 2 hours. The probability is not high, nor is it low. However, the first 5 Caseys captured by Red, apart from contributing dozens of additional experience points to Nami, did not drop any props. But Chi-Hong didn't give up. In his impression, in addition to being rare and difficult to catch, Casey is also one of the few wild Pokémon among the first-generation Pokémon that carries a move learner. This feature will greatly increase the possibility of dropping the move learner. Anyway, Nami also needs to upgrade in battle, and the level of Pokemon here is just right. Chihong plans to spend today's game time wandering around Route 5. Just like the magical candy before, this move learner is worth his time. Looking at the constantly shaking and flashing elf ball, Hong immediately clasped his hands and said silently in his heart. The Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the Supreme Lord, Tathagata Buddha, the Great Sage Kishan, Master Xuanzang, the Purifying Altar Envoy. Please bless all the gods, Buddhas, and robots. Just let me be European for once. Click. The shaking elf ball suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, 2 prompt messages flashed in front of Hong's eyes. Congratulations on capturing Pokemon Casey and gaining 86 experience points. Congratulations on conquering Pokemon Casey and getting the move learner reflective wall. Chapter 52 Characteristics, Escape, please follow up. Wow! Golden Legend! Finally something is out. Looking at the slowly disappearing prompt message, Chihong suddenly clenched her fists and waved with all her strength in excitement. Nami, who was on the side, turned a blind eye to Chihong's occasional mood swings, and continued to squat on the ground to help Chihong pick up the Pokemon coins brought by the treasure-gathering technique. Ever since she experimented with the treasure-gathering technique in the pirate world, her love for this technique has skyrocketed. In order to increase her proficiency in this move, she used it frequently in battles today. After 2 hours of intense battle, she had successfully reached level 19, and her experience bar had even increased to more than half. If nothing else happens, she will be able to reach level 20 tomorrow. In the East China Sea, he has officially entered the ranks of the strong. And just when Nami was bowing down for a mere $100, Chihong opened the move learner on the reflective wall and checked it out. Move, reflective wall. Attribute, super power. Category, change. Power. Introduction, use Pokemon energy to create a magical transparent wall that can resist or weaken the enemy's physical attacks. Reflective wall. A super defense move. It's a rare Pokemon attribute. But, with a look of thought in his red eyes, he clicked to use the move learner, and instantly saw the only word learnable in the list. It's Luffy who has fairy attributes. Sure enough. Chihong murmured softly. Just like before, he speculated that the dragon attribute is the result of the fusion of multiple powerful attributes. The fairies, which are both racial attributes, must also have similarities. It's just that the dragon type is more focused on fighting and destruction, so powerful dragon-type Pokemon can learn many combat moves with other attributes. Goblins are more inclined to change and play. And this has many similarities with the ever-changing superpower system. Therefore, most fairy-type Pokemon can learn some super-type moves to some extent. A level A head hammer, an earth throw with a certain control effect, plus a reflective wall that can defend against physical attacks. Luffy just needs a long-range attack method now. I remember that in the department store in Yahung City, there seems to be a move learning tool for destroying death rays, but the price is a bit expensive. Chihong took a look at the amount in the package, which barely reached 5W, and couldn't help but frown. Although he has saved as much as possible and has not made any purchases at friendly stores, with this little money, he does not seem to be qualified to buy all the move learning devices in department stores. It seems that Nami's treasure gathering skill is really going to become a permanent move. Chihong sighed helplessly. There is no way, a penny can't defeat a heroic man. If he hadn't been short of funds, he would have bought a bunch of Pokeballs and collected all the Pokemon. Although wild Pokemon have a low explosion rate, unlike Pokemon obtained from other NPCs, they must be given a corresponding move learner. Most of the dropped items are tree fruits of little use. But there are so many wild Pokemon that I can't stand it. If the little things add up, maybe any Rattata can unleash an evil-type trick. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, Nami had picked up all the coins and put them into Hong's hands. The two of them continued straight towards the end of Route 5 without any unnecessary nonsense. And because they no longer needed to look for Casey, they increased their power this time and raced all the way. When encountering Pokémon with ordinary low levels or low experience points, they would simply skip them and ignore them. After all, after 2 hours of continuous fighting, both Chihong and Nami had very little physical energy left. Finally, just before the game time ended, Red and Nami successfully reached the end of Route 5. And here, there is a very special building in the Pokémon world, the breeding house. Compared with the simple little house in the game, the cultivation house that appeared in front of Chihong at this time should not be called house. Instead, it should be called cultivation building. Although the scale here is not comparable to that of a gym, it is comparable to a regular kindergarten. Through the windows of the breeding house, you can clearly see the various breeding sites built according to different Pokémon attributes. The breeding house. Looking at the building in front of her, Chihong murmured softly and immediately stepped in. As soon as you enter the door, you can see an old man and an old woman standing by the bar not far away. Chihong walked in, triggering the old lady's dialogue mechanism. She immediately introduced the functions of the breeding house to Chihong like other NPCs. This is a breeding house that helps people raise Pokémon. Leave a Pokémon here that doesn't want to go into battle, and it can gain 200 experience points per hour of game time. If you want to take back the Pokémon, you need to pay the number of Pokémon training hours x 100. Any less than 1 hour will be counted as 1 hour. Can I help you? As the NPC finished speaking, a prompt message suddenly appeared in front of Chihong's eyes. Storage Pokémon. He clicked subconsciously with his mind. As soon as the screen turned, an interface for selecting Pokémon appeared instantly. Except for Bucky, who is too far away, all of Red's current Pokémon can be stored. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, who just appeared in the Crimson Pokémon list today. Is it a place for Pokémon to gain experience? Although the rules have been slightly changed, the effect seems to be the same. Red was thinking in her heart, but with a sudden movement of consciousness, she directly chose Usopp, who was at the bottom of the list. The attribute interface about Usopp opens instantly. Pokémon, Usopp. Level, 16. Gender, convex. Character, timid, plus speed attack. Attributes, insects, grass. Characteristics, escape, ignore any obstruction from the enemy and you will definitely be able to escape successfully. Skill, none. Experience value, 136/1021. HP, 64. Physical attack, 36. Physical defense, 36. Special attack, 42. Special defense, 54. Speed, 52. It should be said that he is worthy of being the great god Usopp. His attribute panel can be said to be the most twisted one Chihong has ever seen. His character is timid with reduced attack power. Its attributes are the insect type, which is recognized as the weakest in the Pokémon world, and the grass type, which is not very offensive. Plus an escape trait that doesn't help in combat at all. It can be said that as soon as Usopp's attribute list came out, he was destined to miss out on powerful combat power. However, the speed at which his timid character increases allows him to possess the mobility that long-range shooters are extremely lacking. The insect type that is good at hiding and the grass type that is good at surviving will also greatly improve his survivability. Plus an absolute escape feature that's almost a touch rule. A weak and unsolvable twisted assistant. This is how it was born. It's up to you. Looking at the select button at the bottom of the properties panel, Chihong clicked it instantly without hesitation. And the reason why he chose Usopp to enter the training house is also very simple. Even if Luffy and Zoro do not enter the game world, they can still gain about 200 to 300 experience points every day through practice in the real world. Nami has upgrades with him, and her speed of becoming stronger is equally impressive. Among the current Straw Hats, only Usopp becomes stronger by developing various ammunition. Although through the use of various props, his combat effectiveness will not necessarily be weaker than the upgraded Nami, but this will be minimal for the growth of his own quality. In addition, Usopp has been racking his brains recently to study Nami's weather stick. Chihong believes that as the assistant of the Straw Hats, he should have the qualification to have the experience of squatting in the toilet and smelling it. Red Nami. With a flash of light, Usopp's figure suddenly appeared in the Pokemon area of the breeding house, separated from Red and Nami by a guardrail. He immediately looked over curiously. But Chihong chuckled. "Good evening, Usopp. I will explain the specific situation to you later. Time is limited, just stay here for a while. Let's go, Nami." "Hey!" Usopp stood there in shock. He wanted to reach out but was isolated from the outside world by an invisible thick barrier. Thanks to Kmung, Visitor 1995, Luo Jinyang's novels, The Supreme King, Jade Emperor Haoshan Kishan, Jensen's Little Fanboy, and Ming July for their monthly ticket support. Thanks to my book friends 20230930462_CE, Chen Qiu, Line Inflammatory Syndrome, My Father's Love is Like a Mountain Collapse, Night King Lenjiu, I Am the Only One in the World 123, Ju Gan, No One Notices My Handsomeness, Blank Never Loses R, Orange 568, Kmung, Alia Batel, GD_Angel, Kinga Liwen, Anne Bedeft, Visitor 1995, King of Disillusionment, Book Friend 202312043300268, Eric, Starry Sky U, Xiao Xiao Zhuqian, Book Friend 20230616448_CC, Book Friends 20201213232942738, Rabbit Who Loves Fishy Food, Book Friends 2190427123906226, Takeshuanwoji Immortal Supreme Emperor, Akalan's Totora, Cold No Question Music Score, Killua Prince Style, Death God, Deep Blue Moon Night, Dragon Fights Xian Huang, Fangxing Fan Zinfengzin, Book Friends 20180707165700342, Troubled Times Fen Gren, Book Friends 20180520191201579, Book Friends 1303241600100685, Ming July, Yanzheng Wang. Open the door and collect the blade, Book Friends 20180916085920912, Dreaming of Being Thin, LWL Shadow, Nahi Bridgeoath, Father, My Love is Like a Landslide support with recommendation votes. Thank you everyone. I keep working hard. Chapter 53 The Sword God and the Sword Saint, please read, no way. It's not that Chihong is so heartless. In fact, they don't have much game time left, and the matter of the training house cannot be explained clearly in a few words. So instead of wasting the remaining game time here, Chihong thought it would be better to wait until the game is over and let Usopp come to him for questioning. Anyway, it only takes 10 minutes. Facts have proved that Chihong's decision was correct. After leaving the breeding house, he took Nami and continued south, and soon encountered a city passage guarded by staff who refused to let him pass without giving tea. Near this city passage, there is an underground passage that leads directly to Koyi City. Chihong, who was familiar with the plot of the game, wasted no time and took Nami directly into the underground passage. All I can say is thank you for not killing me. Although this passage runs through an entire city in the game world, the actual distance is at least an hour's journey. But the camera obviously doesn't like to repeat too many scenes with nothing new. So just 10 minutes later, Chihong and Nami ran out of the underground passage and arrived at Route 6 connecting Golden City and Dead Leaf City. And just at this time, the machine's battery was about to run out, and it started to flash a reminder. Chihong quickly recorded the game, then exited the game world and returned to the melee. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a confused Usopp looking at him with doubts. Because of the limited cabin space of the melee, there are only 2 crew quarters, one for men and one for women. So even Luffy and Red, the captain and deputy captain, had to squeeze into the same room with everyone else. Looking at Luffy and Zoro who were sleeping soundly, Chihong suddenly reached out and made a SHH gesture, and then motioned Usopp to go outside the room to talk. That night, Red told Usopp everything about the breeding house and the Pokemon world. Usopp has heard a little bit about things in the Pokemon world these days. Knowing that he could also improve his strength through the Pokemon world, he was naturally overjoyed and thanked Red profusely. If it weren't for the fact that it was too late and he was worried about disturbing others, he would even want to sing a song. And seeing Usopp being so happy, the corners of his red mouth couldn't help but turn up. Okay, I still have things to do tomorrow, go back and rest. Red waved her hand. It wasn't anything big to begin with. After a few words, he was ready to go back and continue practicing with his primitive power. Because he had used surfing too many times in the Pokemon world, he was also exhausted at this time, and he was no longer in the mood to speed up the merry. But at this moment, bump! A sound of collision suddenly sounded below the merry, which stunned Red and Usopp who had just walked to the cabin door. Immediately afterwards, a man shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey! Is there anyone? Please save my friend! After a while, except for Luffy, who was still sleeping soundly, all members of the Straw Hat crew gathered on the deck. With the help of the light, a man in a blue jacket quickly climbed onto the melee along the rope. And on his back, there was a man with an extremely ugly face. Seeing this pair, Chihong and Soran were both stunned. They instantly recognized the 2 men's identities. Soran, who had an old relationship with the 2, was the first to speak. Johnny? Joseph? How could it be you? Brother Zoro? Why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, Johnny and Joseph suddenly looked up and screamed in surprise. But immediately a surprise smile appeared on Johnny's face. Great, it's Brother Zoro. Joseph, you are saved. I saw Johnny walking forward quickly and kneeling on the ground with a thud. Brother Soran, you must save Joseph. He hasn't known what happened since this afternoon. His body is getting more and more uncomfortable and his complexion is getting worse and worse. This. Soran, who had never been sick before, was stunned for a moment. He turned his gaze to Joseph, and soon saw that he, who looked excited just now, was lying weakly on the ground. He looked at Chihong subconsciously. Because Chihong has always been in charge of the overall situation, even Zoro has recently become less fond of thinking except for exercising. Anyway, if you leave the problem to Chihong, it will definitely be solved properly. And this is indeed the case. Looking at Joseph's appearance, he must be suffering from scurvy. Red walked forward calmly, comforted Johnny and said, "Don't worry, it's just a disease caused by long-term sailing at sea without adequate nutritional supplements. Judging from Joseph's symptoms, it seems that it has just started to attack. As long as you supplement some vitamins, with your physique, you will recover quickly." Usopp. Red turned his head. There should be some specially prepared limes in the warehouse. Take them out and squeeze the juice for Joseph to drink. Okay. Usopp nodded and immediately ran to the cabin. As soon as Chihong opened her mouth, she immediately took control of the situation. That look was completely that of a superior person, and his whole body was filled with a convincing aura. Johnny's eyes instantly showed a look of confusion, and he secretly asked in a low voice. "Brother Soran, who is this?" "This is our vice captain, Red." Zoro grinned and proudly answered Johnny's question. But after hearing this answer, Johnny's expression became even more confused. "Hey? Vice captain? So, Brother Zoro, you..." Joseph's problem was easily solved by Chihong, and Zoro also laughed in a relaxed mood. He pointed to the straw hat flag flying from the ship's mast. That's right, I'm going to be a pirate. Now the number one combatant of the Straw Hats. Straw Hat. Johnny blinked and murmured softly, the name sounds so familiar. And many more. The next second, his expression suddenly became nervous. He quickly raised his head and said with trembling lips. Brother Zorro, the straw you are talking about, the Straw Hats, could they be the most famous ones in the East China Sea recently? Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, the name of our captain. Zorro answered first. Hiss. Johnny sucked in a sharp breath of air and stepped back in excitement. Monkey D. Luffy? The big pirate who was offered a bounty of 5,000 Baileys by the Navy. Wait a minute. If it's the Straw Hats, then it's not surprising that Brother Zorro will become a pirate. At this time, Usopp had already walked over holding a box of limes. Chihong, as long as it's juice, it's fine, right? Can it be squeezed with your hands? Okay. Chihong nodded and said, Nami, please help Usopp do it. Nami, who had been silent because of fatigue, yawned, responded and walked over. No need, we can do it ourselves. Realizing that he seemed to be on a terrible boat, Johnny's nerves instantly became tense. After learning that the captain of this ship was a big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 million, how could he dare to trouble Usopp and others? But at this moment, Chihong reached out and patted his shoulder, stopping him. Don't worry, there will be no problem leaving Joseph to Nami and Usopp. But then again, you must have been wandering in this sea recently, right? Yes. Johnny replied immediately. Then he saw the corners of his red mouth suddenly rise, and his eyes revealed a mysterious smile. Very good. If that's the case, then you must have heard about the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, right? Okay. Zorro, who was about to help, stamped his feet in surprise and turned his eyes back. Hawkeye. He suddenly tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression changed, and his Adam's apple rolled nervously. Is he in this sea area now? Johnny nodded blankly, I did hear recently that someone saw Hawkeye in the Saba Sea. Clang! The sharp blade suddenly came out of its sheath. But after realizing that the battle was not here, Sauron put away the blade with trembling arms. At this moment, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, but there was an expectant smile on his lips. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. With that said, Zorro quickly turned his gaze to Chihong. Chihong, you should know where he is, right? He believed that since Chihong suddenly mentioned Hawkeye, it was more than just idle chatting. As predicted. Under Sauron's gaze, Chihong smiled softly and asked him with clear eyes. Well, I know where to find him. How about it? Do you want to try a challenge? Even if it means risking your life. Hey! Sauron sneered arrogantly, but his eyes were as firm as ever, I don't have any reason to escape. That's right. The bright moonlight shines on the sea, and Hong Hong looks at the stars in the sky, but the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. So. Go and see it. The gap between you and the top of this world. Then. Give me 1,000 times more training to surpass it. Prove to the world that being the best in the world is not synonymous with one person. Chihong said solemnly. And Zorro's eyes flashed, with a confident and determined look on his face. Learn. Chapter 54 Juncha blocking the road, Happy New Year's Eve. Zorro vs Hawkeye. This plot, which is very important in the original plot of One Piece anime, is destined to be played out again in the world where Red is located. Even if this battle won't be much different from the original timeline, it will still end with Sauron's defeat. But since all this is what Sauron wants, Chihong will naturally not stop his partners from pursuing their dreams. And before, they have always said nothing, but this time it is an opportunity for them to see the strength of the world's top powerhouses. Chi-hong murmured to himself. With the efforts of Nami and Usopp, a box of limes quickly turned into sour juice and entered Joseph's stomach. It's getting late. After finding a random warehouse to place him and Johnny, Chi-hong and others returned to the room to continue resting. The world became quiet again. The quiet sea reflected the stars in the sky, carrying the melee forward. Silent all night. The next morning, Luffy woke up and happily welcomed the arrival of Johnny and Zoro after learning about their relationship. Then, he was carried by Chi-hong's collar and brought to the sea bathing tub to continue today's special resistance training. Others also found work one after another and started their own work. The daily life of the Straw Hats unfolds under the shocked eyes of Johnny and Joseph, who is now able to move freely. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Because Red has been using surf to accelerate the melee, they are nearly twice as fast as a sailboat of the same size. They will be able to arrive at Barity, the sea restaurant, by noon tomorrow at the latest. At dinner time, after learning the news, Luffy was even more happy to dance with Usopp. Cheer and celebrate the meal they will be able to eat every day. And after night falls, Chi-hong also brought Nami to the game world again. So, was Usopp automatically transported to the breeding house? Looking at the word cultivating on Usopp's status bar in the Pokémon list, which was the same as yesterday, Chi-hong suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Although the upgrade speed of 200 experience points per hour is indeed a bit too slow, it is an extra gain anyway, and it is still earned. What's more, the NPC grandmother in the breeding house said that you only need to pay the fee when you want to get the Pokémon back. That is to say, as long as Red doesn't take Usopp back, wouldn't he be able to use the extra experience in the training house forever? Fortunately, the Pokémon breeding mechanism has been cancelled in this game. Otherwise, a little Usopp would appear out of nowhere. I really don't know how to explain it to Miss Kaya. Chi-hong laughed and complained, and immediately led Nami into the great cause of upgrading the map. At this time, they had arrived at Highway 6 in the north of Koya City. Although I haven't encountered the Pokémon here yet, I know without thinking that based on the nature of the game, the Pokémon here will definitely have a higher level than Route 5. The experience points gained will naturally be more abundant. When you walk out of the door of the underground passage, you will see a stretch of green grass and a lake with a surface as smooth as a mirror. Compared with Route 5, Route 6 is not that long and narrow. It can even be said that it is shorter than Chi-hong expected. Just standing at the door of the underground passage, he could actually see the Dead Leaf City in the distance. Looking at the shadow of Dead Leaf City in the distance, Chi-hong immediately started thinking. The attribute of the Dead Leaf Gym is electric, and the electric type only deals half the damage. It may be difficult to let Nami, who is also an electric type, survive. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to use that trick again. Red opened the Pokémon list and glanced at Luffy and Zoro. After seeing that Zoro only had the last 1000 plus experience to level up, he immediately had a candidate in mind. Okay, when we get to the Dead Leaf Gym, let Zoro fight. Just upgrade before he fights Hawkeye to stay in better condition. Even if it was an inevitable duel, Chi-hong didn't want Zoro to lose too badly. And it's rare to meet a top powerhouse like Hawkeye, who is also a kind of reasonable guy who doesn't kill people indiscriminately. Coupled with the endorsement of Shanks' relationship, it would be a pity not to let Luffy and the others feel the pressure from the world's top level with such a good opportunity. His red eyes flashed as he thought about what might happen next. But his steps didn't stop for a moment, and he and Nami came directly to the grass on Route 6. As soon as he stepped onto the lawn, an orange-yellow canine Pokémon with a soft mane suddenly jumped out. Astonishingly, it is a very popular Pokémon among the first-generation Pokémon and is the standard Pokémon for every Miss Juncha Kati. The combat area unfolds directly. ALV 16 mark suddenly rose above Kati Dog's head. A level 16 fire Pokémon? It seems like the battle is really getting more difficult. Although Catty Dog is only a first-stage evolved Pokémon, its racial value is already comparable to many second-stage Pokémon. Rattata and Catty dogs of the same level have different combat capabilities. Good thing. This is not a difficulty for Chihong and the others. Nami, numb electric shock. I saw Chihong wave his arms, and thick energy fluctuations rose instantly. Nami, who was well prepared, instantly swung the long stick in her hand, and a flash of golden lightning suddenly emitted. At the same time, several rock fragments condensed by the original power also flew out from the red body, attacking Catty dog like cannonballs. The wild Catty dog was obviously stunned for a moment when he discovered that two unruly attacks were coming at him at once. But the next moment, its body suddenly bent, and blazing flames instantly spurted out around it, turning its body into a huge fire wheel, attacking Chihong and Nami. The ultimate fire move, Flame Wheel. However, stab it. The speed of flames cannot be faster than lightning. Coupled with Nami's advantage of attacking first, before Catty dog's flame wheel could move, an electric shock with an absolute paralysis effect had already landed on it. This also forced its flame wheel move to stop. Immediately afterwards, rocks suddenly hit its body, and the primitive power of restraining the fire element instantly caused the Catty dog to scream in pain. Ow! Nami took advantage of the situation and used a treasure-gathering skill to make up for the damage. Then she accelerated with electricity and swung her stick to deliver a fatal blow. In just a few minutes, a cute little dog was beaten dizzy and lost the ability to fight by a mixed team of men and women. Nami defeated the wild Catty dog and obtained experience value plus 106. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience plus 21. Finally, does even the experience value provided by wild Pokémon exceed 3 digits? Looking at the prompt information that slowly disappeared, his red eyes turned and he showed a satisfied smile. At this rate of gaining experience, not to mention Nami, even Luffy and Zoro can enjoy the thrill of leveling up quickly. In this way, Chihong and Nami continued to move along Route 6. Because we have to go around a lake, the walk is a little longer than it looks. But even so, in a little more than an hour, the two of them successfully arrived at the gate of Koyu City. During this period, the two of them encountered 1 to 2 Pokémon every 10 minutes, successfully raising Nami to level 20, and her strength was further improved. Compared to the dark grey city, which is full of heavy atmosphere, and the Cerulean city, which is full of ocean atmosphere. Although the representative attribute of Koyu City is the electric system and it is a port city close to the sea, it is extremely ordinary and cannot be seen as having any special features. The machine's creative ability has declined. Chihong walked into the city gate with Nami with emotion, planning to go to the Elf Center to restore her physical fitness first, and then decide whether to continue pushing maps or return to Route 6 to level up. But at this moment, a long-legged beauty wearing a short skirt and police uniform suddenly stopped in front of them. "Trainer over there, please wait." Thanks to Ming, Book Friends 201908201157267995, xin mengwohen_e, hustle ah, Book Friends 202212061837303010, Uzumaki Menjiu, Xiaoxiang Shuiyun, Book Friends 201908181049573667 for their monthly ticket support. 123 20190609131251 201711171953333760 202202142128165227 202310230159433943 2023032311417171, Mayoli 202205120545000563 2021120518182425 20210301106537286830. Thank you all. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. Chapter 55 Packet Swapping, Happy New Year's Eve. Chihong suddenly stopped and looked curiously at Miss Juncha in front of her. Hey? Did it trigger some plot? After muttering secretly in her heart, Chihong opened her mouth to trigger the conversation. Excuse me, what's the matter, Miss Juncha? Well, it's like this. Miss Juncha, who was obviously just an NPC but had an unexpectedly vivid expression, suddenly pulled out a Squirtle with a smooth head and a thick turtle shell from behind. Juncha said, "This is a mischievous Squirtle I recently caught. I'm looking for a qualified trainer to entrust him to. The number of badges you have is 2. It seems that you are already a powerful trainer. In that case, I will leave this Squirtle to you." Miss Juncha couldn't help but push Squirtle towards Crimson. Immediately, her expression suddenly returned to the expressionless NPC, and she transformed into a cold policewoman in a short skirt and stood there. So it's for her pets. A flash of joy suddenly flashed in his red eyes, and the Squirtle that came to him suddenly turned into a light blue light and got into his backpack. Exactly the same as the Charmander from before. Charmander, Squirtle. If that's the case, will there be a scenario where someone gives Bulbasaur seeds to you in the future? Looking at the sudden appearance of a water gun move learner in her backpack, Chihong felt very happy even though she had no use for it in a short period of time. And what excites him even more is, just after he took a few steps, he actually triggered another plot where the NPC took the initiative to talk to him. That's a strong fighting man dressed exactly like the gas-guzzling heels in Street Fighter. He was originally sitting on the bench. After seeing Chihong, he immediately ran to him and asked eagerly, "Do you like Katie or Meow?" A pop-up window suddenly popped up, with the two options Katie Dog and Meow Meow clearly marked on the top. Crimson? What kind of weird question is this? He hesitated for a moment, thinking of the Katie dogs he had met on Route 6 before, and finally chose Katie Dog. But this strangely dressed fighting man waved his hand. "Hey, you don't have to tell me the answer. Isn't this a matter of course? Come to me after you have subdued 5 Katie dogs. I will give you an amazing Pokemon when the time comes. Does Koya City have so many benefits?" Seeing the fighting man sit back on the bench again, Chihong couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that if he had known that there was such a hidden mission in Dead Leaf City, he would have subdued those defeated Katie dogs. But that's fine too. The sudden small task made Chihong make an instant decision. In the next game time, just continue leveling on Route 6. The two first found the Elf Center in Dead Leaf City, helped Nami recover all her strength, and then plunged into the grass on Route 6 and began a pleasant leveling journey. In order to speed up efficiency, Chihong also specially used a bottle of insect-attracting perfume. Props: insect-attracting perfume. Effect: in the next half hour, the probability of encountering Pokemon in the wild will be increased, and rare Pokemon will be more likely to appear. This bottle of insect-attracting perfume was picked up by Nami during the game time in the past few days for Chihong by using her own picking characteristics. In addition, during this period, Nami also picked up many common props in various Pokemon games, such as shoal escape ropes, insecticide sprays, wound medicine, and potions for restoring abnormal states. There is a saying, Nami is indeed the leading miser in the pirate world. Just the things she picked up during this period due to the time characteristics are worth thousands when sold to friendly stores. Chihong guessed that it might be a Pokemon that really has the ability to pick up things, and it is impossible for Nami to be able to pick things up. Of course, among the items picked up by Nami, candies with various properties are also frequent visitors. Among them, Chihong has already let Nami use it, which can be regarded as making up for the attributes that she is not good at, such as special defense and speed. With the effect of insect-attracting perfume, Red and the others encountered Pokemon obviously more frequently this time. As soon as he stepped into the grass, he could immediately see 4 Pokemon jumping out from the depths of the grass. One of them just happened to be the Katy dog they were looking for. Good luck. The corner of Chihong's mouth raised, and she immediately commanded Nami. The two of them worked together and quickly subdued the first Katy dog. With the primary goal of completing the mission, Red directly passed over the other Pokémon and searched for Katy dog in the grass. It didn't even take half an hour for them to successfully tame 5 Katy dogs. Seeing that the 5 Katy dogs only dropped one barbecued fruit that could lift the frozen state made Chihong completely give up on the idea of conquering wild Pokémon to obtain precious props. The reason why Casey was able to drop the move learner before was because he could carry the move learner himself. In normal games, fruits are the permanent guests of most Pokémon. Back in Dead Leaf City, Chihong immediately found Fighting Man. It seems that you have successfully captured 5 Katy dogs. In that case, then this handsome and beautiful cat boss will be given to you. Crimson. So what's the point of asking me to capture Katy dog? Chihong complained feebly, and then reached out to take the elf ball from the cat boss. The next second, like Charmander and Squirtle before, the cat boss instantly turned into a strange light and got into the red backpack. It also gives Chihong one more move learner to reserve. Counting the water gun from before, he got 2 more move learners today. And unlike the water gun, which has a damaging power of only 40, the move learner obtained this time was unexpectedly useful to Chihong. Move, drop bag. Attribute, evil. Category, change. Power. Introduction. Use the astonishing speed of a flash to exchange the items held by yourself and your opponent. This short introduction directly raised Chihong's expectations for this move. In the game world, this move may not be of much use. After all, even the Pokémon of a gym trainer usually only carry some recovery items. But in the real world, this move is simply the melee version of Expelliarmus. Swap the bag. Just from the name, I feel like this move is prepared for thieves. With a thought, Chihong clicked the button to learn moves. Suddenly, in his Pokémon list, the words learnable appeared under the icons of Bucky and Nami. Of course, since the Pokémon must be in the game world to learn the moves, Red can only learn them from Nami. In this way, Nami's 4 skill columns have also been filled, namely, Electric Acceleration, Numb Electric Shock, Treasure Gathering Skill, and Pack Drop. Oh, it would be great if there was no limit on the number of skills. I don't know if the Pokémon's skill bar will be refreshed after opening the next version of the game. Chihong thought for a moment, waiting for Nami to receive the pack-swapping move and comprehend it, and then they returned to the Elf Center to replenish their physical energy. Although there was still some power left, nothing could be done in this little time, so Chihong simply chose to save the progress and exit the game. Returning to the real world, a loud snoring sound immediately reached his ears. It was the sounds made by Luffy and Zoro, who were exhausted after practicing for a day. Seeing this scene, Chihong and Usopp, who had also just exited the game world, looked at each other and smiled, and immediately fell asleep. Silent all night. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. Since it's Chinese New Year, I don't have anything to give you, so I'll just add another chapter for you. The code is being written, and it will be sent out before the Spring Festival Gala starts. Chapter 56 Golden Beard, Happy New Year. Page 12. See Restaurant Bharati. One of the most famous restaurants in Donghai. As a food place that is very famous even for the entire East China Sea, there is an endless stream of ships passing here every day, transporting a large number of diners here. There are even many people who have traveled thousands of miles to come here from all over the world or the Grand Line just to taste the delicious dishes of Boss Jeep. You can imagine how popular it is. And if they want to survive on this sea, good food alone is obviously not enough for them to cope with the various religions and streams that come and go. In addition to delicious food, another feature of Bharati on the sea is the fierce combat element of folk customs. From the boss GP to the waiters serving plates, no one is easy to deal with here. Because those weak guys have long been scared away by the terrifying environment in Barity and left here to find more stable jobs. Snapped. It's exactly noon, the busiest time for Barity's business. An extremely ordinary slipper suddenly kicked open the door of Barity. Then a young man wearing a straw hat walked in with a big smile on his face. Hiss! It smells so good! As soon as he walked into the restaurant, Luffy's nose instantly expanded, greedily inhaling the aroma of the food in the restaurant, and his eyes became golden like Nami seeing treasure. Seeing that there was an empty table next to the door, he didn't care about anything else and sat down on it. He immediately called to his friends at the door of the restaurant and greeted the waiter. Red, Zoro, this way, this way. Waiter, serve us quickly. Luffy, who couldn't wait to enjoy the food, shouted loudly, instantly breaking the noble and elegant atmosphere in the restaurant. Some diners who were enjoying their food quietly frowned for a moment. Really, can't Barati set some entry criteria? Everyone is allowed in, it really affects the food. There's no way, it's like this on the sea, there are people of all qualities. Whispering sounds echoed from all over the corners of the restaurant. But at this moment, a trembling voice that was about to cry to death suddenly came. Hey! Look, then, isn't that man? The trembling voice hesitated for a long time, but still did not dare to say the name. But his move undoubtedly attracted the attention of other diners. Many people turned back and looked in the direction of the door. Then, bang! The sound of various cutlery, forks, and dishes clashing together sounded one after another, making it very noisy. But the entire hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's expressions froze at this moment, and they were unanimous. Their pupils suddenly dilated, and their eyes showed horror as they looked at the figure at the door, and time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, even the sound of breathing became so heavy and harsh to them. Until one of the more daring diners started muttering quietly. It's Straw Hat. The big pirate who was offered a bounty of 5,000 Baileys by the world government. And his voice seemed to be contagious, instantly breaking the silent atmosphere in the restaurant, but making it even weirder. Everyone immediately turned around and picked up their knives and forks again with trembling hands and feet, trying their best to pretend that they had discovered nothing. But the fear in their eyes cannot be concealed no matter what. For people who can afford to come here to eat, it is impossible for them not to know about the big event that has caused a sensation in the entire East China Sea in the past few days. The great pirate who attacked the Navy branch and openly insulted the Navy at the Navy branch, and was offered a bounty of 5,000 Baileys, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy. At this moment, all of them were blocked by this big pirate. The only escape route has been cut off, and no one knows what their next fate will be. Suddenly, the entire hall was enveloped in a sad atmosphere. Fortunately, at this time, a tall and thick man noticed the abnormality in the atmosphere, and also saw the iconic straw hat on Luffy's head. A look of fear also flashed in his eyes. But the next second, he immediately walked over with a flattering look on his face, rubbed his hands and smiled. Welcome, Mr. Customer, I am Patty, the temporary waiter here. What would you like to order? Luffy had no idea how much psychological pressure his random actions had caused to everyone. He looked like a silly son of a landowner, picked up the tableware on the table and started to beat it. Anything is fine. As long as it's delicious. I'm hungry. Can the food be served quickly? I understand. Patty nodded immediately, but then his expression changed and he asked again. Although it is very presumptuous, our store does not welcome paupers. May I ask this customer, do you have money? Ah! Luffy kept his eyes open, thinking back to the pocket money confiscated by Nami because of his lavish spending. His whole demeanor instantly softened. But before he could answer, a voice came from behind Patty. If it's money, we'll pay it. Red smiled and walked past Patty, leading the Straw Hats, Johnny and Joseph to sit down one after another. Then he smiled gently at Patty. Don't worry, we won't be freeloaders. But the way we pay may be a little special. With a signal from their red eyes, Johnny and Joseph immediately raised their hands and threw the drugged Zhang Jiao and the Catman brothers to the ground. Then Chihong took out 2 pieces of bounty money and handed them to Patty and said with a smile. These 3 people are the bounty criminals of the Black Cat Pirates, and together they have a bounty of 1600 Bailey. Excluding the errand fees, 1500 Bailey should be enough for us to eat here for a few days, right? Enough. Enough. After comparing the Yu'ad order with the 3 people on the ground, Patty's ferocious face suddenly opened into a scary smile. Because naval admirals often come here to dine, exchanging bounties is not a troublesome matter for them. And although Barity's charging standard is not low, 1500 Bailey is enough to cover the entire restaurant's turnover for several days. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will ask the chef to prepare food for the gentlemen. See Restaurant Barity, I guarantee your satisfaction. Chapter 57 The Greatest Work, Happy New Year. Page 12. Sandwich. After hearing what Luffy said, GP's expression was obviously stunned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his palms. Ah! The person you are talking about should be named Sanji, right? Ah, yes, yes. Luffy nodded repeatedly, then put the steak into his mouth and said inarticulately. That's the name. He is indeed in this restaurant. Uncle, please call him out quickly. GP was suddenly silent for a moment. He never expected that the most terrifying pirate in the East China Sea would come to them and actually want to invite Sanji to become a pirate. When did this brat become so famous? GP was puzzled, but he still showed a relieved smile. So you are here to see Sanji. Although I don't know where you got the information about that brat with a bad temper and a very lustful nature. But you came just in time. We have long wanted to drive this troublesome guy out of this store. GP said insincerely. At this time, Chihong also took advantage of the situation and said. Then please ask Boss GP to call Sanji here. Also. Chihong, who knew the relationship between Sanji and GP, smiled lightly and said to GP in a serious tone. Boss GP, I know you don't want Sanji to be trapped in a small restaurant. But Sanji probably won't want to leave here until he has repaid your kindness. So if you think we are qualified to be Sanji's companions, please cooperate with us. You. GP's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Chihong to say this at all and was stunned for a moment. But in the end, he just left one sentence, I'll help you call that kid out. Immediately turned around and left. The wooden prosthesis hit the floor, making a tap sound, making his footsteps seem unusually heavy. Chihong's words also successfully made GP feel inexplicably melancholy. Just like. This time he will really say goodbye to that brat. Today's young people are really amazing. Thinking back to Chihong's deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, GP felt inexplicably emotional in his heart. Not long after, a blond man wearing a black suit and curly eyebrows ran out from the kitchen, murmuring continuously. Cute girl, cute girl. Looking at his anxious and crazy look, you can guess without thinking what method GP used to fish him out. And maybe Sanji really has special powers like beauty radar. In just a moment, he spotted the straw hats sitting at the door. To be precise, it was Nami among the group. The next second, his eyes suddenly turned into peachy hearts, his legs rotated at high speed like a whirlwind, and he suddenly came in front of Nami, and then knelt down on one knee like a gentleman. Ocean, thank you for giving me this encounter today. A rose suddenly appeared in Sanji's hand out of nowhere. God! Is this your punishment for me? Just let me abandon everything and work hard for love. Sanji is about to transform into the king of poetry and perform a greasy poetry recitation performance in front of Nami. But at this moment, an elongated arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the rose in Sanji's hand. Awoo! Luffy chewed the flower petals, but his brows furrowed slightly. This dish tastes terrible, it's not up to the standard of this restaurant. Seeing that there was only a green flower stalk left in his hand, Sanji blinked and suddenly froze in embarrassment. Pfft! Nami couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. She reached out and took the flower stem from Sanji's hand, and then said playfully, "Sir, isn't this a prop you use to court love?" "Ah, this." Sanji was speechless for a moment. But the next moment, he suddenly focused his gaze on Luffy, and angry flames suddenly burst out from his eyes. "Hey, boy! How dare you!" But before he could finish his words, a hand was placed on Sanji's shoulder. Chihong lowered her voice, showed a mysterious smile, and whispered in his ear, "Vinsmoke." Just 4 short words, but it made Sanji's expression suddenly freeze, and the anger in his eyes disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a look of disbelief and horror deep in his eyes. But Chihong patted his shoulder gently again. "If you don't want to make it too public, just find a quiet place and let's talk about it in detail. Hey Luffy, stop eating, it's time to get down to business." Red glanced at Zoro and Usopp. After receiving the instruction, the 2 men immediately stepped forward, forcibly grabbed Luffy's shoulders and dragged him from the dining table. "You are..." The panicked Sanji was about to question, but when he thought of the diners present and what Chihong had just said, he fell silent again. "Ta!" After a while, he took out his lighter, lit himself a cigarette, and forced himself to calm down. After exhaling a long breath of smoke, he immediately said to Chihong and others, "Come with me." Although his heart was already in chaos by Chihong's words, as Chihong said, there were some things that he didn't want too many people to know, including Boss Jeep. Just like that, under red signal, the Straw Hats followed Sanji to the 2nd floor of Barity. Johnny and Joseph were left to guard the Mary. The diners felt a huge sigh of relief when they saw Luffy, who was forcefully dragged by Zoro and Usopp, but still reached for the food pitifully. At the very least, this group of pirates is not as evil and terrifying as the rumors on the sea, and their target is not them either. On the balcony on the 2nd floor of Barity, a restaurant on the sea. Sanji took the cigarette out of his mouth with one hand and flicked it in the air. The ash fell, sparks flickered, and there was a shimmer. But Sanji's expression became darker and darker. "After so many years, I didn't expect that you would still find me here. Tell me, what on earth do you want to do?" He spoke suddenly, but seemed to be trying his best to suppress the resentment in his heart. But if you look carefully, it's not difficult to find the trace of fear hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 58 Geiji? One lump. Happy New Year! Page 12. Wensmoke, is that the legendary family in Bahai. At the same time, in the uppermost room of Barati, the bedroom of the boss Jeep. Just after Chihong revealed Sanji's life experience. Jeep, who sneaked back here, stood secretly by the window, looking at Sanji and the Straw Hats below with a complicated expression. Especially when he saw Sanji's tears falling, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. "I didn't expect you to still be hiding such pain, you brat." Jeep murmured softly, a trace of regret flashing deep in his eyes. He is not only blaming himself for not truly understanding Sanji's past, but also feeling guilty for not being able to resolve Sanji's knot in his heart. After so many years, the relationship between him and Sanji was no longer that of father and son, but better than that of father and son. But it wasn't until today that Jeep discovered that there was less and less he could teach Sanji. On the 2nd floor deck, Sanji turned around suddenly and quickly wiped away the tears on his face. Crying in front of such a lovely lady like Nami and showing his weak side is not in line with the spirit of chivalry, LSP, he has always implemented. After adjusting his condition, Sanji held his body like this and unexpectedly asked, why do you know this? Didn't I say that? I have eyes that can see the past and the future." Chihong took a step forward, handed over a tissue she had prepared long ago, forced it into his hand, pointed at her eyes, and smiled confidently. I can clearly see your past. Your future is also within my observation range. Otherwise, why do you think we would suddenly come to you? Chi Hong said earnestly. Sanji, what I just said was not to comfort or move you. In the future I see, the terrifying power hidden in your body will eventually awaken. Your glory will become a peak that your father can never touch. Having said this, Chi Hong suddenly took a step forward and came to Sanji. Her eyes flashed with expectation and trust, and she met Sanji's eyes. Sanji, your future is enough to prove to Vinsmoke Gagey that his life's efforts have been a failure. And your mother Sora is the greatest scientist in the world. Because of her, I have the most perfect work like you. Snapped. Red suddenly slapped her palm on Sanji's shoulder. The sudden weight made Sanji shudder. Inexplicably becoming nervous, he slowly stretched out his palm, took out a cigarette from his pocket again, put it in his mouth and lit it. After exhaling a breath in the direction of the sea, he turned to look at Chi Hong and asked in a complex tone of expectation and suspicion. Can you really see the future? Replace it if it's fake. Of course, it's the future after you join us. Red smiled sincerely. Gagey's ideas have always been wrong. In this world, technology can indeed create endless power. But he doesn't know, the limitless thing is technology, not scientists. Gagey, who can use bloodline factors, may be a genius, but that's all he is. People like him will never understand that a strong person is not only strong in body, but also in spirit and will. Come on. Join us, Sanji. The East China Sea is too small, and the world is too big. I want to become stronger and prove Sora's greatness to Gagey, Vinsmoke, and even the world. You need a bigger stage. The method to invite Sanji on board is actually very simple. As long as the plot doesn't change too much because of the red butterfly, after seeing that Soran has to fight for his dream even if he sacrifices his life. At that time, Sanji would definitely be infected by Soran's spirit and yearn for a broader world. But in Chi Hong's view, Sanji like that. Too gentle. He is so gentle that he is always thinking about others and always giving or sacrificing for others. Just like what he said when he stopped Soran when facing the bear in Moria territory. What happens to your ambition if you die? But at that time, Sanji had never considered his own ambitions. Even after entering the Grand Line, he rarely even mentioned the words all blue. Having lost all ties since childhood, he found new ties. So he worked hard to maintain this bond from beginning to end. All fighting is for Luffy, for our partners, and to fulfill everyone's dreams. Gentleness is not a bad thing. But in order to prevent those bad plots from happening again, Chi Hong must create the strongest Straw Hat crew in the shortest possible time. Gentle Sanji is not conducive to the involution atmosphere he has cultivated with great difficulty. Involution, not comparing with others. Instead, fight against yourself from the previous second. So here, Chi Hong wants to add ambition to Sanji who has not yet boarded the ship, so that he can also join this big family of involvement. If you don't roll, there are people doing it. This is an ambition he cannot resist. That is to prove to the world. He is the most powerful reformer in the world. And his mother Sora is the greatest scientist in this field. As for Vinsmoke Guy, he is just a piece of XX. Obviously, Sanji has been persuaded by Red at this moment. Even though at this moment discovered that Chi Hong didn't have the ability to see through the future, this seed had been planted in his heart forever and began to take root. I think, I need to calm down and think carefully. After smoking a cigarette, Sanji neither refused nor directly accepted the Straw Hat's invitation. But when he decided to think about it, the answer became obvious. It doesn't matter, we will stay here for a while until you make a decision. Chi Hong smiled slightly, and did not continue to press. She just patted Sanji's shoulder gently like a friend, and then returned to her partner. Secretly, he made an okay gesture to Luffy and the others, and instantly received happy smiles from his companions. And after the business was done, Chi-Hong no longer gave Luffy a chance to continue eating. Although Bharati's food is indeed delicious, it should not delay daily practice. Chapter 59, The Realm of Cutting Iron. Please vote. Are you also here to learn secret skills from me? Well, seeing the stern look in your eyes, I will teach you this trick. The captain's cabin of the Santa Anu. As Crimson triggered the conversation, the white-bearded captain who looked strong and healthy immediately walked up to a potted plant. I saw his eyes condensed, and his eyes suddenly became serious. Next moment, swish! A sharp hand knife quickly swung in front of him. There was obviously no contact, but the potted plant instantly shattered into powder and dissipated in the air. How? Do you see clearly? After showing off, the white-bearded old captain turned back without blushing or breathing, and asked Chi-Hong and Soran. Crimson. Old captain. You also said you are not a Pokemon? Looking at the dead branches and leaves scattered on the ground, even Chi-Hong was stunned. At this moment, a system prompt flashed in front of his eyes. Your Pokemon Roronoa Zoro has learned the secret skill, Kazaya/. Chi-Hong immediately turned around, and immediately saw Zoro slowly opening his eyes, and a sharp gaze suddenly appeared, as if he was about to condense his sword energy and release it. But after noticing the red gaze, Soran's fighting spirit was hidden deep in his eyes with the slowly raised corners of his mouth. Is this finished learning? Chi-Hong asked curiously. Zoro nodded slightly. There was a crisp sound. He suddenly pulled up Hideo Yuan. The blade came out of the body, and the mysterious aura rose up in Soran's body again, but then it circled around him, condensing and never dissipating. Zoro suddenly smiled wildly and answered the red question. Chi-Hong, I seem to have understood everything. I feel like even if an iron mountain appears in front of me now, I can easily cut it off. Is this what you said, the realm of cutting iron? As expected by Chi-Hong, Soran, who learned the Kasuk slash, has indeed made further progress in his sword practice. And it is worth mentioning that in the game Pokemon, Peel/I, secret moves do not occupy the Pokemon's skill bar, so Zoro still has 4 move slots left. But it is precisely because of this that Chi-Hong cannot analyze the strength of Kazaya/ through the data panel. But looking at Zoro's confident aura, he could probably guess the result. Red grinned. Although he was very satisfied with Soran's progress in his heart, he said, "Don't be too happy, Zoro. The realm of cutting iron is just the first threshold to become a swordsman. We still have a long way to go. Zhantai is just the entry requirement to become a swordsman. The following flying slashes and black sword are the true beauty of a strong swordsman." That's right. Clang. After hearing this, Soran suddenly put away his long sword, and the fighting spirit in his eyes slowly faded away, and instead revealed a supremely aggressive look. I saw him exhaling a long breath and proactively suggested, "Time does not wait. Chi-Hong, take me to fight quickly. It's a rare opportunity to seize Nami, but I can't wait to chop some things." Ha 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 ha, as you wish. Red laughed loudly. This kind of young man who takes the initiative to demand progress without being reminded. He likes it best. Soon after, the two left the Santianu and returned to the door of the Dead Leaf Gym in Dead Leaf City. It is different from other gymnasiums that are wide open to all directions. At this time, in front of the door of the Dead Leaf Gym, a row of lush and dense trees suddenly grew, sealing the door of the gym tightly. When Chi-Hong and Nami arrived here 2 days ago, they struggled for a long time and couldn't get through the trees. Obviously the trees here have been subject to some special rules imposed by the machine. Therefore, Chi-Hong and Nami turned south to level up on the Santianu. And now, 2 days later, Chi-Hong is back here again. Only this time, he brought with him the anti-tree noble phantasm, Roronoa Zoro, who learned Kazaya slash. Come on, Zoro, try your new move. Use Kazaya chop to this row of trees. Red pointed his finger. With Zoro present, the mere dead leaf gym is nothing to be afraid of. And this also indicates that today will be another fruitful day for him. He is looking forward to what kind of increases and new moves the new badge will bring him. Leave it to me, Vice Captain. Zoro grinned, and suddenly bowed down, placing one hand on the handle of the sharp sword and Dao Yuan. A piercing gaze flashed across his eyes like lightning. The next moment, Itaruiai Kazaya slash Song of the Lion. Swish! The sword is unsheathed. Like lightning, the sharp sword energy suddenly flashed across the trees in front of the gym. The slashing attack, which carried the unique power of the Pokemon world, was extremely fast and cut off all the trees in an instant. Broken branches and leaves fell from the sky like a goddess scattering flowers. Seeing this scene, Chihong just smiled calmly. Well done. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward and walked towards the dead leaf gym. Zoro, who was behind him, also retracted his blade and followed the red footsteps into the dead leaf gym under the debris of branches and leaves in the sky. As the electric door closed, a strange-looking gym instantly appeared in front of the two of them. It is obviously a gym that specializes in electricity, but in the lobby of this gym, what comes into view are rows of metal trash cans that look exactly the same. The only thing related to electricity. Maybe it was the two strong currents like guardrails in the distance that blocked the gym leader from letting Chihong and others pass directly. At this time, the man in overalls found in every gym appeared again and introduced to Chihong and Zoro. Being able to make it this far, it seems that you are qualified to challenge the Dead Leaf Gym. Then let me explain to you the traps inside the gym. Did you see the two electric currents in front of the museum owner? You need to find the mechanism in the trash can in the gym and disable the two currents before you can challenge the gym. Be careful. The trainers in the gym won't let you find the trap so easily. Hey, do you want to make it so real? Seeing the overalls that had returned to NPC status again, Chihong suddenly looked helpless. Hiding the mechanism in the trash can, who has a cerebral palsy to think of this? When he was playing the game, he felt that this setting was very outrageous. At this time, seeing dozens of trash cans still containing garbage placed in front of him, he really couldn't accept it. However, complaints are complaints. Chihong finally took Zoro into action and began to rummage through trash cans one after another. During this period, the two of them also encountered forced battles from some gym trainers from time to time. Because this is a gym that focuses on electric-type Pokemon, all the gym trainers use are electric-type Pokemon, and their levels are all above level 22. Needless to say, as the levels of Pokemon encountered get higher and higher, even Zoro will inevitably suffer some attacks during battle. Although these attacks would not cause him much damage, the paralysis effects brought by various electric moves were also very annoying. After a circle, when they finally successfully found the two mechanisms of the current device, Soran's green algae head was like a hedgehog, with its roots standing up and turning into an afro. Puff! Need to take a rest, Zoro. Chihong, who almost couldn't hold back her laughter, quickly turned her gaze away from Zoro's strange head shape. Need not. I just get promoted to a level and I feel in great shape now. Zoro gritted his teeth. He maintained the posture of the three-sword style and stared at the gym leader Mazushi with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to pierce him with his eyes. I must kill these bastards who use electricity. Thanks to Mr. Independent Hankyo Lee for the 5,000 reward. Many thanks. Thanks to Yaohen, Duncan 5678, Xin Yuan, this guy is not Papayao, death is just another adventure, Tang Yan, Black Siren Prince, Wukai Dragon Pattern, and Jade Pay for their monthly support. Thanks to Bookfriend 201910212223339673, 1000 Miles Walking Storyteller, Xiao Hu Tianling, Book Friend 202208112127022212, Book Friend 201704271239062226, Book Friend 201805201912011579, Fangzhen, Yaking Lenjiu, Duncan 5678, Takeshuan Wuji Immortality. The old Supreme Emperor and old friend pass away. Father, my love is like a mountain falling apart. Steam turbine power generation, forever. Book Friends 202008111232407768, A Zhang Shen Song, I am the only one in heaven and earth. 123. Wakalan, death is just another adventure. In short, Xiao Si is very cute, counting ants in the corner, you in the starry sky, divine mirror of ice and fire. Book Friends 1610172104151557, do you like to listen or not? Prince Black Siren, Book Friends 202305285777 let's work to make money, account number, as light as water, Big Ying Zheng, the disliked song Zi a lifelong dream, 5-color dragon pattern. Book Friend 201807071657000342, clearly arranged. Book Friend 2022021412816527, Book Friend 202302201058219114, it is difficult to apply for a recommendation vote to support. Thank you. Chapter 60. Let's see who else can't fly? Seeking for further reading. Zoran. One final blow. Finish it. Reissue. Hold on. Use thunder. Inside the Dead Leaf Gym. Amid the cheers of a group of spectators, Chi Hong and the gym leader Ma Zishi gave instructions in a loud voice at the same time. Soran and Reissue on the stage also took action instantly. Prior to this, Red and Soran had successfully defeated the opponent's level 25 Magneto and Thunderball, gaining a small 400 experience points. But the opponent is not an ordinary person, and the electric system itself is not very friendly to Zoro, a type of close combat. So much so that Zoro looked a little embarrassed at this time, with many scars left on his body after being electrocuted. But even so, there was no trace of fatigue on Zoro's face, and there were even a few bright electric currents faintly dancing in his sharp eyes. Soon. If we do it again. Zoro suddenly murmured. He charged forward in a three-sword-style stance like a galloping beast, with the blade pointed directly at the big orange-skinned rat opposite. At this moment, blazing golden light suddenly surged out of Lei Chu's body and flew towards the sky above the gym. Next second, rumble. It was obviously in an indoor environment, but a terrifying thunder suddenly sounded above the battlefield. A bolt of thunder suddenly struck down like a thick log and landed accurately on Soran's body. Soran, who was hit by the thunder, inevitably made a painful muffled sound. But in the blink of an eye, his expression suddenly became extremely fierce. On the road to becoming stronger, he is even more cruel to himself than to his enemies. Soran's eyes were glaring, and the muscles on his body were tense and swollen, allowing the terrifying power of thunder and lightning to swim around his body. And just then, a more powerful aura surged within his body. It's the dragon Pokemon energy hidden inside Zoro. That's right. That's what it feels like. All of a sudden, Zoro's eyes flashed, and while feeling the pain of the thunder raging in his body, he relied on his will to control the energy of the dragon-type Pokemon to contact the thunder and lightning. In fact, he had already made countless attempts before this. But it always ends in failure. But this time, maybe it's the accumulation of experience, or maybe Reishu's thunder and lightning is powerful enough. Soran finally succeeded in making the dragon attribute energy feel the power of thunder and lightning. Immediately afterwards, the tyrannical dragon attribute energy instantly turned into a greedy dragon, swallowing up and assimilating all the power of thunder and lightning. Tread. The steps that had been suspended due to the attack surged forward again. Only this time, Sauron ran out from the thunder and lightning with a sharp electric light flashing on his body. The electric light spread from his arm and directly attached to the blades of the 3 long knives. But the lightning on his body shone more and more dazzlingly. Only a low chanting voice was heard. 3 swordsman-style dragon blade thunder. Stab it! Sauron suddenly raised his head, and his eyes hidden in the shadows suddenly turned a terrifying scarlet color like a ferocious beast. At this moment, his kendo, which had been promoted to the realm of iron cutting, had completely merged with the Pokémon energy and released it like the power of thunder. The body activated by lightning exploded at an astonishing speed comparable to shaving. Even the gym leader Mazishi did not react to the sudden change. Before he can give the order, Zoro, who had turned into a silhouette, had already come behind Reishu, with his head half lowered and his body maintaining a crouching posture. His double blades were spread to the left and right like the wings of a giant dragon, flashing with a gradually extinguishing electric light. So handsome! And just then, Chew! Reishu on the field suddenly let out a painful cry. As a thunder-type Pokémon, its body was actually being destroyed by lightning at this time. And on Leichu's chest, there was a slash like a dragon's claw. A few seconds later, a puff of smoke erupted from Leichu's embarrassed body, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Zoro, who seemed to have known this result for a long time, stood up, slowly took off his turban, and then swung his body, suddenly dissipating the remaining lightning on the blade. The 3 blades are sheathed. He turned around and smiled happily. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Chihong also nodded immediately, with a smile on her lips. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, the battlefield slowly disappeared. After Zoro gained 200+ experience again, Chihong also walked up to the gym leader Mazishi. Oh! No! Mazishi, who has beautiful national attributes, instantly let out a bird's song. This is not true. Oak oak. In that case, I have no choice but to hand over this orange badge to you. Oh, by the way, there's this too. As usual, Mazishi handed a brand new badge and a move learner into Hong's hands. All of a sudden, Chi-Hong only felt a tingling force flowing through his body, making his body suddenly become lighter. And then, he set his sights on the move learner. Move, 100,000 volts. Attribute, electricity. Category, special. Power, 90. Introduction, send a powerful electric shock to the opponent to attack, with a certain probability of paralyzing the opponent. Finally, I've got a move that's a little bit passable. Seeing that the newly obtained move learning device was 100,000 volts, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his red face. He quickly clicked on the move usage interface. As an electric-type move that appears earlier and more frequently in anime, 100,000 volt is not like other electric-type moves that only electric-type Pokémon can learn. Maybe it's because the mechanics of the moves are different. In the Pokémon world, many Pokémon that are incomparable to the electric type can still perfectly master this move. So at this time in the red move list, the words learnable flashed under the icons of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Compared to the 90-point move power, this is actually the reason why Chihong is really satisfied with this move. Recalling the electric sword moves that Zoro had just temporarily mastered during the battle, the corners of his red lips suddenly raised. Fire system, general system, electric system. It seems that Zoro's swordsmanship in the future is really going to be diversified. With a flash of consciousness, Red immediately asked Zoro to learn the technique of 100,000 volts. Of course he wanted to make the best use of such a useful move. Anyway, there was still a lot of game time left, so he planned to call Luffy and Nami in once to help them complete their moves. If we calculate the time, Hawkeye will almost arrive at Barity. It's also time to make some preparations in advance. That's it. After taking Zoro to the Pokémon Center to recover his strength, Red was busy in the Pokémon world for a while. When the light flickered again, he was already back in the cabin of the melee. After nodding as usual with Usopp as a greeting, Chihong did not immediately use the original power to recover and practice. Instead, he tiptoed out of the cabin and came to the bow of the melee with the help of the moonlight. So, everyone else's moves are finished, now it's time to sort out my own gains. His red eyes flashed, and his consciousness sank into the screen of the machine inside his body. The first is the achievement reward of Badge Collector. After receiving the orange badge, although it was just a feeling, Chihong felt inexplicably that she was no longer afraid of thunder and lightning. Maybe the heat caused by the long-term electric shock will still make him feel pain, but at least he will no longer feel paralyzed by the electric shock. To put it simply, immune to paralysis. In addition, his speed and explosive power seem to have improved under the stimulation of thunder and lightning. As for the specific improvement, although Chihong was not very clear about it, he felt that this physical change was more obvious than the previous two achievement rewards. So as the difficulty of the gym increases, the achievement rewards for badge collectors will become more and more generous. Red murmured thoughtfully. Immediately, his consciousness changed and he clicked on another reward for successfully challenging the gym. Still a disc filled with electric moves appeared on the screen of the machine. Chihong clicked start, then closed his consciousness and silently waited for the result to appear. Nowadays, his enthusiasm for moves is far less enthusiastic than before. After all, he already has enough attack methods. One wave of surf is enough to deal with any enemy of the same level. What's more, in the Straw Hats, there aren't many opportunities left for him to fight. After a moment, a strange feeling instantly entered Hong's brain. And he also instantly mastered an electric move. Feeling the extra memory in her mind, Chihong was immediately stunned. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly realized and saw a line of prompts popping up on the screen of the machine. Congratulations, you have obtained the electric move, Electromagnetic Levitation. Chapter 61 Iron Fist arrives. Stab. An extremely slight sound of electric current sounded around Hong. The next second, the red feet slowly floated into the air, leaving the deck of the melee and floating into the air. And a look of joy flashed across his eyes for an instant. Interesting. Although I didn't get a powerful electric attack move, I got a flying move for nothing, which is a bit of an unexpected surprise. And feeling the energy consumption rate after using electromagnetic levitation in the body, the smile on the red face instantly became thicker. Rather than saying it is a move, it is more like adding a characteristic to itself. If you don't consider the speed and just maintain the floating state, the consumption can be said to be approximately zero. Even if you float for a whole day, there will be no problem. But if you speed up your flight, a flash of electricity suddenly flashed around the red body. The next second, his body suddenly turned into a swift red lightning, and he appeared from the bow of the melee to the stern of the melee as if teleporting. Who? Chihong, who fell back on the deck, let out a breath of turbid air and placed one hand on the railing of the ship. Feeling that almost half of the physical strength and energy in his body was empty, he suddenly had some thoughts in his heart. He just activated all the Pokemon energy in his body and used electromagnetic levitation at maximum power. And the results are obvious. This speed is almost as good as Luffy's shave, but the consumption is a bit staggering. In my current situation, this kind of movement can only be about 100 meters at most. It's enough for emergency escape, but if you want to use it for fighting, it's almost useless. Chihong murmured softly. Fortunately, he never intended to develop into a combatant. After all, helping his partners become stronger is what he does. With the powerful recovery ability rewarded by the blue badge, the red body recovered very quickly. In the next half hour, he tested the consumption of electromagnetic floating at different speeds. Generally speaking, if you just move at normal walking speed, this move will bring almost no consumption. But as the flight speed increases, the cost of this move will increase exponentially. It's obviously not suitable for traveling. But this move can upgrade the Red World from a two-dimensional ground to a three-dimensional space, greatly enhancing his mobility and operability. No matter what, I am now a man qualified to make fun of the mythical beast Groudon. At the end of the test, the corners of Chi Hong's mouth raised slightly, showing a satisfied smile with this harvest. Silent all night. In a blink of an eye, a new day begins. In the past 2 days, Verity's business has obviously been bleaker than before. Even though Luffy and the others didn't do anything, apart from enjoying 3 meals a day at Verity, they were training on the melee. But for ordinary people who are kind and lawful, if there is a big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 Baileys next to them, no matter how delicious the food is, it will turn into crumbs that are difficult to swallow. Therefore, many ships that originally planned to stay here for a few days left Verity in a hurry in these 2 days. Today, Verity, whose business was slow, finally received another big customer. The bright sunshine shines on the sea, and the water waves sparkle with golden light. The time came to noon. The Straw Hats, who had finished their first half of training, came to the deck one after another and were about to have a big meal at Verity. Hey! Chi Hong, it's time to eat. Meat? I'm going to eat a lot of meat today. Usopp and Luffy were seen hugging each other, happily shouting in the direction of the cabin. 2 guys with similar personalities have now become the most compatible idiot combination among the Straw Hats. Comparison. Zoro, who is about to encounter Hawkeye and embark on the road to pursue his dreams, and Nami, who has just received a new weapon, the Weather Stick, and has the enemy of the Dragon Pirates, are much more taciturn. In the past few days, apart from eating, sleeping and playing games, the 2 of them spent all their time practicing, eager to squeeze out the last bit of their potential. At this time, Chi Hong lazily walked out of the cabin after finishing his training in primitive power. He yawned and glanced at Luffy and Usopp. Really, your sense of time will be so strong only during meals. Of course. Luffy put his hands on his hips confidently, eating is a very important thing. Yes, 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 Chi Hong said perfunctorily as if she was admitting defeat, and then waved her hand, signaling a few people to put down the ferry boat. But at this moment, a piercing whistle sound suddenly came from the rear of the melee. The sudden sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Straw Hats, and everyone looked towards the sea in the distance. I saw a navy warship that was slightly larger than the melee, piercing the calm sea like a sharp knife, and rushing arrogantly in the direction of Verity. Seeing the navy warship in the distance, the faces of the Straw Hat crew changed instantly. Soran suddenly raised his 2 swords, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Is it a naval battleship? Is there going to be a war? Before the official battle with Hawkeye, Zoro felt that he could perform even better if he could have a small warm-up. But Usopp on the side obviously didn't think so. I saw him suddenly collapse to the ground weakly, moaning in pain. I have a disease that prevents me from fighting the navy. Suddenly, he secretly raised his head and suggested. That's right. How about we sink them with Bucky bombs now? Although he couldn't fight head-on, he was still very confident in long-range bombardment. No rush. Chi Hong stopped Usopp, raising the corners of his mouth slightly. They shouldn't have the guts to start a war with us. Nami on the side also looked at it carefully, looking at the scale of the warship. It shouldn't be a warship for a big shot in the navy. So. Luffy tilted his head, showing confusion. Can we start dinner? Gilyalu. Luffy's stomach let out a hungry growl in unison. Wait a minute, since we are meeting the navy, we have to show our names. Chi Hong came over and patted Luffy on the shoulder, comforting him. After all, after arriving at the Grand Line, we will inevitably have to deal with the navy. Okay, Luffy reluctantly agreed, holding his stomach. However, Chi Hong felt particularly happy about the arrival of this warship. If he guessed correctly, the person escorted on this naval battleship should be the most mysterious man in the pirate world, Ghost Man Akin. And the chief officer of this battleship has a nickname as famous as the naval hero Garp, Navy Captain Iron Fist Hebodi. A few minutes later, the naval warship sailed slowly near Barity. And quite coincidentally, the location they chose to dock happened to be right next to the melee. Hey? I've never seen a pirate flag. Standing next to the ship's railing, Hebodi, who looked like a low-profile Luo's Hixiong, immediately noticed the melee with the pirate flag hanging next door. Hey! Those kiddies on the other side. I am Captain Iron Fist Hebodi of the Navy Headquarters. Who is your captain? Sign up. Hebodi's voice suddenly stopped. Just because a straw hat suddenly appeared in his sight. That is a beauty that no navy operating in the East China Sea can ignore. Luffy pouted, a look of displeasure on his face as he was interrupted from dinner. Are you looking for me? In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. It wasn't until a moment later that Hebodi, whose pupils dilated violently, tremblingly said the name that flashed in his mind. Grey, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy. Why do you appear here? Thank you for your monthly ticket support for Day and Night, Yin and Yang, missing. Thank you for your monthly ticket support for Day and Night, Yin and Yang, missing. Kyushu, under the mottled light and shadow, the great demon sage, the moon covers the clouds, Zhongwei Wen, must rely on self-reliance and, test your love, brilliant road, ghost tutor, and send Junction Li V587. Thanks to Nahi Bridge Oath, wuwo.ba, W16232441, Book Friend 202110022006468825, Let's High Together _CE, 1 Walk, Book Friend 201807071657000342, Book Friend 202401016441 Not Seeing the Same in 9 Provinces, The Only God Yai, Heart of Empty Sword Bamboo, Under the Mottled Light and Shadow, Always with the Wind, A Long Song Will Never Come Back, Green Grass with the Wind, I Am the Only One in the World 123, Book Friends 201805201912015779, Book Friends 201704271239062226, Wu Tong Ice and Fire. Rain, Father, my love is like a mountain collapse, New Wish, World Observer 0, King of Disillusionment, Yang, Ice and Fire God Mirror, Women's Clothing Kojiro, Balance Beam, Book Friend 202401307776 Aphrodite, Book Friend 210181109160256213, Demon Great Sage, Train Fuel 0702, Yefeng Sui Feng, Xiao Mei 1984, Book Friend 202110306537286830, Fengzi Number 1, Xing Zhou, My Handsomeness No One Found Recommended Support. Chapter 62, The Shortcomings of Partners, Page 12, Me? I'm here to find a cook. Luffy answered Hebodi's question while picking his nose. But obviously, that's not what the other party wants to hear. Fortunately, at this moment, Chihong suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. He smiled like a gentleman and said, Hello, Your Majesty, the Navy opposite. You guys should be here to dine too, right? Although our camps are different, Barity is a holy land of food after all. Fighting and killing here is really degrading. How about we put aside our prejudices and enjoy a delicious meal in peace? Ah, okay. Okay. Hebodi, who originally didn't want to provoke the big pirate, naturally didn't dare to say anything after hearing this and nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your cooperation. Chihong smiled with satisfaction. He also hopes that the subsequent plot will proceed normally and allow the Creek pirates to attract Hawkeye. At this time, we can't scare Hebodi and the others away. In this way, the pirates and the Navy had a rare unity of opinion. The two parties boarded the ferry boat and came to Barity. Hey Sanji, we're here again. As soon as he walked into Barity's restaurant, Luffy immediately laughed and greeted Sanji, who was working part-time as a waiter. Although Sanji still hasn't made a decision, after spending the past 2 days together, they have become familiar with each other. Of course, the most important thing is, with Sanji's nature, it is difficult for him not to become familiar with the Straw Hats. Nami-san. Seeing Nami's appearance, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into 2 pink hearts, and he ran all the way to kneel down in front of Nami. With experience, he did not take out the roses this time, but handed the sparkling wine in his hand to Nami that was supposed to be given to the table. "Thank you, God of the Ocean, for letting you and I meet again. I would like to take this wine to bear witness to my unwavering love for you. Hey, cook, there's another beauty over there." For some reason, Zoro was unhappy when he saw Sanji looking so mean, and pointed in the direction of the door. "I saw a graceful and mature lady wearing a bright red evening dress walking into the Barity restaurant with the trembling Hebodi." In an instant, Sanji's peach-shaped eyes suddenly expanded, as if they were about to pop out. "Sorry, excuse me, Miss Nami." He first apologized like a gentleman, took 2 steps back gracefully, and then suddenly ran to Hebodi's side with his tornado legs, and said the exact same words to the mature lady. "Sanji him. Love every beauty equally. Pfft, you are so loyal." Zoro laughed out loud instantly when he saw the interesting scene. Nami, who was left behind, also had an indifferent attitude. Anyway, she had nothing to lose if she could get a glass of sparkling wine for free. Chihong and the others smiled knowingly, not surprised by Sanji's character. Several people came to the table they used on the first day and sat down one after another. This table near the door has become the exclusive seat for the Straw Hats. No one dares to sit here except them. Even if a new diner accidentally sits here, someone with knowledge will immediately come and drag them away. At this time, a mountain of various dishes had already been piled up on the round table. For this reason, Patty has been scolded by Jeep a lot these days. The arrival of the Straw Hats not only caused a sharp decrease in the number of diners in the restaurant, but in just a few days, the food they ate had already exceeded 1000 W Bailey according to the market price. If the Straw Hats don't leave immediately, they are going to suffer a huge loss from this deal. The other side. Although the female companion was teased by Sanji, the LSP, because he was afraid of Luffy, Hebodi did not make a noise in the restaurant like in the original plot. Instead, he endured everything and just wanted to finish the meal quietly. Unfortunately, he is destined to suffer this fate today. Bang! Before Hebodi's order could be served, Barity's door was suddenly pushed open by an embarrassed navy man with a bloody head. "Captain Hebodi. Not good. The leader of the Creek Pirates, Kimito Aiken, whom we captured before, he escaped. How can it be?" Hebodi, who had just regained his composure and was bragging to his female companion, suddenly changed his expression. He slammed the table and stood up quickly. "Tell me what happened." The injured navy was about to speak, but at this moment, boom! With a sudden flash of fire, the navy soldier who was reporting was stunned. He was hit by a lead bullet and fell to the ground. Scare! Usopp, who was sitting at the door, was frightened by this sudden turn of events. The other members of the Straw Hats also stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door. I saw a sloppy-looking man wearing a striped headscarf staggering into the restaurant, and then sat down directly on a chair. It is the ghost man Aiken that the navy soldier just mentioned. The plot that follows is not much different from the original timeline. The hungry Ajin happened to find Patty, a wealthy man, and threatened him with food with a musket in his hand. And Patty, who was not even afraid of Luffy, naturally would not give Jin any good looks. After learning that Jin could not pay, he hit Jin half to death with a heavy hammer and threw him out of the restaurant. Such a cruel act scared Hebodi to the point where he didn't dare to stay in the restaurant and left in despair. The Straw Hats sat where they were, making no movement from beginning to end, just eating quietly, treating it as a good show. But suddenly, Zoro's brows suddenly frowned. "Hey, Chihong!" He called Chihong and then raised his finger. "What happened?" Red looked in the direction Zoro pointed, and saw Sanji carrying a bowl of fried rice and walking towards the deck where Jin was thrown out. Seeing this, he instantly grinned. Chihong, who knew the subsequent plot, sighed softly. "It seems that our cook is really unusually gentle." Zoro frowned and made a disdainful sound from his nose. "I just hope that his good intentions will not be regarded as a donkey's heart." The Creek pirates have always been famous in the sea for their danger and cunning. If it were before, Zoro certainly wouldn't care what Sanji did. But now, since he knew that Sanji was a partner who would definitely board the ship, he naturally had some complaints in his heart. Chapter 63 Sanji joins the gang. Soran will naturally not know what will happen in the future. Just like he didn't know, the bowl of fried rice that Sanji made for Akin would become an important opportunity to lead Hawkeye to Barity. Under Red's suggestion, no one in the Straw Hats paid attention to the contact between Sanji and Akin. What happened next was not much different from the original plot. After eating, Ajin knelt down gratefully to Sanji, then took a small boat and left Barity. Everything became calm again, as if nothing happened. In the blink of an eye, another 4 days passed. After thinking about it for a week, at this moment Sanji finally made an important decision that could change his life. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shines on the floor through the bay window. In the boss's bedroom on the top floor of Barity, GP sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed and looked at Sanji across from him with a disgusted expression. "So, are you going to go to sea with those guys and become pirates?" Sanji, who was holding a package in his hand, lowered the corners of his mouth. Although his eyes were extremely reluctant, he still pretended to be carefree and said, "That's right. I'm going to the sea to realize my dream. From now on, you alone will take care of Barity." Although he couldn't bear to part with this restaurant and GP, the words Chihong said have been lingering in his mind ever since he talked with the Straw Hats. The painful memories that had long since been buried in the dust began to invade his dreams in the form of dreams, causing him to wake up in nightmares every day. Some people are healed by their childhood. And some people spend their entire lives healing their childhood. Humph. GP blew out 2 streams of white smoke from his nose and said disdainfully, "Don't talk like you're important. Even if you can't leave, I would have wanted to drive you away a long time ago. This is great. I have finally waited for this day. Hey! Stinky old man! I'm the sous chef of this restaurant." Seeing GP's expression, Sanji immediately became upset. But GP directly refuted. "Ha, I don't deny your cooking skills. After all, I taught you that. But you are a pervert, you act like a pervert every time you see a beautiful girl, and you make trouble in the restaurant every day. Without you, Barity's business will only get better. You." Sanji glared angrily. But in the end, he found angrily that he couldn't find any reason to reject GP. Humph. As soon as his thoughts flashed, Sanji put his backpack on his shoulders, turned around suddenly, and walked out the door. "You have to take care of yourself without me. Don't die before I get back." "Ha ha ha, you should say this to yourself. I can live for at least another 100 years. Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open by Sanji. But at this moment, looking at Sanji's back, GP's eyes, which were leaning on the backrest, softened. He suddenly said softly, "Anyway, don't catch a cold, Sanji." The sudden word of concern instantly stopped Sanji's steps. Uncontrollable tears fell down his cheeks, gathered on his chin, and then fell to the floor drop by drop. There was a snap. Sanji suddenly dropped the package, turned around and knelt down to GP, pressing his head firmly on the ground. "I've been so fucking grateful to you for taking care of me all these years. Smelly old man." Humph. The corners of GP's mouth raised slightly, but he gently lowered his chef's hat to cover his moist eyes. After a while, Sanji walked out of the Barati restaurant completely. At the door of Barati, Luffy, Chihong, and others had been waiting for a long time. I saw Luffy grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. Hee hee. Welcome to join us, Sanji. Starting from today, I finally have a normal chef on my pirate ship. Who? Sanji pinched the cigarette with one hand and blew out a puff of smoke. Let me declare in advance that if I feel that you guys are not suitable for me, I will leave you without hesitation. Ambition is something that, once it arises, is difficult to extinguish. Nowadays, Sanji has not seen Zoro working hard for his dream. The reason why he decided to join the Straw Hats is entirely because Captain Luffy is the pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea, and the deputy Captain Chihong seems to have mysterious means. This time, he boarded the ship with a dream. Oh! Hearing that Sanji actually said something similar to his own, Zoro suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and placed one hand on the long knife. He's just a cook, but he dares to say such outrageous things. How arrogant! Ha ha ha, this is in line with the style of our pirate group. Chihong smiled and clapped her hands. Okay, now Sanji has officially joined our group. Then, as long as we wait until that man arrives, we can move on to the next target. Zoro, Nami, are you ready? Of course. Zoro gripped the handle of the knife. I'm always ready. Nami's eyes also flashed, blooming like thunder, with murderous intent and fighting intent intertwined together. During these 4 days, she was growing every day. After clearing the Dead Leaf Gym, Chihong's daily gaming time finally exceeded the 3-hour mark. With a total of 4 hours of game time in 12 days, Chihong first took Nami to get through Route 11 on the east side of Koyu City. After encountering the Kirby who couldn't wake up no matter what, they returned to the Gopher Cave. With the weather stick made by Usopp, Nami is no longer afraid of ground-type Pokémon. And thanks to Usopp's genius creativity, this weather stick is far more powerful than when it first appeared in the plot. Knowing that Nami can release the power of lightning, Usopp specially added a charging device to the weather stick, which allows Nami to use electrical energy to increase the output power of the weather stick and release more cold and hot bubbles faster and more. And after knowing Nami's request, Usopp also added a special humidifier function to the weather stick, which can not only spray out a small amount of water column, but also release water bubbles, giving more use for the electric type trick. With this handy weapon, Chihong and Nami quickly passed through the Gopher Cave. After exiting the Gopher Burrow, they were immediately stopped by a researcher. He claims to be Dr. Oak's assistant, and he waits here to wait for players to come. And his mission is to teach one of the players' Pokémon the secret technique Dazzling Flash. After thinking about it for a while, Chihong also directly asked Nami to learn this new move. This secret skill can make Nami's body release a strong light, disrupting the opponent's sight. Maybe it can be combined with her weather stick move Mirage. After learning the secret technique, Chihong and the others used Zoro's cassock to cut down the regular trees in the game and entered Route 9. At the end of Route 9, they successfully defeated an elite trainer and obtained a brand new move learner from the other party, Split WA. This is a fighting type physical move. Although it only has a power of 75, it has special effects that can break barriers and barriers. This move with special miraculous effects is deeply loved by Chihong. Because they never know when they might need to use the miraculous effects of these moves. In the end, their game progress also stopped at the entrance of Yunshan Tunnel. Nami's level has also been successfully raised to level 25, with major breakthroughs in various attributes. Pokémon, Nami. Level, 25. Skills, Numbing Electric Shock, 100,000 volts, Electric Acceleration, Packet Drop. HP, 92. Physical Attack, 63. Physical Defense, 61. Special Attack, 101. Special Defense, 64. Speed, 66. The above is Nami's current status bar. With the blessing of various attribute candies, her attribute sum successfully reached 447. With a 3-digit special attack value, Nami's combat power can be said to be that of a pirate with a 3 million bounty on the Grand Line. If you include the blessing of the weather stick and the powerful damage of the electric ability, her combat effectiveness may be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Thank you everyone for your tips and votes. Those who use mobile phone codes outside can only go back and thank everyone one by one. The key is that I don't know what time I can go back at night. If I go back early, I will continue with 2 updates. If I go back late, I will have to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 64 Pele's Punchworth 5000W. Page 1. Sanji, who boarded the ship with ambition, soon showed his hand to everyone in the Straw Hats. At noon that day, at Luffy's suggestion, the Straw Hats held a welcome banquet for Sanji in the restaurant of the Mary. Although this was said in name, the busiest person at the entire banquet was Sanji, who was the chef. Fortunately, he also enjoys it. Being able to serve delicious food to people who appreciate it is a blessing in itself for a chef. With his excellent cooking skills and status as a newcomer, Sanji quickly became the most popular man in the Straw Hats today. But as the banquet officially began, Sanji, who revealed his true nature, quickly became the object of contempt for all men. Nami-san, this sirloin steak is made from premium beef carefully fed with special feed from the North Sea. It is matured at low temperature for a long time, and then topped with my special love sauce. This level of cuisine is rare for even ordinary royal nobles to see once a year. Please enjoy it. Sanji came to Nami with a plate of steak that was arranged in the shape of a heart and exuded a strong aroma, and placed it in front of Nami like a gentleman. Luffy and Usopp's eyes widened when they smelled this special fragrance. They brought their faces closer and greedily inhaled the fragrance with their noses. Wow! It looks delicious. As expected of Barati's sous chef, his craftsmanship is truly amazing. As they spoke, the two of them stretched out their knives and forks, wanting to share the steak in front of Nami. But at this moment, bang bang! 2 shadowless kicks suddenly flew over and kicked the tableware out of Luffy and Usopp's hands. They saw Sanji retracting his long legs, and then placing 2 steaks in front of them, although they were also fragrant, but obviously not as noble as the one in front of Nami. That's my special love dish for Miss Nami. This belongs to you too. Hey! Sanji, are you treating him too differently? Usopp immediately complained. Luffy grabbed the steak in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth hungrily. While his head was pointed at Sanji, the other hand quietly reached for the steak in front of Usopp. He complained, "That's right. I'm obviously the captain. Why can't I eat the most delicious food? Wow, this steak is so delicious. Hey! Luffy!" Usopp screamed when he noticed Luffy's little move. But it was already too late. Luffy's arm suddenly rebounded and brought back Usopp's steak. Really, what does it look like to be so noisy? Seeing this scene, Zoro immediately complained. But in order to avoid following in Usopp's footsteps, after Sanji put down his portion of steak, he waved the knife in his hand. In an instant, there was an afterimage of sword light. In the blink of an eye, Zoro cut the steak into small pieces that were easy to swallow, and then destroyed it immediately, without giving others a chance to eat. Although Chihong, who was sitting next to Luffy, did not have such means, she actually wanted to reach out her hand in front of her when she saw Luffy being pulled by Usopp. He directly picked up the plate, a flash of lightning flashed, and the whole person floated directly into the air, with his head on the roof, and quietly enjoyed his lunch. Johnny and Joseph, who were non-staff members, did not dare to get close to the dangerous dining table. The two of them spread a picnic cloth in the corner of the restaurant and ate quietly. In this way, in a noisy atmosphere, the Straw Hats enjoyed an extremely wonderful lunch. Unfortunately, the happy atmosphere did not last long. Just as the banquet was coming to an end, a loud exclamation suddenly came from outside. Sensing something strange, everyone in the straw hats pricked up their ears and looked out through the windows. Only Chihong calmly took out a napkin and wiped the grease on her mouth, then smiled slightly. Come yet. After a while, everyone walked out of the cabin and onto the deck of the Melee. What a big boat! Luffy and Usopp looked to the horizon and exclaimed in unison. I saw an extremely huge warship with masts that seemed to reach into the sky, slowly heading towards Barity's direction from the distant sea. The source of the loud noise turned out to be the diners in the Barity restaurant. Then, that flag is absolutely unmistakable. That's the overlord of the East China Sea, the Creek Pirates. What? Didn't the newspaper say that they had gone to the Grand Line, the grave of pirates? Why did their ship appear here? Anyway, don't worry about why. Let's run. As the Click Pirates, who have been hegemonic in the East China Sea for many years and are known for their ferocity, cunning, and cruelty, just a flag is enough to scare the people of the East China Sea. The diners, who were already sparse because of Luffy, instantly turned into birds and beasts and fled. In the blink of an eye, the only ship remaining near Barity was the Melee. Hey, it seems that compared to the veteran pirates in the East China Sea, Luffy's notoriety is not that interesting. Seeing the Barity restaurant that had suddenly become deserted, Chihong couldn't help but laugh. Zoro on the side frowned, glanced at Sanji secretly, and murmured softly. Is it because of that pirate that day? Sure enough, this kind of thing that is easy to get burned should be stopped from the beginning. Now is not the time to talk about this. Nami suddenly looked serious and said. Looking at them, it seems they have no intention of stopping the ship. In this case, they will hit the Melee. Ah! Usopp and Johnny were instantly panicked. No, no. Melee is still a child. She can't bear such severe torture. The three men immediately ran to the rudder and sail, preparing to set sail and escape. But Chihong stopped them. No need to bother. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said to everyone. Among pirates, the weak have always made way for the strong since ancient times. A mere Crick pirate group is not qualified to let us escape, are you right, Luffy? Ah! Luffy shook his arms, and his eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Chihong is right. Why should we make way for them? I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Chihong, take me up and fly up. Luffy grinned, clenched his fists and said to the menacing huge battleship. Chapter 65 Give it a try. Please follow up and read. As Luffy landed his punch, the entire sea boiled instantly. With the huge battleship at the center, waves surged in all directions, like an angry sea god bringing disaster to the world. Quick! Raise the anchor! In the violently shaking Baratine, the experienced Jeep immediately gave orders to the unsteady chefs. On the Melee side, Nami also began to command the Johnny brothers, steering the Melee to stabilize the ship amid the rolling waves. The roaring waves lasted for several minutes before gradually calming down. At this time, the already dilapidated battleship of the Click Pirates was completely scrapped under the power of this punch and slowly sank toward the sea. Damn! What happened? Why did the perfectly good main ship crack? Under the pull of a gin, the weak Crick clung to a ship's mast and hung his body in the air. Looking at the roaring waves below, his face showed unprecedented anger. Jin, on the other hand, looked up at the sky in disbelief. Because just when the riot happened, he happened to be on the deck and saw everything clearly. Jin gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, Leader Kleek, it was a fist. A huge fist dropped from the sky and broke our battleship. Are you kidding me? Even after seeing the horror of the Grand Line, Kleek still didn't believe what Akin said. At this moment, because he had not eaten much for several days, Crick, who had been extremely weak, suddenly felt his arms go limp due to the violent fluctuations in his mood. Under the weight of the heavy golden armor, he instantly fell towards the sea. Chief Crick! Ajin shouted in panic when he saw this scene. But just when he was about to jump to save Click, a strange wave rose rapidly from the sea, and the impact of the water flow miraculously caught Crick. It's so dangerous! I saw Hong Hong flying from the sky pulling Luffy, looking at the golden armor that Crick was wearing, with a playful smile on his face. If we let such a large piece of gold sink into the ocean, Nami will scold him to death when we go back. Recalling Nami's sad little expression when she replaced Nami's treasure-gathering technique with the stronger attack power of 100,000 volts, Chihong couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth in laughter. If he hadn't promptly explained that he could change the move back at any time in the future, Nami would have dropped the little pearl on the spot. You are... Seeing Chihong and Luffy appear in such a bizarre way, Jin's eyes widened in curiosity. But when his eyes noticed Luffy's straw hat, his pupils dilated instantly, filled with fear. If his memory was correct, the owner of the huge fist that just fell from the sky seemed to be a young man wearing a straw hat. Did you destroy our battleship? Ajin, who was hanging on the railing of the boat, suddenly screamed loudly. And his voice also successfully made Chihong notice his presence. Chihong in midair was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately pursed his lips and smiled. Hey, who do I think you are? Isn't this the leader of the Click Pirates, Kimito Akin? How come we haven't seen each other for a few days and are so lazy? He smiled teasingly and held out his hand. In an instant, another powerful wave surged up, directly knocking Ajin off the sloping deck. After all, it was a big pirate worth 1200 Bailey. Now that he had seen it, of course he couldn't miss it. As for the other guys in the Click Pirates, they can only ask for their own blessings. The electromagnetic microwave flashed again. Chihong controlled the waves and took the three people to fly in the direction of the melee. It has to be said that the convenience brought by the electromagnetic floating move is really amazing. A few minutes later, with a burst of waves, Click and Ajin, who had been imprisoned by the sea, were directly sent to the deck of the melee. Cough! Cough cough! As soon as the two landed, they immediately lay on the ground and coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of seawater. You, who are you? The weak Crick raised his head, but his eyes were filled with a gloomy light, and he questioned everyone on the melee. Even though he suffered such severe losses one after another, in this man's heart, he still believed that he was a pirate admiral who could rule the East China Sea and dominate the Great Sea Route. Unfortunately, no one present paid any attention to his inquiry. After landing, Chihong put down Luffy, who was unable to stand up due to being contaminated by seawater, and immediately said sternly to Nami and Usopp. Nami, you and Usopp will do some research and remove the equipment from Click. I'll leave the gold to you, and leave the weapons to Usopp for use. In addition, move quickly and don't miss today's business. After saying that, Chihong suddenly looked at Sanji and Zoro. Sanji, go get some fire and clean up the seawater on Luffy. There will be a tough battle soon. Zoran, get ready. The man you are looking for is coming. Remember, no matter what the result is, your future has just begun. Give it a try and go for it without any worries. Yes. The red Anzurius aura infected everyone in the Straw Hats. Seeing Chihong say such words to Zoran, all insiders instantly realized. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, is nearby. At this moment, even Johnny and Joseph, two outsiders, couldn't help but become nervous. Although Chihong didn't name them, they consciously helped Sanji manipulate the weak Luffy. In the blink of an eye, the entire Straw Hats began to take action. Hateful! Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Click struggled to stand up with a ferocious face. As a famous pirate admiral in the East China Sea, with dozens of warships and 5,000 subordinates, when had he ever been so ignored? The actions of the Straw Hats have obviously touched his bottom line. His golden armor suddenly made a mechanical sound, and soon a large number of cannon barrels and barrels were revealed from his armor. If you don't want to talk, then don't do it again in this life. The angry Crick used his last bit of strength to roar fiercely. But just when he was about to activate the firing mechanism. Numbing electric shock. Stab. A golden electric light suddenly cut through the void, descending on Click's body like a smart little snake. He, who was already weak, was instantly pierced by lightning, and his hair stood on end. Under the effect of absolute paralysis, Pirate Admiral Click rolled his eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. Leader Crick! Ajin yelled in panic and worry. But before he could raise his head, the same electric light suddenly enveloped his body, sending him into the footsteps of Crick. Nami retracted the weather stick. Patted her palms gently to disperse the light smoke caused by the lightning passing by, and then made an okay gesture to Chihong, who was looking over. Just leave this place to us with confidence. You have more important things to do, right? Yet. Chihong nodded calmly, then raised the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself. What a reassuring partner. As Sanji and others were busy for a while, the seawater on Luffy's body quickly evaporated. Without the restraint of Dahai, he immediately came back to life. Wow! It really scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Luffy swayed, with a bright smile on his face, completely unable to show that he had just been in danger. Ha ha ha! Chihong joked. If you die so easily, then I really have to think about it. Is there something wrong with my brain? That's why I left the good Maginot alone and ran out to become your vice-captain. Thanks to the pain of, the lazy guy who loves reading, Book Friend 20230224690546, and why reading is not fun for your monthly ticket support. 10 long? Duncan 5678? Muyuge? 201704271239062226, GD_Angel? 6? _CE? 201807071657000342? 0? 2? 202209271538570036? 1? Deft? R? I? 201704271239062226? 201809031006368877? 202210112128411732? 123? Z. Thank you all. Chapter 66, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well, Croaking, please read it. Page 12. Maginot? What does it have to do with her? Luffy looked confused. He was so naive that he couldn't understand the meaning of Chihong's words. But soon, he changed his subject. Never mind. Chihong, you said there will be a chance for us to become stronger quickly. Is that true? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Chihong smiled calmly, showing her shining and white teeth, which was very convincing. At least to Luffy. Luffy put his hands behind his head and said relaxedly. Of course I believe you. I'm just a little excited. A world-class strong man, if I can defeat them, I shouldn't be far away from becoming the Pirate King, right? Well. Chihong looked slightly hesitant. If it's only to this extent, it probably won't work. If even Usopp can defeat them, then you can almost become the Pirate King. Hey? You want this? Luffy looked slightly disappointed, but he didn't feel that what Chihong said was impossible. After all, he is Luffy's partner, and there is a trainer named Chihong as his vice-captain. He believes that his future partners will definitely become strong men who can stand alone. All that matters is time. Looking at Usopp pushing a wheelchair out, Luffy grinned. If you say that, I want Usopp to work hard. So good. Chihong smiled indifferently, very happy to see his captain able to help him squeeze out the potential of the crew. Soon after, Before Barati's chefs and the tourists in the nearby sea could recover from the shock of Luffy destroying the battleship with one punch, a coffin-shaped boat glowing with green fire slowly emerged from behind the wreckage of the battleship. On the small boat, a man with sharp eyes like an eagle raised his head, looked at the damaged battleship, and then looked at the direction of the melee. He suddenly spoke and said calmly with a hint of regret. "The toy I finally found to pass the time seems to have been broken. Brother Soran, that man is..." On board the melee, Johnny and Joseph were immediately shocked when they saw the visitor, and pointed forward with moved expressions. And Zoro had already cast his gaze over, staring straight at that man. "That's right." At this moment, Zoro's throat rolled and he felt his beating heart. He immediately answered with trembling hands. "He is the man I am looking for. Although I have already received a notification from Chihong." But when the goal he had been pursuing suddenly appeared in front of him, Zoro couldn't help but trembled in his heart. The scene of the agreement with Guyuna under the moonlight appeared in his mind involuntarily. The melee drove slowly towards the direction of Hawkeye. After arriving near Hawkeye's boat, Soran immediately jumped onto the wreckage of the battleship. I saw him put on his turban, and a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist, and raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a young and arrogant smile. "The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Joricole my hawk. I went to see you. You're very free, right? Come and compete with me." Under the scorching sun, the three long knives flashed with blazing light. Zoro invited in a tone that could not be refused. "Okay." And his voice also successfully attracted Hawkeye's attention. In an instant, the entire sea suddenly became quiet. Sanji on the Mary lights a cigarette. Although we have a general understanding of Soran's dream through Johnny and Joseph's explanation. But when he saw Soran inviting Hawkeye to fight without hesitation, his pupils trembled subconsciously for a moment. "Challenge me." Hawkeye lowered his head and made a steady voice, "What is your goal?" Soran replied without hesitation, "Beyond you. Become the strongest. The sea breeze blows, and waves pass through this quiet sea area." "Humph!" Hawkeye let out a chuckle, "How stupid." Having said that, he finally stepped off the boat and came to the opposite side of Soran. Then, just like the original plot, he took out a cross knife from his chest. "I can feel that your swordsmanship has indeed improved slightly. But if this alone makes you think you are qualified to challenge me, that would be a little too ridiculous." Hawkeye obviously has no interest in fighting weaklings. He raised the palm-sized knife in his hand, with a look of disdain in his eyes. "Sorry. This is already the smallest knife I have." Zoro frowned. Although this was also included in the future described by Chihong, when everything actually happened, he still felt unhappy inside. But in an instant, he smiled relievedly. "Really? Then I hope you can persist, but never. Don't take out your black knife." Stab! Dazzling lightning suddenly bloomed on Soran's body, covering his whole body like a piece of golden armor. The next second, Zoro looked up. The originally resolute eyes turned into ferocious beasts at this moment, looking at everything in front of them greedily and cruelly. Without giving the scornful Hawkeye any chance to prepare, he bowed directly. "Three swordsman-style thunder blade Ryaga." Ouch! There is no prelude. The power of thunder and lightning wrapped around Soran's body suddenly expanded, forming a roaring and ferocious dragon head, attacking towards the direction of Eagle Eye. At the same time, a slight pressure suddenly invaded Hawkeye's mind. It was Zoro's characteristic feeling of oppression. Hey? This feeling. Feeling the aura released from Soran, Hawkeye's eyes finally changed at this moment. You can't go wrong. Although this feeling of oppression is still very slight, it is definitely something that can happen only once in a million people, domineering and domineering. Interesting. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth suddenly curved. Although he was a little surprised, there was no pause in the movements of his hands. Broke in. Just a slight thrust forward, without any fancy special effects or any unnecessary movements. Chapter 67 The battle has just begun, please read it. The eagle-eyed man standing there looked at the top hat that fell on the deck, his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Looking at the wound on Sauron's chest that became more serious due to the struggle, Hawkeye slowly drew out the long cross knife behind him. The gorgeous handle is inlaid with bright jewels, indicating its supreme grade. The pitch-black T-shaped blade with heavy flowers was illuminated by the sun, but there was no trace of blade light, as if it swallowed up all the light, leaving it eternal. This is the supreme sharp knife that only has 12 in the world, Black Knife Knight. It seems that I underestimated this weakest sea. Hawkeye suddenly sighed, then raised his head suddenly, looking directly at Sauron with his sharp eyes like an eagle. "Boy, tell me your name." Zorro raised the corners of his mouth, and regardless of his injuries, he directly held the two swords in his hands in front of him. Brilliant lightning burst out from his body again, turning the three long knives into thunder blades. "The Straw Hat Pirates, Roranoa Zorro. Long-lost strong man. I will remember your name." An energetic aura suddenly surged from Hawkeye's body, making his windbreaker rustle. At this moment, he has recognized Zorro's identity as a swordsman. Therefore, he must also take an equal stance to face this young challenger. The strong sea breeze suddenly blew by, like the starting gun in a game. In an instant, Sauron and Hawkeye on the deck suddenly started to move. Thunder shines. Zorro was the first to use his force, the secret of three sword styles 3000 worlds thunder coming. Boom! As the blade in Sauron's hand cut through the void, terrifying lightning suddenly exploded and spread across the entire deck, forming a thunder field that enveloped Sauron and Hawkeye. Stab! Endless thunder and lightning power flashed onto Hawkeye's black knife, and then quickly spread towards Hawkeye's body. Feeling the slight numbness in his hands, Hawkeye's expression changed again, and he felt a moment of surprise in his heart. This thunder and lightning can actually break through the domineering energy and affect my body. As we all know, powerful haki can break through the effects of all fruit abilities. Therefore, real strong people will never be afraid of strange fruit abilities. But just now, Hawkeye could clearly feel the thunder making his body stiffen. Although it only lasted for a moment and disappeared quickly, this also broke his long-term understanding. "It seems that there is a secret hidden in you that I don't know about." Hawkeye's eyes flashed with curiosity and excitement. However, all this happened in an instant and did not affect the duel between the two swordsmen. The weak numbness quickly disappeared. Hawkeye also held a black knife and stepped forward to meet Sauron's attack. Stimulated by the power of thunder, Zorro's explosive speed is comparable to the Navy's 6th style shave. But Hawkeye on the other side just stepped on it casually and burst out faster than Sauron. The two of them crossed each other, maintaining the stance of wielding swords against each other. Clang! A crisp sound of the clash of gold and silver echoed throughout the sea. At this moment, the world suddenly became quiet. What happened? Everyone on the Melee and Barades chefs all looked up, curiously watching this shocking battle. The moment Zorro was almost pierced through the heart by Hawkeye with a knife, brothers Sanji and Johnny, who had just boarded the boat, were already nervously clenching the railing of the boat. Even Usopp and Nami, who were well prepared, were so frightened by this scene that they couldn't help but close their eyes. Relatively speaking, of the people present, only Chi-Hong and Luffy could still look at the situation in front of them seriously. When Zorro and Hawkeye were fighting each other, Luffy couldn't help but clenched his fists, eager to step forward to help his crew. But he finally endured it. Because this is Sauron's own challenge. No one has the right to interrupt this showdown until he acknowledges the result. Pang! At this moment, the battlefield changed again, as if time had stood still. I saw two fine long knives in Sauron's hands suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. And a huge gash opened in Sauron's chest, and blood spurted out. Puff! Zoro knelt on one knee, his eyes dark. Lost! He took out the word, from his mouth, carefully put it into the scabbard, and then laughed to himself. Is this the most powerful force in the world? I knew this would be the result a long time ago, but I didn't expect that I still find it difficult to accept it. Zoro turned around and opened his arms to Hawkeye in relief. What? Hawkeye looked up in shock, only to see Sauron grinning, and then said the classic line. The scars on the back are a swordsman's disgrace. Humph! Hawkeye smiled in recognition and murmured softly, amazing. The next moment, the heavy black knife suddenly swung down, and the sharp blade slashed Sauron's chest again, causing an X-shaped scar to appear on his body. Zoro, who had lost too much blood and was exhausted of physical energy, finally couldn't hold on under the impact of the slashing. His body fell backward and hit the worn deck. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but look worried. The Johnny brothers even shouted in horror, "Brother Zoro!" In their knowledge, no one could survive after suffering such injuries. But at this moment, an extremely hot aura suddenly appeared around the two of them. Is the battle over? Looking at Zoro, who was seriously injured, Nami asked worriedly. Although she has not yet experienced the disaster of the Dragon Pirates, she has now fully integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates, and regards Luffy, Red, and others as her most important partners. No. Upon hearing Nami's inquiry, Luffy next to him suddenly fisted his fist, his fighting spirit rising like a blazing flame, and then grinned. The battle has just begun. Chi-Hong, who was already sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Usopp and encouraged the two of them. This opportunity is very rare, let's experience it. The real power of this world. As he spoke, he raised the corner of his mouth, and a rare look of expectation appeared in his eyes. Usopp's legs were trembling, and he mustered up his energy and said, You have to, come on." Recalling the powerful combat power displayed by Hawkeye, he could not suppress the fear in his heart. He can still stand and even push Chi-Hong, which is already a huge improvement. Among the official members of the Straw Hat crew, only Sanji was still confused at this time. He looked at Chi-Hong and others curiously, wondering why Zoro was injured like that, but except for the kind-hearted Miss Nami, others didn't care at all. And just when he was hesitating whether to go forward and ask what the arrangements were, Chi-Hong suddenly turned her gaze to him and said with a smile, "Sanji, haven't you always been curious about what I am capable of as a trainer? Be prepared. Today, I will open your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, before Sanji could ask anything more, Chi-Hong tilted his head, lay down on the wheelchair and fell asleep. Sanji, who was holding a sparkling cigarette in his mouth, was stunned by this strange scene. But as if Chi-Hong's contemplation was a signal, Luffy, who had been waiting for a long time, took action quickly. He grabbed the railing of the boat with one hand and used a rubber ejection to fly towards the direction of Hawkeye and Sauron. Boom! Luffy's body suddenly fell into the deck, and he quickly struggled out. After shaking off the sawdust on his body, Luffy showed a bright smile, looked at the cheat sheet in his hand and laughed at Hawkeye. "Shishibukai Hawkeye, my hawk. I want to challenge you too." "Thank you, father, my love is like a mountain falling apart, treasure boss, dreams in the mist, the only God Yahweh." Book Friends 2017012018571795 1 Walk, Reader 15047639980153774008, Demon Sage, Sparse Star Minjayu, A. Karen's My Neighbor Totoro, The Icewing Emperor, Ziobai from the Tian Tian family, Qing Feng Reversing the Old Dream, Ordinary High-Level Play, No Coins, Looking for a Good Book to Read 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, Xiaoyu Jaeun's Monthly Ticket Support. Thanks to Book Friend 202208141939173999, Book Friend 202310720026544764, Huanya Bingtian Huan Xin Sword, Wendao Xin Dan, Book Friend 202106031617466594422233, Only You Don't Understand, Book Friend 2022500800491450, Dream Lost in a Corner, Crimson King, Quantum Reading, Yat, No, Ash's House, WZ_Shao, Spin, Twilight, People, Stars Disturbing the New World, Yuchen, Very, Unknown Diving Party, Book Friend 201807071657000342, Book Friend 20201213232329422738, Cold No Questions. Music Score, Yat, Hey Yat, Celebrating Monster, Book Friends 201711171953333760, Wandering Kong Diane, Arbitrary Eternity, Old Friends Passed Away, Yuxi and I, The Weary One Can't Return, Book Friends 2022508004914502, Fengzi 1, Selfless.ba, Hot Pot It's Delicious, Otherwise Silent, supported by GD_Angels recommendation vote. Chapter 68 The Correct Way to Use the Machine, please read it. Page 12. Okay. Looking at Luffy, who suddenly stepped forward to challenge, Hawkeye frowned for a moment. You must be this swordsman's partner, right? After seeing my power, you still dare to challenge me. How brave you are! But... Hawkeye paused, looked at Zoro, who was lying on the ground bleeding into a river, and reminded Luffy. Before challenging me, you should go see the swordsman first. He is a strong man in the future. I am looking forward to his growth, so I didn't want to kill him. Like Red Hair, Hawkeye also hopes to see outstanding young swordsmen rushing to the sea. The final slash he struck at Zoro was not so much a portrait of a victor as it was giving Zoro dignity as a swordsman. However, his good intentions did not receive the response he deserved. Zoran doesn't need me to worry about it. Luffy grinned playfully, interrupting Hawkeye. And as if to cooperate with his words, at this moment, Zoro, who was seriously injured, suddenly got up from the ground. Hey! Eagle Eyes looked stunned. This was the first time he showed a surprised look since he came here. You were able to stand up after suffering that level of injury. And the next second, he suddenly noticed that Zoran's wounds had completely healed before he knew it. Only the tattered clothes stained red by blood proved that what just happened was not Hawkeye's hallucination. Ah, I'm alive again. The awakened Zoro stretched his body, his eyes brighter than ever before. He quickly looked around, and then immediately found two ordinary long knives nearby, forming the three-sword style again. Then Zoran looked at Hawkeye again and said with his unique ventriloquism. In order to prevent my captain from being confused, let me explain it next, Mr. Mihawk. We know very well, what a gulf-like gap there is between our current strength and the world's top level. But it's rare to meet a strong person like you. It would be a pity to waste this opportunity just because of fear. So, I hope Mr. Mihawk can accept our challenge. Let's see the real world. I always feel like I've been tricked by you. Hawkeye's eyes suddenly condensed. Although he didn't know why Zoro, who was seriously injured, suddenly recovered. But anyway, he is very bored now, so he doesn't mind training these new pirates. Only... Eagle Eye suddenly raised his head. The words just said don't seem like they would come out of your mouth. So, who gave you this idea? Just from the swordsmanship shown by Zoran, he knew very well that Zoran could not be a man who would give in. Being able to say such gentle words not only flatters myself, but also makes me have to accept their challenge. There must be an expert behind it. Zoro grinned. Oh, he didn't let me tell you. Interesting. Hawkeye lowered his head and smiled, but raised the black knife yet again. I don't really want to know that much anyway. Hey! A heavy aura suddenly spurted out from Hawkeye's body, pressing down on Luffy and Zoro like a huge mountain, causing their expressions to suddenly become embarrassed. Zoro made a muffled sound due to the sudden change, and he could only use all his strength to stand up straight. Luffy on the other side, although his situation was slightly better, was obviously feeling a little uncomfortable under the pressure of this momentum. Hawkeye took a step forward instantly, and its terrifying pressure immediately became heavier. A pair of sharp eyes were also staring hard at Luffy and Zoro. He spoke again. "Be careful. Even I can't be merciful every time." Swish! A dark flash suddenly cut through the void, and the blade was pointed directly at the heads of Luffy and Zoro. Hawkeye raised his head and smiled with satisfaction at Luffy and Zoro, who were able to maintain fighting status despite the pressure of his overlord color. "But I don't think you need me to release the water, right?" "What?" Luffy smiled deeply and stared straight into Hawkeye. "Of course. Have courage." Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth. "I don't know what gave you the courage. But since you are the captain recognized by Soran, then let me see your capabilities." Swish! Without any warning, Hawkeye suddenly swung his knife forward. In an instant, a mighty slash flew out from the sharp blade. Zoro and Luffy were horrified. But fortunately, both of them had heard Chihong explain Hawkeye's strength, so they reacted extremely quickly and rolled to the ground, mysteriously dodging Hawkeye's flying slashes. The slash did not hit the target, but flew straight towards the distant sea. A few seconds later, boom! On the calm sea surface, a huge and smooth incision appeared. Its shape is exactly the same as Hawkeye's slash. The waves rolled violently in an instant, like howling after being injured. "Are you kidding? Just a casual blow like that?" Soran stood up in embarrassment and saw the scene on the sea in the distance, and his eyes flashed instantly. He immediately realized. The confrontation between Hawkeye and him just now was just a small fight. "It's really sad." He showed a self-deprecating smile again. But the next second, lightning suddenly appeared on his body. 100,000 volts of electrical energy attached to the long knife again under its control. And when he turned around, he also saw Luffy's legs surging like air pumps. The next moment, his body suddenly seemed to be boiling, spewing out a large amount of steam. Second gear. Luffy looked up suddenly. The battle officially begins at this moment. Swish! After entering second gear, Luffy's speed became even more terrifying, and his figure suddenly appeared behind Hawkeye as if teleporting. Rubber jet pistol. With a whoosh, a blazing fist flew towards Hawkeye's back, with a layer of armed domineering attached to it. And Soran was not far behind. Even though he knew the gap was huge, he still wielded the long sword. Chapter 69. See yourself clearly and understand the world. The battle is in full swing. Under Hawkeye's more powerful slashes, Luffy and Zoro could be said to be helpless. However, Eagle Eye has obviously discovered their intentions from their actions. What a challenge! These two guys completely regarded him as a good old man's temporary teacher. Hawkeye felt a surge of emotion in his heart. But he was obviously full of pride, but he didn't resent Luffy and Zoro's behavior at this time. After all, the progress of these two people really surprised him. Just like he would choose to use a knife to deal with Soran before. In his eyes, the behavior of a lion hunting a rabbit with all its strength is completely stupid and beastly behavior. In comparison, he prefers to use minimal effort to complete the operation. This is also Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Do everything to the extreme, use the least amount of force to create the most powerful slash, and don't waste a single moment. But as time went by, he discovered that his slashing power was gradually increasing. And this also indicates Luffy and Zoro are gradually becoming stronger. What a terrible young man! Hawkeye sighed in his heart, but the movements of his hands suddenly became heavier. Under the weight of the sharp slash, the double blades in Zoro's hand were instantly hit on his chest, and his whole body flew backwards. Luffy, who tried to sneak attack from behind again, soon followed in his footsteps. "Luffy, are you okay?" Zoro, who was the first to struggle out of the rubble, quickly asked to his side. "I'm fine." Under the broken boards, Luffy's clear answer came immediately. The next second, he suddenly smashed the wooden board and jumped out of the cabin. Looking at the scars on his body extending from his chest to his waist, he suddenly grinned. "As expected, it still hurts." "Of course." Zoro chuckled. Because he had just been cured once, he was not as embarrassed as Luffy. But that's all. After experiencing hundreds of resurrections, their will has become as strong as a rock. And under the constant confrontation with Hawkeye, they can clearly feel that their strength is gradually getting stronger. Perhaps it was Hawkeye's intention, but Zoro felt that every slash he made seemed to be controlled just right. Just enough to hurt them, but not kill them. It sounds a bit embarrassing to say it, but it is the truth. Until now, Hawkeye has only fought guidance battles with them, and has never used real enemy control methods. "It's so helpless I can't even force the other party's true strength." Zoro felt infinite guilt because of his weakness. But thinking about what Chihong said just now, that he had indeed become stronger, his eyes couldn't help but burst out with endless flames of war. Wasn't it just that he was chopped to the verge of death several times? If this can make you stronger, that's really great. The next moment, Soran's eyes immediately focused on the black knife in Hawkeye's hand. Chihong said, "The top swordsmen in this world all have the ability to blacken their swords with their armament and domineering. If possible, I must observe that black knife more. Maybe that will be your opportunity to master the armed color domineering power." Zoro is convinced of this. After all, after being struck by the black knife hundreds of times, he already felt that there seemed to be a force about to move within his body. Then maybe it's your own armed color domineering. Thunder shines again. Luffy and Zoro attacked Hawkeye again. The battle has lasted for more than an hour so far. On average, both of them were seriously injured 1 to 2 times every minute. The pain involved is simply impossible for ordinary people to bear. But for Luffy and Zoro, they care more about the gains from this battle than the pain. At this time in the Pokémon list of the Red Machine, Luffy and Zoro's levels have suddenly reached levels 49 and 40. After more than an hour of fighting, the two of them actually gained more than 1 experience points each. With a huge infusion of experience points, Luffy successfully improved by 1 level. Soran, who was at a lower level, was directly upgraded by 2 levels. This is only an hour. But this improvement speed is several times faster than leveling up in the game world. No wonder Luffy's strength increased dramatically after a few battles with Mr. Kai, and he even awakened his hidden fruit abilities. In addition, don't look at it in front of Hawkeye, Luffy and Zoro are like toys, being beaten around. But Luffy's current strength is comparable to that of a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters. Of course, it refers to the weaker vice admiral. After all, vice admiral of the Navy headquarters is already the highest military rank below the admiral. The water here is too deep. Even if they are both lieutenant generals, their strength will be extremely different. Excluding unexpected characters like Garp and Crane, the powerful Vice Admiral is as powerful as the Imperial Vice Admiral and has no fear of the Shishibukai. The weaker Lieutenant General is only as strong as a pirate with a bounty of 3 million. This strength may only be slightly stronger in the Great Sea Route where there are many strong men, but in the East China Sea, the weakest sea, it is already invincible. Oh my god! I saw that right. Is this really something human beings can do? Looking at the shattered wreckage of the battleship, chop waves, lightning, and thunder, and giant palms appeared from time to time. All the chefs in the Barity restaurant fell into a state of sluggishness. Even the well-informed Jeepu was clinging to the windowsill with an expression of disbelief. In the East China Sea, red-footed Tetsuo's name is enough to scare most pirates. But in the final analysis, he is just a pirate who was defeated from the Grand Line. He has never seen a battle of this scale. Even if this is just an after-dinner activity that Hawkeye uses to kill boring time. Unfortunately. Although Hawkeye is also looking forward to how far Luffy and Zoro will eventually grow. But his identity is, after all, a pirate. In order to prevent his own performance from being lowered, he even attracted a lot of guys who wanted to find him for free guidance battles. Hawkeye has decided it's time to end this teaching game. It's getting late. Suddenly, Hawkeye spoke suddenly. And the next second, wow! The dark domineering force suddenly extended from Hawkeye's arm and spread directly to the black knife. In an instant, turquoise lightning emerged around the blade, causing it to instantly exude a powerful and mysterious aura. Seeing this scene, Zoro's beast-like intuition instantly made his hair stand on end. He quickly stopped Luffy, who was about to attack. Nice insight. Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth and showed a satisfied smile. And then, he suddenly raised the black knife in his hand, his momentum surged, and he said, "It's time to end this battle. Young pirates, see yourself clearly and understand the world. Then move forward bravely and become stronger. The world is waiting for you." Wow! A turquoise slash that seemed to cut off the world suddenly flew out from the blade glowing with electric light, and struck Zoro and Luffy. The slashes grew bigger and bigger in their eyes, until they occupied their entire world. "Thanks for the 5,000-point reward from the guy who named me. Many thanks. Thank you for your monthly and recommended support." Chapter 70 The Final Blow, please follow up. Overlord Color and Domineering Entanglement. Although it is still extremely weak, in order to let Luffy and Zoro see the doorway here as clearly as possible, so that they can understand how to move forward in their future path. Hawkeye made an exception and used the fighting skills only used by top experts in this tiny East China Sea. At this moment, the world instantly dimmed. The mighty slashes bloomed with the only light in the world, and suddenly fell on Luffy and Zoro. What? Without any surprise, the two of them were instantly knocked out by this terrifying blow and fell straight into the sea. "Sanji, go save them." Seeing this scene, Chihong immediately reminded Sanji, who was completely stunned. And he entered the game world again and provided quick first aid to the two of them. Although Hawkeye still held back his attack at the last moment, but even so, for Luffy and Zoro at this time, it was a world-class slash that could cost them their lives if they were not careful. Boom! The fiery slash that passed over Luffy and Zoro suddenly flew into the sky and exploded suddenly in the sky. The mighty impact swept across the entire world, the sea water surged, and the clouds dispersed. There was a pop. Sanji, who had no time to appreciate such a spectacular sight, quickly fell into the water. A few minutes later, they saw Sanji holding Zoro and Luffy up from the sea with one hand at a time. Under Chihong's treatment, the two of them are now in good health. But the blow that Hawkeye just struck completely shocked their hearts, making them unable to recover for a long time. On the rough sea, Hawkeye has stood back on his coffin boat. With the help of the power of the waves, he quietly left the sea just as he came. However, when he suddenly looked back, his eyes fell on Chihong, who was controlling the waves to rescue Sanji and others beside the rail of the Mary. The power to control sea water, and the ability to recover like the god of time recast. This young pirate group is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The sea in the future will finally become interesting. Hawkeye sighed softly to himself, and followed the boat away from the sea. At the same time, aboard the Melee. "Ha! I thought I was going to die." Luffy, soaked in sea water, stuck out his tongue and lay on the deck in a state of embarrassment like a drowned dog, not wanting to move at all. Zoro held the already sheathed Wado Ikimonji and knelt on one knee next to Luffy. Even though all his physical strength had been restored by Chihong, the mental shock still made it difficult for him to calm down, and he was breathing heavily. The slash that seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth, and the momentum that was enough to make the sky retreat. Is this the strongest power in the world? Soran murmured in shock. Sanji on the side was wet, but he was still standing tall and straight beside the ship's rail. He slowly opened a pack of brand new cigarettes and held one in his mouth. However, because the lighter was soaked in water, he failed to light it after several attempts. Finally, he had no choice but to let go, but he focused his gaze on Zoro. Is that your goal? Ah! Zoro groaned. For some reason, he always felt displeased with this perverted cook. But considering that this was the new partner that Luffy and Red found, he didn't show his inner thoughts too obviously. What's more, he just jumped into the sea to save himself. Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly and he replied seriously, "That's right." As he spoke, he stood up suddenly, raised the word Wado Yumo in his hand, and looked far away in the direction where Hawkeye left. Sooner or later, I will use this knife in my hand to defeat him completely. Sanji's eyes trembled slightly, and he finally lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. Is it really possible to do it? Such a scary guy. Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? Zoro suddenly looked surprised and turned to look at Sanji with a puzzled look on his face. The look on his face seemed to be saying, "How dare you get on this ship if you don't even have this level of awareness?" He turned around suddenly, put Hideo Yuan back on his waist again, and walked towards the training area. After walking a few meters, he suddenly stopped, nodded slightly and turned his back to Sanji and said, "If your ambition is not big enough, I suggest you leave this ship as soon as possible. This is good for everyone." "Ah, bastard, what did you say?" Sanji was instantly angered by Zoro's inexplicable ridicule. But Zoro instead grinned, showing an arrogant look that didn't bother to talk to you. Humph. Then he stepped forward and left alone. "Hey! Green algae-headed bastard! Please explain it to me." Sanji, who was ignored, continued to shout. He was about to step forward and have a erotic Mortal Kombat match with Zoro. At this moment, Chi Hong suddenly appeared and stopped the angry Sanji. Okay. Now that Hawkeye has left, it's time for us to set sail. Sanji, say goodbye to Barity." The red words instantly extinguished the anger in Sanji's heart. He slowly turned his gaze back to Baraty's direction. And as if they had a telepathic connection, GP and the chefs also looked over at this time. But compared to the reluctance they felt when parting before, their eyes were all filled with shock at this time. Only GP's expression was slightly better. Who would have thought that such an outrageous pirate group would appear in the East China Sea? Even if Luffy and Zoro were beaten by Hawkeye all the time, even if they only caused some damage to Hawkeye's clothes from beginning to end. But this still can't change the strength of Luffy and Zoro that can shock the East China Sea. Also, they have been on the verge of death countless times, but always miraculously recovered completely. Such methods have made GP realize Sanji is really on an incredible ship. In this way, under the gazes of both parties, the melee slowly sailed away from Barity and headed towards the next target, Nami's hometown, Coco West Village. To be honest, after seeing the battle between Hawkeye and Luffy Zoro, Nami has become less and less concerned about the dragon pirates. In her opinion, the outcome of this group of fishmen is already a certainty. In comparison, she has more important things to do now. On the endless sea. Not long after the melee left Barity, Nami came to the Usopp factory next to the rudder alone. "Usopp, is it really impossible to increase the output power of the weather rod? I have now learned the 100,000 volt move, which can release super strong electric energy in an instant, but the hot and cold bubbles that the weather stick can release are still too slow. This one." Usopp scratched his head in embarrassment as he looked at the weather stick in Nami's hand that had been rejected even though it had only been freshly baked for a few days. In fact, he could understand Nami's mood at this time. Just like he is now trying to improve the Bucky bomb. After witnessing a battle of that level, no one would want to stay where they are and become their partner's tail. Everyone is becoming stronger in their own way. But as the saying goes, a good woman cannot make a meal without rice. With the materials on hand and the limitations of the weather rod's size, the current form is already the best work Usopp can create. After thinking for a moment, Usopp said hesitantly, "Everything else is easy to say. With my skills, I can create even the most sophisticated devices. The key question is, you can't find more powerful materials in those merchant ships. If I can find a material that contains more energy, I might be able to upgrade and improve the current weather stick. Or..." Usopp's tone suddenly stopped. Nami quickly asked expectantly, "What else?" Usopp raised his head. "Such a material may be difficult to find in the East China Sea. Why don't you go ask Shi Hong and see if he has any ideas? After all, that world is so magical, maybe there will be a solution. Thank you for your support and support." "Many thanks." 201808111120300784 202211041507299948 94,449, Sleeping Thousands of Tired Books, Monster Trace, Ji Feng Taoist of the Jade Flower Immortal Dynasty of Zhu Xia 10,000 Nations, SWG, God Burial Commandment, Ordinary High Play, Dried Salted Fish, All Living Beings OL, Eternal Moon Emperor, Wind God's Disciples, Nahi Bridge Oath, The Wind with White Hair and Burning Eyes, I Admire Your Way of Thinking, /SE, Phantom, My Favorite Cold-Blooded Apocalypse, Uchiha Yeming, Du, Book Friends 201704271236906226, Book Friends 201905251312578882, Yilin's Lair, Swinging Waves, Turbulent Waves, Caribbean Leopard, Book Friends 202203232225245551, Reader 15359516807874888768, Holding Wine to Persuade the Setting Sun to Drink a Jar of Wine Alone, Lucky Life, Omega, The Ignorant and Curious Sun, randomly named Zing, WZ_Shao, I have been thinking about a name for a long time, Book Friend 1611061220570048, Meng Dan's monthly ticket support, thank you all for your recommendation votes. Although I have struggled a lot in the past 2 days, I quote a famous quote from one of the top 100 internet celebrities, I think, this is a good thing. Chapter 71 Combat Armor, please read. A material containing super energy. Chi Hong, who had just finished explaining the trainer-related matters to Sanji, looked at Nami in front of her in surprise. After learning that Nami wanted to upgrade the weather stick, Chi Hong couldn't help but rub her chin. Speaking of which, there are indeed many items in the Pokemon world that meet your conditions. Really? Nami's eyes flashed suddenly, looking at Chi Hong expectantly. It's just... There was a hint of embarrassment in the red eyes, I don't know if those things are useful. And it will take a lot of time to bring them into the real world. Speaking of items containing energy, the first thing that comes to mind is the various basic elemental evolution stones that can help Pokemon evolve, such as Fire Stones, Water Stones, Thunder Stones, etc. These attributes happen to meet the requirements for using Nami's weather stick. But having said that, there are a lot of magical items in the game world. If only we could find a way to bring Arceus's tablet to the pirate world. Wouldn't it be possible to easily create weapons comparable to ancient weapons? I remember that the shopping mall in Yahung City should sell evolution stones with regular attributes. I can exchange them for a few pieces and see if Usopp can use them. A thought flashed in Chi Hong's heart, and she nodded to Nami and said, After the dragon pirates are destroyed, I will help you research it. Don't worry, even if the items in the Pokemon world are not good, there are still many resources that can be used in the Grand Line. No need to rush. Really? Nami's eyes instantly flashed with joy. That's really great. I don't know when she started, but she no longer cared about the name of the dragon pirates in her heart. Instead, she became more interested in things that could make her stronger. I didn't have the ability before. But now, Nami just wants to say. Fighting is fun. I couldn't have accidentally turned Nami into a violent woman who likes to fight. Seeing Nami jumping up and down and turning away, Hong Hong couldn't help but start to worry in her heart. But Nami's question just reminded him. In fact, a long time ago, Chi Hong had already planned on various mysterious props in the Pokemon game. It was a pity that the mechanism of carrying props was cancelled in the version of Pokemon, Peel/Pokemon, so he could only hope to go to other versions of the game world to find carrying props after clearing the game world. In the Pokemon game, some carrying props can be said to be extremely terrifying for Pokemon's growth. He really wanted to see whether these special props would still have such perverted effects after they came to the pirate world. Of course, these are all things for later. After sending Nami away, Chi Hong's consciousness suddenly changed and she focused her attention on the top of the game console screen. Click on the Pokemon list. A blonde Q-version villain with a cigarette in his mouth and wearing a black suit suddenly appeared behind the Usopp icon. It's the Pokemon image of Sanji, who just learned the identity of the Red Trainer. Because of the endorsements of Luffy and Zoro, Sanji almost didn't hesitate at all, and quickly recognized the identity of Crimson's trainer, and was able to appear in Crimson's Pokemon list. Click to view. Sanji's attribute list suddenly popped up. Pokemon. Vinsmoke Sanji. Level, 32. Gender, convex. Character, gentle, plus special defense attack. Attributes, fighting, flame. Characteristics, combat armor, the body becomes extremely tough, without any weaknesses. Skill, none. Experience value, 0/3169. HP, 123. Physical attack, 96. Physical defense, 95. Special attack, 74. Special defense, 92. Speed, 109. Hey! Looking at Sanji's attribute interface, a look of doubt flashed across his red eyes and he murmured softly. Combat armor? Is it because he has the ability to hide an exoskeleton in his body, so the machine is given this feature? The characteristics of Pokemon can be seen as the first golden finger effect brought by the machine to Red's friends. Don't look at it. Usopp's escape and Nami's pickup have not been used in the real world. However, when the machine was first turned on, Chi Hong was clearly informed. As long as you enter the game world once, these characteristics and effects that did not exist before will appear on the Pokemon. Usopp didn't have a chance to use it at all. As for Nami, Chi Hong guessed that she might have stayed on the melee for a long time, which meant that the number of steps in the game was not refreshed, so the special effect of picking up was never triggered. Luffy's regenerative power and Zoro's sense of oppression have both been reflected in the real world. During those few days in Psylocke village, every time Luffy was exhausted from training, he would immediately become more energetic as long as he took a short rest. It is simply synonymous with sit-ups. As for Soran's sense of oppression, it has been reflected in battles many times, and was even mistaken by Hawkeye as a precursor to the activation of Overlord's domineering energy. So, Sanji's characteristic effect is to make the body hard and without any weaknesses. Which means that after turning on the characteristic, even if he is hit in the eyes, internal organs, anus, or even the penis, the damage he will receive will be no different from being hit on other parts of the body. This characteristic seems to be surprisingly powerful. Chi Hong stared at Sanji's attribute interface and thought about it in her mind. For his dual attribute combination of fighting and fire, it did not exceed Chi Hong's expectations. However, the power hidden in Sanji's body can give him monster-level defense and recovery capabilities after awakening. Now with the blessing of this ability to eliminate weaknesses, Sanji in the future will definitely become the blazing knight at the forefront of the Straw Hats. Powerful combat power coupled with monster-like defense. The wings of the king seem to have taken shape. His red eyes flashed, full of expectations for the future of the Straw Hat Pirates. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. There was clearly a battle that could be recorded in the history of the Straw Hats only at noon, but by the afternoon, everyone was already doing the training that should be done, the scientific research that should be done. Except for Sanji, who had just boarded the ship and was still looking for his place in the Straw Hats, everything was calm again. In the afternoon, Chihong also called Johnny and Joseph to the deck alone. After explaining the trainer's words to two of them, they were successfully registered in the Pokémon list. But these two guys are, after all, just ordinary people with some fighting skills. Not only are the attributes all the same, but even the characteristics are Yuzuoru and staggering, which are of little use. One effect is that it will increase the movement speed on rainy days, and the other is that when the head is not clear, it will be easier to dodge enemy attacks. It doesn't have much direct help in the battle. As for their two attributes, they are even pitifully low. Not to mention comparing with Luffy and Zoro, even compared with Usopp Nami, they are far apart. These two guys are destined not to stay on the Merry for long and continue their adventures with Luffy and the others. What's more, they had no intention of becoming pirates in the first place. However, although they cannot be partners in the same boat, it is still possible to develop them into the Straw Hats talk in the East China Sea. After all, as pirates, Chihong and the others would have many things that were inconvenient to deal with. And there will be no problem with the loyalty of the two Johnny brothers. So in the afternoon, Chihong taught the two of them the two general skills of headbutt and treasure gathering technique. And told Johnny and Joseph his thoughts together. After seeing the strength of the Straw Hats, the benefits of accepting Red, and having the relationship with brother Zoro, the two naturally accepted this part-time job happily. At this time, they were rowing a makeshift boat on the Meili, taking Click and Ajin, who were tied into rice dumplings, towards the naval base in Rog Town. Thanks to Boss Diavolo, who can't die even if he wants to die, for your reward and support. Many thanks. Thanks to Jian Lan, open the door and close the blade, dream of the earth exploding, and I am just a lazy monthly ticket supporter. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Keep asking for votes, please pursue reading, please ask for everything. Chapter 72, The Rising Mushroom Egg, please follow up. East China Sea, Konami Islands waters. Here is a small human community consisting of about 20 villages. Each village does not have a clear village chief or talker. In contrast, there are peace officers elected by the villagers to maintain the security of the village. In addition, the entire sea area is within the jurisdiction of the 16th Navy Branch. Logically speaking, this should be a quiet and peaceful place. However, just 8 years ago, because of a group of pirates who were released from prison, this place completely turned into a gathering place of suffering and misfortune. When will this day end? The depressed Cocoa West Village. A skinny bookstore proprietress tremblingly took out hundreds of thousands of Baileys and handed them into the hands of a strange-looking fishman. Looking at the fishman's back as he left, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Once upon a time, she was also an obese person who was troubled by the problem of 3 heights. But since the arrival of the dragon pirates, the entire village has become lifeless. I heard that last month another village was wiped to the ground by the Murlocs because of rebellion. This is already the 4th village that has completely disappeared. Hundreds of lives have been lost at the hands of evil people. And if this continues, no one knows whether they will become the next victim. God, please save us. Let God punish those damn beasts. The bookstore proprietress folded her hands and prayed to the sky. And at this moment, it seemed that the gods heard her prayers. Boom! Under the shocked gaze of the bookstore proprietress, a violent explosion suddenly resounded through the sky and spread throughout the entire Konami Islands waters. Immediately afterwards, blazing flames rose into the sky along with a huge mushroom cloud. All of a sudden, all the residents in the nearby sea area poked their heads out of their homes and looked in the direction of the rising mushroom cloud in fear. In Koko West Village, Nami's sister Noki Takamoto is observing the fishman pirates with Sheriff Takeru to prevent them from causing trouble in the village. But the sudden change made the two of them look into the distance instantly. Then, isn't that the location of the Dragon Empire? What happened? Nokijo and Aegean looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the two immediately set off to check the situation in the area where the abnormality occurred. At the same time, outside the gate of the evil Dragon Empire, a large amount of black smoke was spouting from the gun barrel on the bow of the melee. Usopp, who helped Nami hold the barrel of the cannon, emerged from the bottom of the cannon with an explosive head on his head as if he had evolved into a black dragon. Surrounded by black smoke, he coughed violently a few times, then raised his head and looked ahead through the lookout port of the fort. "Wow!" Usopp shouted in shock. As expected of Usopp's special concentrated Bucky bombs developed by my uncle. The power is really amazing. This uncle is really a genius. The funny-looking Usopp looked at his feet and instantly laughed with his hands on his hips, his nose almost turned to the sky. Seeing this scene, Chi-Hong couldn't help but smile with approval on her face. "Not bad," he praised without reservation. "Although it is an improvement on the formula of Bucky bombs, but with this alone, Usopp, you really did not disappoint everyone." Looking at the mushroom cloud over the evil Dragon Empire, the corners of his mouth suddenly became even more raised. The memories from their bloodline make them unable to help but think of their old acquaintances in Hiroshima and Nagasaki every time they see such a scene. Of course, there is no comparison between Usopp's cannonballs modified by the Bucky gunpowder formula and the little boy. But no matter what, the power of this cannonball is already comparable to a blow from Luffy in third gear. It's easy to destroy a heavy naval battleship or something. As for the mere evil Dragon Empire, Nami. Chi-Hong turned around and saw Nami standing motionless behind the cannon, her bright eyes staring blankly at the Dragon Empire in the distance, which was like a purgatory on earth. The originally grand gate was completely gone at this time, and was shattered into powder under the baptism of gunfire. Even the surrounding walls collapsed. A huge pit suddenly appeared in the pool in the center of the evil Dragon Empire, and surging seawater was pouring into it crazily. Surrounding the pothole are the remains of a building burning with blazing flames. Looking around, the corpses of fishmen were scattered all over the ground. Some were directly bombarded by artillery shells into blood foam, while others were roasted at high temperatures and turned into dried fish. Even those who were lucky enough not to die were still rolling around with broken limbs and wailing. The scene must be as tragic as it is tragic. In order to allow Nami to experience the pleasure of personal revenge, Usopp specially gave Nami the task of lighting the fire. It can be said that the current tragic situation of the Dragon Empire is all caused by Nami. What? Nami, who was called by Red, seemed to have just come to her senses, and her eyes were bright again. But just when Chi-Hong thought she was thinking of something bad, when she was secretly feeling sad. However, Nami's fair face revealed an inexplicable flush. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and she said to Red and Usopp, "It's so cool. Red, Usopp, can I shoot you again?" You can see the tragic scene of the Murlocs unable to survive and desperate to die. This is a beauty that she has never dreamed of many times over the years. At this moment, Nami seemed to be possessed by a Yandere. Although she had a bright smile on her face, her hands were already clenched into tight fists. The hatred that had been squeezed for many years was finally wiped out, and the hardship and resentment in her heart were completely released. Red and Usopp were stunned for a moment by Nami's state. After a while, Chi-Hong finally spoke. "I don't have any objections. Cannonballs are meant for shooting." But Usopp sighed. Red's gaze turned and looked at Usopp, who looked embarrassed. I saw him scratching the back of his head in shame. Sorry, Nami. This is the first time I have made this kind of cannonball. I don't know how effective it will be. In addition, the material cost alone is hundreds of thousands of belly, so I didn't make any extra ones. What? Hundreds of thousands of baileys? When it came to such a sensitive topic as money, Nami instantly returned to her normal stingy state. She immediately looked at the miserable situation of the evil dragon empire and said angrily. Humph! It's really an advantage for them. Even death costs so much money. Ah, haha. Usopp, who didn't know what to say, could only laugh. Now is not the time to complain. At this time, Chihong suddenly interrupted, looking at somewhere in the ruins of the evil dragon empire and smiled. Your enemy has not completely disappeared yet. Following Hong's gaze, Nami immediately saw several embarrassed figures emerging from the ruins of the evil dragon empire. Surprisingly, it was Eren, the leader of the dragon pirates, and the two major cotters, Chu and Krub. Their luck is good. Due to the location, although he was caught in the fire of Usopp's special cannonball, he did not suffer too many injuries from the bombardment just now due to his physical strength. In comparison, Hachi, another leader of the dragon pirates, is not so lucky. When the shells landed, he was right in the center of the bombardment point. He was directly swallowed up by the flames and impact, and lost his life. Xiao Hachi. Salt roast. Xiao Wu. Eren, who was covered in dust, watched as his empire of nearly 10 years collapsed in an instant. A pair of ferocious eyes were instantly filled with blood, like an evil ghost from hell. The expressions of Ju and Krubi on the side were not much better. Looking at the corpses of their compatriots on the ground, their expressions were extremely ferocious. The blazing flames roasted the fishmen's corpses, emitting a strong aroma. The hateful-looking Eren roared furiously. Who did this? But at this moment, a girl's shout suddenly came from the sea outside the evil dragon empire, responding to his question. I did it. The sudden familiar voice immediately attracted the attention of the three fishmen. They immediately looked towards the source of the sound, but their eyes immediately froze. Nami. Thanks to Deoxyungpei, White Stocking Origami, Aoxy, and Poland Jingtao for their monthly support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please vote, please read. Chapter 73. It's your turn, please follow up. The bow of the Mary was where Luffy's special seat should have been. Nami, who was holding a weather stick, was glowing with golden lightning. Because of his extreme anger, his eyes turned cold and stared at Eren's three murlocs in the ruins. Eren! I'm here to take revenge on you. Nami suddenly let out an angry shout. Although her voice was softer, it seemed that the roar was not very loud, but the hatred contained in it had already reached the sky. At this moment, Nami's tense nerves finally couldn't bear it anymore. The death of her mother and the 8 years of grievance caused bitter tears to flow from the corners of her eyes, but they were quickly burned away by the power of thunder and lightning. Belmir, did you see it? Finally I can help you get revenge. Lightning flashed, and Nami, who activated the electric acceleration, jumped directly from the melee and used the effect of the move to move quickly on the building debris on the sea. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived at the land of the evil dragon empire, facing the three fishmen of the demon pirates alone. Is it really you, Nami? A look of surprise flashed across Eren's face, but then he was swallowed up by endless anger. Did you release that cannonball just now? He asked Nami. And Nami replied without hesitation, that's right. After 8 years, I can finally avenge Belmir and everyone in the village. Eren, your death has come. Stab! A bright electric light suddenly flashed from Nami's hands, and she suddenly danced the weather stick in her hand, and a large number of hot and cold bubbles flew out from both ends of the weather stick. At this time, everyone from the Straw Hats also came to the bow of the Mary. The slow waves pushed the melee forward, approaching the Dragon Empire. Usopp, who had returned to normal hair shape and skin color, held a small slingshot and asked worriedly. Do you really don't need us to go down? Those fishmen don't look easy to deal with. Even though she has been promoted to level 18 and has eaten many attribute candies that Nami cannot use, her strength has been greatly improved. But Usopp's character is destined to prevent him from seeing himself as a strong man. Need not. Luffy put one hand on his straw hat and looked at the confrontation between Nami and the fish people, with a smile on his face. This is Nami's wish. If we take action, maybe I'll be beaten all over my head by her. Luffy, who often makes Nami angry in his daily life, expressed his respect for Nami's fists. That's right, Usopp. Chi-Hong was also finishing his blows at the side and said. Don't underestimate Nami just because she is a girl. Be careful if she finds out, she will deduct your pocket money. Hey, I just care about my friends. Usopp quickly made a gesture of begging for mercy. Eager to grow into a true maritime warrior, he now needs a large amount of money to purchase materials to develop more powerful weapons and ammunition. Deduct pocket money? Wouldn't that cost him his life? Cha! Sanji, the old smoker, lit up a cigarette again, put it in his mouth and puffed away. He has a better insight into women than anyone else, and he clearly saw the moment when Nami cried. To actually make such a lovely Miss Nami cry, these fishmen really don't deserve to die. Is that the race of the deep sea, the fishmen? I don't know what it will look like when chopped down. Zoro stood at the outermost edge of the team, carrying a metal block on his back, and said while doing weight-bearing squats. After seeing the reality of the world, he was more eager to become stronger than anyone else. Coupled with the magical healing effects of the Elf Center, he doesn't have to worry about hidden diseases that may occur due to overtraining. So in the past few days, Zoro had been squeezing his body in an unacceptable way almost all the time. And it was precisely his curling energy that prevented the Straw Hats from even thinking about taking a short break. Everyone becomes the king of volume kings. Even Chi-Hong is using his original power to temper himself all the time. And just as everyone in the Straw Hats was talking and laughing, the battle in the evil Dragon Empire finally began. After learning that all of this was Nami's handiwork, the fish people's anger gushed out visibly. Damn humans! I should have killed all of you in the first place. Ju, the one with the worst temper, couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As a kissing fishman, he has the magical ventriloquist ability to spray water like a cannonball. But before he could finish his attack, Nami's figure suddenly transformed and magically disappeared from the spot. Then, her cold voice came. It's you who deserve the hell. Mirage. Use weather sticks to change the air density to achieve the desired refraction of light. This is a move that only Nami, who is extremely sensitive to various climates, can use. What? Nami's disappearance made the three fishmen present suddenly stunned. But before they could react, a shout suddenly came from beside Ju. Idiot! Where are you looking? 100,000 volts! Boom! A huge electric light suddenly tore through the void and appeared behind Ju out of thin air. Like the wrath of a god, it penetrated his whole body in an instant. What? Ju, who was shrouded in thunder and lightning, suddenly let out a heart-rending cry of pain. Eren and Kruby, who were startled by the sudden thunder, immediately took a step back. And by the time they reacted and wanted to save Ju, it was already too late. During the journey from Sea Restaurant Barity to the Dragon Empire, Nami's level has reached level 27. A 3-digit special attack value, coupled with Nami's endless hatred. This thunder and lightning was extraordinarily bright and dazzling than usual. In just a few seconds, Ju, shrouded in thunder, turned into a charred pout fish. It fell to the ground with a thud, emitting an aroma like grilled fish. Chirp! Kruby suddenly screamed. Eren was even more furious. Nami! I want you to die! He showed his sharp fangs, opened his hands and rushed towards Nami like a wild beast. Next second. Wow! With the resurrection of a breeze, Nami's figure once again turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the air. Aaron almost fell down after making an empty save. But just when he turned around to look for Nami, his pupils suddenly dilated. Careful! Krubi! Aaron suddenly looked panicked and shouted. Krubi, who has been practicing fishman karate for many years, instantly realized something when he heard this. He quickly exerted force on his legs, and relying on the fishman's terrifying physical fitness, he suddenly jumped up and left the place. The next second, Nami suddenly appeared there holding a blooming thunder and lightning stick. It is conceivable that if Krubi hadn't jumped away in time, he would have followed in Chiu's footsteps. Damn! Since when did this woman have such power? Is it a devil fruit? The shining thunder reminded Aaron of some bad memories. Thinking back then, he was casually and easily killed by a man under the dazzling light. However, just when Aaron and Crow breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they had escaped Nami's attack. But Nami smiled sweetly. Not bad reflexes. But a friendly reminder, today is a rainy day. Nami said in a newscaster-like tone. The next moment, a heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky, falling evenly on Krub's head. What? Krubi and Aaron were suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, they saw Nami raising the long stick in her hand, with an extremely cheerful smile on her face. Heavy rainy weather. After that, 100,000 volts. Stab it! The mighty thunder suddenly rushed into the sky like an angry beast. At some point, a layer of dark clouds had covered the sky above the evil dragon empire, blocking all the light. At this moment, Nami, who released the thunder, seemed to have become a god in this world and the only source of light in the world. Only, at this time, the god didn't seem to be in a very beautiful mood. Go to hell! Fishman! Boom! A shining pillar of thunder suddenly fell from the sky and pierced the sky with majestic momentum. Under Nami's control, the power of Pokémon's moves combined with the power of nature broke out into even more terrifying attacks. Along the direction of the rain falling, Krubi could not avoid it, and was instantly swallowed by the lightning. The roar of thunder mixed with the wails of pain echoed throughout the evil dragon empire. It was not until tens of seconds later that the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the thunder seemed to have lost its energy support and gradually extinguished. The sun once again shines on the evil dragon empire and Nami's body. Being soaked by the rain, she was even more lovely and charming than usual. Nami placed the weather wand behind her and walked up to the astonished Aaron on her cheap sandals. She slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of bright eyes that were so calm that it made people feel weird, and then smiled slightly. So, it's your turn next. Aaron. Thank you for your monthly ticket support from Ordinary Jon, Flame Armor, and Laxian. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please vote, please read. In addition, I posted the group account in the comment area. Everyone is welcome to come and remind me of the update. Chapter 74 The Wailing in the Sky Over the Evil Dragon Empire, please read it. Page 12. Impossible. How could you become so strong? After seeing Nami kill two of his subordinates with his own eyes, Aaron no longer dared to look down on Nami the way he used to. But at the same time, there were countless doubts surging in his heart. Even the power of the devil fruit cannot make Nami become so powerful in such a short period of time. Aaron, who escaped from the New World, knows very well. Although the devil fruit's abilities are vast, its effects are mainly related to the actual level of the user. Just like sugar, the childish fruit of the Don Quixote family. If just an ordinary person eats this fruit, he will never be able to use the childlike fruit to that extent like sugar. On the other hand, even without the ability of the childlike fruit, sugar would still have a high chance of becoming one of the codders of the Don Quixote family, but it would just not be as important as it is now. If it were just a devil fruit, it would be impossible for Nami to become so powerful. So, is the weapon in her hand amplifying her fruit ability, or does all power come from that weapon at all? Aaron, who thought he was experienced, immediately focused on the weather stick in Nami's hand. It can't be wrong. This damn woman has been using this rod to unleash something from the beginning. It must be the stick that is causing trouble. A vicious light suddenly flashed in Aaron's eyes, as if he had found Nami's fatal flaw. Facing Nami's shout, he immediately grinned, showing his sharp fangs, and let out a wild laugh that people didn't know how to evaluate. Nami, your weakness has been discovered by me. Weakness? Faced with Aaron's seemingly incompetent and furious roar, Nami just raised the corners of her mouth and let out a cold smile. It's ridiculous. You haven't even seen my full strength, how dare you say such a thing? What's even more ridiculous is... Nami's hands suddenly clenched the weather stick tightly, and her eyes became moist again. Belmir, how could he die in the hands of a piece of trash like you? Good childhood memories flooded into Nami's heart at this moment. Endless thunder suddenly flashed, and Nami quickly raised the weather stick in her hand, letting the power of thunder and lightning reach higher. But at this moment, there is a flaw. Even though his combat ability has become worse and worse due to years of enjoyment, at this moment Aaron still found a breakthrough at the critical moment of life and death. Taking advantage of the moment Nami raised the stick, his legs suddenly tightened and he stepped hard on the ground. Boom! Under Aaron's full strength, a spider web-like crack suddenly appeared on the broken masonry floor. And Aaron was like a torpedo flying underwater, attacking Nami's arm. Same on darts. Pfft! A burst of blood suddenly spurted out. Aaron suddenly bit Nami's left arm with his sharp teeth. Because of his race, his bite force is astonishing even among fishmen. It was precisely with this biting power that he was able to take the position of leader in the Sun Pirates. What? The sudden sting made Nami groan. But the next second, Aaron, who was in a half-crouching position, suddenly stood up. Taking advantage of his height advantage of more than 2 meters, he directly picked up Nami's slender body with his teeth. And then shook it hard. Boom! The injured Nami was suddenly thrown to the ground, and the weather stick in her hand also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Aaron immediately flew up and quickly kicked the weather stick far away. Immediately, he looked down at Nami on the ground like a winner, and sneered. Without that weapon, I wonder how you can be so arrogant this time. Miss Nami. On the merry, when he saw Nami being attacked, Sanji immediately screamed in worry, and even put one foot on the ship's railing, trying to jump over to rescue her. His eyes were gushing with blazing anger, as if he was going to burn Aaron with it. But at this moment, Luffy reached out and grabbed his ankle, stopping him from jumping. I saw the same worry in his eyes, but he said, Nami's battle isn't over yet, Sanji. Luffy. Sanji clenched his fists angrily, gritted his teeth and trembled for several seconds, but finally slowly released his hands. Although he is worried about Nami's situation, he knows how to respect women's choices. In fact, not only Sanji, but also everyone in the Straw Hats, except for their red faces, didn't look very good at this time. After all, how could they be happy seeing their partners being severely injured? As for Red, although he also felt sorry for the injured Nami, but in comparison, he has seen too many scenes of Nami being attacked in the game world. Electric shock, fire, collision, sneak attack. In order to become stronger quickly, Nami constantly challenges powerful Pokemon one after another. Although she will win in the end, she has already suffered countless scars during this period. Just because of the Elf Center, these injuries never left traces on her body. What's more, Chihong has a more intuitive way than anyone else to observe Nami's state at this time. HP 88/99? It should be said that he is indeed a pirate from the New World. He was able to kill so much of Nami's health with just one blow. Although the HP data cannot really tell the actual situation of Nami except that 0 means death. But this is enough to prove that Aaron's attack still caused a lot of damage to Nami. But you can obviously use electricity to speed up and dodge, but you still choose to use hard connection. Are you trying to tease Aaron before killing him, or? Seeing Nami, who was obviously in good condition but lying on the ground with a painful look on her face, Chi-Hong frowned slightly. On the other side, the Dragon Empire. Because of Sanji's voice, Aaron successfully noticed the existence of the melee. He was stunned for a moment, and then his mouth suddenly widened. Interesting. The approaching ship, you must have fired the cannonball there. There seem to be a few humans on the boat. Are they the helpers you found outside? As if he thought of something funny, Aaron laughed cruelly and taunted Nami, who fell to the ground. Is it your dirty tricks that tricked them here again? Chapter 75 Aaron's Protective Umbrella, please follow up. The fishmen are indeed a powerful race with a natural physique that is more than 10 times that of ordinary humans. Under Nami's 100,000 volt impact, Aaron howled for nearly a full minute before his momentum gradually died down. Finally, accompanied by the aroma of grilled fish, Aaron, who was completely charred, fell forward and lost his breath completely. Belmere, did you see it? I did it. Looking at Aaron's dead body, Nami's eyes gradually became blurred. At this time, she couldn't even tell whether all this was reality or a dream. From the time he joined the Straw Hats, it only took a dozen days. But she is already powerful enough to play with Aaron easily. This steep mountain that once seemed unattainable to Nami has now become a small puddle on the ground that no one cares about, and she can easily step over it. And all of this comes from her partners. Luffy and Zoro gave up their precious game time, Red created a miraculous Pokemon world, and Usopp made a powerful weather stick for her. Even Sanji, who had just joined the Straw Hats, cooked exquisite and delicious dishes for her every day to keep her in a good mood. Without the strength of her partners, she would not have been able to defeat Aaron so easily. Thank you all. Nami covered her chest and muttered silently in her heart. Miss Nami. At this moment, a flattering voice suddenly came from not far away. It was Sanji, who had already landed and came flying all the way on his tornado legs. Behind him were the Straw Hats, who got off the boat one after another. I saw Sanji leading the way, holding a simple medical kit, and quickly ran to Nami's side. Miss Nami, let me bandage your wound quickly. It is good. Nami did not refuse and slowly pulled up her short sleeves that were stained red with blood. I saw several huge blood holes on her originally white shoulders, and blood was still trickling out. At this time, Luffy, Chi-Hong, and others also came one after another. Seeing the wound on Nami's shoulder, several people immediately frowned. Even Zoro, who has always been a tough guy, showed a hint of worry in his eyes. Usopp, who knew more about medical treatment and bandaging than Sanji, took the initiative to come over. While he skillfully helped Nami roll up the gauze, he couldn't help but say, such a deep wound should leave scars in the future. How about letting Chi-Hong take you to the Elf Center? As time goes by, everyone in the Straw Hats, except for Luffy, whose IQ is often not online, everyone else also has a certain understanding of Red's abilities. For example, the distance limit of the Pokemon Center, such as the requirements for extracting items from the Pokemon world. Apart from her unexplainable identity as a time traveler, Chi-Hong has hidden almost nothing from her friends. And this also makes everyone accustomed to using the mechanics of the game world to facilitate life in the real world. However, facing Usopp's proposal, Nami gently shook her head. No need for now. Is it because of that tattoo? Zoro, who had seen the beauty of the dragon pirates in Nami, instantly understood everything. With his super high combat intuition, he naturally discovered that Nami deliberately did not avoid Aaron's attack. However, Chi-Hong patted Zoro on the back to signal him not to reveal Nami's scar. But this small gesture did not escape Nami's eyes. Seeing Zoro's expression that suddenly became embarrassed, she smiled and then replied with a generous smile. Yes, it's because of that tattoo. Then Nami put her hand on the wound that had been wrapped with gauze and explained. This is the tattoo the dragon pirates gave me when I was 10 years old. That's why when Eren attacked here, I was in a daze for a moment, and finally chose to let him take the initiative to hit. Because at that moment, the last symbol of the dragon pirates in the world will be destroyed by Eren himself. Although it sounds a little childish, please forgive me for my willfulness at this moment. Nami slowly opened her arms and showed a bright and sweet smile in the ruins full of fishman corpses. But at this moment, a baseball cap was suddenly placed on her head. Chi Hong patted her head, then said comfortingly. Don't worry, Nami. All the suffering is over. And your future has just begun. What's more, with all of us here, if anyone dares to bully you again, let's see if his head is hard enough. That's right, Nami. Luffy also put on his straw hat and slapped his chest. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will definitely beat him away. Speaking of which, Chi Hong suddenly rubbed her chin. It seems there is such a thing around here. Luffy was stunned. He didn't expect that life would come so suddenly. Immediately he asked. Who is it? His red eyes flashed and he said, Commander of the 16th Navy Branch Colonel Mouse. For so many years, it was him who worked in cahoots with the dragon pirates, sheltering and condoning the evil deeds of Eren and his gang, which caused places such as Cocoa West Village to fall into such a tragic situation. Now that the dragon pirates no longer exist, it's time to clean up the rat colonel. What do you think, Captain? Snapped. Luffy fisted his fist and grinned. Humph. Since he's the one who bullied Nami, of course we can't make it easy for him. So, our next target is determined. Zoro placed one hand on the handle of Wado Ichimonji's sword, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It happened that his two fine knives were chopped off by Hawkeye. There should always be some good knives in the naval base, right? Nami. A moment later, while the Straw Hats were chatting, a shout was heard not far outside the Dragon Empire. I saw a girl with short blue hair and wheat-colored skin looking at this place with dull eyes. Behind her is a middle-aged man with a windmill on his hat. These two people were Nami's sister, Nakajao, and Kokoyashi village sheriff Akin. Sister? Jian. After seeing the two of them, Nami immediately smiled and said hello. Not long after, inside the only medical center in Cocoa West Village, Nakajao looked shocked as she listened to Nami's story about how she made a big fuss in the Dragon Empire, and couldn't help but put her hand on Nami's forehead. You don't have a fever either, she murmured to herself. Then immediately came Nami's dissatisfied voice. Hey, Nakajao. All right. Nyaki raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Immediately she asked with concern. So, are you going to go to sea with that group of people and become pirates? Yes. Nami, who was lying on the bed in the hospital, nodded and smiled. After all, I have promised them that I will be their navigator. It seems you have really grown up. Nakajao hesitated for a moment, but finally showed an encouraging smile. Although she was reluctant to leave Nami, her sister could find a path that suited her, so what reason did she have to stop her? Nyaki raised her head and looked at the seabirds flying past the window, as if she saw Nami who was about to fly away. Before you leave here, go see Belmere. She suddenly smiled with emotion and said. I think she must also want to hear what you just said. I will. Nami nodded, but postponed. But let's wait until we come back. The feud between Belmere and Kokoyashimura is not over yet. Recalling what Chi Hong said about the things Colonel Mouse had done over the years, Nami's eyes suddenly burst out with lightning filled with murderous intent. She smiled coldly and said to Nakajao. This time, I will completely eradicate the protective umbrella behind the dragon pirates. Sometimes, the protective umbrella behind evil forces is far more infuriating than the evil forces themselves. Thanks to Shanping, A Cloud of Love for You, Book Friends 201907181638433953, Mist Akradine, Guhaoleng, Cerno, Fishbelly Bai, Ingenious, 123, Reader 153591680787488768, Rurtse, Lazy Fat Tomato, Book Friends 201807071657000342 for their monthly support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Many thanks. Chapter 76 Yahung City, please read it. The sky in Kokoyasi village is sunny. When the news of the demise of all members of the Dragon Pirates was spread by Ken, all the villages in the entire sea area were boiling. Suddenly, the name of Nami and the Straw Hat Pirates spread throughout the Konami Islands. People cheered and shouted Nami's name. However, when they came to Koko West Village with specialties and gifts from each village to thank Nami, but he got the answer that Nami was no longer here. It's so rare, Nami. You would give so many Baileys to the villagers without hesitation. It seems I have to take a high look at you. On the melee, Zoro, who was passing by for training, looked at Nami who was looking at the sea on the side of the ship's railing, and couldn't help but sigh. But the next second, Nami turned around with an extremely ugly face of mourning. Can you stop talking? Her tone was twitchy, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Just a few hours ago, she made the most regretful decision in her life. That is all the Baileys looted from the Dragon Empire, plus the nearly 100 million Baileys accumulated by Nami over the years. All were returned to the villages in the Konami Islands that were oppressed by the Dragon Pirates to help them rebuild their homes. Although the money from the Dragon Empire originally came from various villages, seeing the white money slipping away from her hands made Nami feel as if her heart was being pricked by countless needles. That's why she stood regretfully at the boat rail, looking in the direction of Koko West Village. Zoro's expression froze, he coughed slightly in embarrassment, and then walked away silently. On the blue sea, the melee looks like a small boat, but it carries the dreams of a boatload of people and continues to move towards the destination. In a blink of an eye, night falls. After a hard day's work, everyone returned to their beds and fell asleep. Usopp got ready, and with a flash of light, he came to a warm grassy land. This is the back garden of the cultivation house, which covers a large area, has fresh air and beautiful environment. The only drawback may be that he is the only one here and can't even see a Pokémon. Fortunately, Usopp has long been accustomed to this lonely atmosphere. After all, the strong are always lonely. He immediately took out his backpack and took out all kinds of messy things from it. There are targets for training, equipment for developing ammunition, and drawings for planning future weapons. In fact, there is already a complete work area under the corner behind Usopp. This is a small mechanism he discovered accidentally. It seems that any item he puts in his satchel can be taken into the Pokémon world, and he can also take items out of the Pokémon world in the same way. Unfortunately, this rule only applies to items in the pirate world and does not allow him to take items out of the Pokémon world. But that's enough for Usopp. I was really scared to death today. The Yuki bomb I was about to finish was almost exploded by Luffy. The Usopp bullet is the abbreviation for the Usopp Special Improved Bucky Bullet for general purpose that Usopp is currently developing. It is based on the flame formula of the Bucky Bullet, and it is concentrated to make it a portable combat prop. At the same time, this is also one of Usopp's most important research projects currently. I saw him carefully taking out a container for storing gunpowder from the package and gently placing it on the workbench. After Luffy's trouble today, Usopp has decided to move all potentially dangerous things to the Pokémon world. During the day, he can produce at full capacity at Usopp's factory. At night, you can come to the breeding house in Pokémon world to do research and development. Don't delay either. Okay. You can get back to work. After putting everything away, Usopp quickly got into the mood. Took out a pen and paper and leaned over the table to write and draw. From time to time, he would hold various experimental products and fire them into the open space in the distance. Soon after, boom! A small mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the backyard of the breeding house. Seeing this scene, Usopp shook his head in disappointment. No, the gunpowder is still not powerful enough. Such ammunition can't even kill Sanji, let alone defeat Zoro and Luffy. Usopp's idea is simple. If the ammunition he made cannot pose a threat to Luffy and Zoro, then how can he help Luffy and Zoro deal with enemies they cannot fight? And so, I need more powerful materials. I need a more powerful gunpowder formula. Usopp's eyes flashed with high ambition. Under the long-term influence of Chihong, he is no longer as inferior to himself as before. Because he has found his own way to become stronger. If the quality cannot be improved for the time being, we can only rely on quantity accumulation. The continuous fire device is also the main research direction in the future. And the portability, cost, lethality of the ammunition. What? It's really a headache to think about it. Usopp let out a painful cry and frantically scratched his hair to vent his frustration. But he soon turned around, looked at the drawings intently with his eyes again, and started the next round of ammunition development. In order to keep up with the pace of the Straw Hat Pirates and become the Sniper King as Chihong calls him, he had to suffer from lack of firepower phobia. If he cannot bring enough long-range deterrence to the enemies of the Straw Hats, then his existence will be meaningless. I am, Uncle Usopp. How could you give up so easily? In the empty backyard of the breeding house, Usopp let out an encouraging shout to cheer himself up. The other side. While Usopp was studying hard alone, trainer Chihong came to a brand new town, Yahung City. This is also the city that Chihong is most looking forward to. Yahung City not only has the regular Yahung Gym, but there is also a department store where you can buy a large number of move learning equipment, and a Team Rocket base where enemies are everywhere. You don't have to think about it to know. In the next period of time, Chihong may stay in Yahung City for a long time. In order to get here as soon as possible, Chihong and Nami can be said to have been racing all the way during the past few days of game time. They passed through the plots of Rock Mountain Tunnel and Ziwan Town. Then, because there were no special props that could detect ghosts, they quickly moved their position and passed through the underground tunnel on the west side of Ziwan Town to Highway 7 connecting Yahung City. And successfully defeated an elite trainer on Route 7, and received a move learner called Hard Hold as a reward. Move, Hard Support. Attribute, General. Category, Physics. Power, 70. Introduction: when you are poisoned, paralyzed, or burned, using this move on your opponent will greatly increase the power of the attack. Although this skill is not directly upgraded to double the power like in the game. But if the machine can be marked with the word huge, Chihong believes that the effect of this move will be unexpected. It's a pity that Luffy's fruit ability makes him born with softness and will not fall into paralysis. Otherwise, he can form a combo with Nami's numbing electric shock. In this way, Red and Nami's adventure stopped at Route 7. At this moment, Chihong brought a newcomer to the junction of Yahung City and Highway 7. Walking on the streets of Yahung City, a burst of fragrance instantly hit my nostrils. Both sides of the road are lined with lush flowers, plants, and trees. The streets are bustling, yet very clean and tidy. Just walking around this city gives people an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. It's unbelievable. Looking at the urban buildings around him that were not much different from those in the real world, Sanji expressed his sincere admiration. Although this is not the first time he has entered the game world, the few times he entered the Pokemon world before, Chihong only taught him Pokemon, or he went to the Pokemon Center for rehabilitation after training, and there was no chance to observe this brand new Pokemon carefully. World. Even today when Chihong called him by name and said that he would take him on an adventure in the Pokemon world, he was suddenly surprised for a moment. But Chihong, who had heard this emotion several times, grinned. Don't be surprised yet. There are so many magical places in this world. But we are a bit pressed for time today, so we have to hurry up. No problem. Just tell me what you want to do today, Chihong. Sanji, who came to the Pokemon world for his first adventure, was very energetic and ready to fight. And after hearing such a reliable answer, a satisfied smile appeared on his red face. Compared to Luffy, who is acting recklessly, and Zoro, who is lost, Sanji may be the most trustworthy Pokemon he has ever taken care of. In an instant, two anxious figures appeared in the quiet Yahung city. Red and Sanji didn't care about anything else. After running all the way, the two soon came to a Pokemon gym in the garden, Yahung Gym. Is this here? Don't worry, Chihong. I will use the spark-kicking skills you taught me to defeat all the opponents here. Just watch it. Sanji, who participated in Pokemon battle for the first time, was full of confidence. After all, he had heard from Chihong that the Pokemon in this gym happened to be grass types that would be restrained by him. However, facing Sanji's confidence, Chihong just said softly, I hope so. After all, although the fire type restrains the grass type, but in this gym, there is also someone who can restrain Sanji. Chapter 77 Excellent Command, please read more. Page 12. Sanji. Use Earth Up Throw. Pang. With a dull sound of pain, a strange-looking Pokemon with a head like a morning glory was suddenly kicked high into the sky by Sanji. Inside the Yahung Gym. After passing through the gym maze and challenging all the gym trainers, Hong Hong nodded and smiled, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Maybe it's because the opponent is a motionless and untouchable avatar, or maybe the battle object is a Pokemon instead of a beautiful girl. Even Chihong didn't expect that in this gym composed of all beautiful girls, Sanji would be able to return to fighting status after just committing a total of 5 minutes of infatuation. You're stupid. Use the Vine Whip to avoid it. Facing Sanji's fiery attack, the museum owner Rika, who had normal wisdom in the field of combat, desperately issued instructions to save the situation. Even though she is wrapped in a traditional kimono, her plump figure still looks so rich and attractive. It's a pity that it's too late. Under the effect of the projection on the earth, her mouth instantly went into a stiff state, and she was unable to respond to the trainer's instructions at all. Tap 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 tap. A burst of rapid footsteps immediately sounded within the battlefield. Sanji's figure flashed quickly and turned into a black lightning, catching up with the Kaudohua in the air at extremely fast speed. It's over. He smiled handsomely with a cigarette in his mouth and a sharp gaze. The next second, a spark suddenly burned on his raised foot. Yakisoba vegetable salad. Earth throw and spark double damage and Sanji's leg strength that he has developed over the years. A terrifying blow suddenly landed on Cao Dewa's body. In an instant, a circular blast of air rushed in all directions with a fiery breath. Pang! The unlucky Kaudohua, who was in a burning state, instantly turned into a flying fireball and hit the ground directly. Mouth. After struggling to let out one last whine, Kaudohua completely lost his ability to fight, his eyes turned white, and he passed out. Thank you for your hard work, you are so dumb. Seeing this, the owner Rika immediately took out the Pokeball and took back the Kaudohua, and then looked at Sanji, who had defeated 2 of her Pokemon in succession. It seems that I underestimated you. An icy smile appeared on her gentle face. She was obviously a grass-type gym leader, but at this moment, Chihong actually saw the fire of fighting spirit in her eyes. Li Jia took out her last elf ball and a mature smile appeared on her lips. Next, let my ace come and meet you. Go, Overlord Flower. With a flash of red light, a Pokemon with a huge petal on its head and an indigo body descended onto the battlefield again. As soon as she appeared on the scene, Overlord Flower immediately shouted at Sanji with great fighting spirit. It's coming so hard. How about Sanji, can you still hold on? Seeing this scene, Chi Hong also grinned and asked Sanji in front of him. No problem at all. Sanji smiled excitedly, and two blazing flames suddenly shot out from his feet. This is what he learned from Soran in the past few days. How to use the moves of energy-type Pokemon. Just like Zoro can integrate 100,000 volts into his sword moves, he can also integrate spark moves into his legs. And this also gives him a unique effect when dealing with grass-type Pokemon. Because every time he draws an A, it is a direct double damage to the grass Pokemon, and there is a high probability that the opponent will enter a burning state. It was with this hand that Sanji was able to defeat the trainers at the Yahung Gym without any hindrance, and also successfully raised his level to the next level. But be careful, the Pokemon on the opposite side is the second stage of evolution, and it is different from the previous grass-type Pokemon. Although Sanji was full of confidence, Chi Hong, as a trainer, had to remind him at this time. At the same level, the evolved Pokemon is not a little bit more powerful than the pre-evolved Pokemon. Of course, except for certain Pokemon. Well, I see. After hearing Chi Hong's special reminder, Sanji nodded immediately. He is calm and not an arrogant player. But for some reason, every time he used the spark kick technique to fight, he could always feel an inexplicable throbbing in his body. Because he escaped from the Vinsmoke family at a young age, Sanji didn't know that this throbbing was a precursor to the awakening of the hidden energy in his body. Although there is still a long way to go before he truly wakes up, this is enough to prove that Sanji. The future is expected. The battle is imminent. With the flames on his feet, Sanji moved instantly. Although he still hadn't mastered the shaving technique after practicing for several days, his moving speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Overlord Flower's side. It started with a flying kick that was burning with fire. However, Rika, who is already familiar with Sanji's fighting style, will not sit still and wait for death. She immediately waved her sleeves and ordered. Overlord Flower, use poison. Day. Faced with Sanji's blazing flame attack, Rika actually chose not to dodge, but instead allowed the Overlord Flower to rise to the challenge. In an instant, a thick purple solution suddenly spurted out from the top of the Overlord Flower's head. The move Poison can cause the enemy to enter the poison debuff with higher damage than poisoning. At the same time, when used by a poison-type Pokemon, the hit rate of this move will become 100%. And the Overlord Flower happens to be a dual attribute combination of grass and poison. Pfft! A thick purple fluid suddenly shot into Sanji's face. Before he could react, an inexplicable pain shot through him. But he finally kicked the ball. Pang! Under the tremendous force, Overlord Flower's figure suddenly flew backwards. But the next second, Sanji suddenly froze and knelt on the ground on one knee. Sanji, are you okay? Red asked with concern. But Sanji stood up slowly, his body suddenly turning purple for no apparent reason, and it was getting worse. As the gym leader, Li Jia pursed her lips and smiled. Haha, poison is an abnormal state that causes higher damage than poisoning. Your Pokemon may not be able to hold on for long. The battle is not over yet. Chapter 78 Move Shop, please read. It's just outstanding, but it doesn't even get a higher level of evaluation. Chi Hong, Hua thought that her antidote seduction skills were good enough, looked at the evaluation in front of her and instantly became suspicious of the machine's judging criteria. However, looking at the gradually disappearing battlefield and the museum owner Rika who had returned to the standing painting form, Chi Hong threw a bottle of antidote to Sanji again, and then walked towards Rika. As soon as Chi Hong approached Li Jie, the other party's dialogue mechanism was instantly triggered. I lost. She was seen holding her face with one hand, looking like she was lamenting. As a reward for a successful challenge, this rainbow badge is now yours. Oh, by the way, there's this. Like every gym owner in the past, Li Jie, who failed, took out a petal-shaped badge with colorful colors and a move learner. Congratulations on getting the move learner, super absorption. Move, super absorption. Attribute, grass. Category, special. Power, 40. Introduction, emit an energy beam, and the target hit by the beam will absorb nutrients for its own recovery. Another fruitful day. Feeling the majestic vitality suddenly surging in her body, Chi-Hong instantly became happy. Soon he focused his attention on the new move. It's a grass-type move. The versatility of this move learner is not very strong. He thought about putting the move learner into his backpack, and then immediately clicked on using the move learner on the backpack interface. As he expected, in the Pokémon list that popped up, only Usopp's portrait had the word learnable under it. But if you want Usopp to learn the moves, you have to go back to Cerulean City and fish him out of the breeding house. It's a bit of a waste of time. Usopp's time in the breeding house is not short, and getting him out will inevitably cost another fee. When it came to the cost, Chi-Hong opened her backpack subconsciously. Unknowingly, it's already 14. It's more than enough to get Usopp out. But his red eyes flashed, and he began to weigh things up in his mind. It will definitely be beneficial to have your partners learn moves early and master how Pokémon battle. But if the progress of the game is delayed because of this, then the gain is not worth the loss. Forget it, Usopp doesn't know about the new move anyway, let him use it when he gets the chance. It's not like a day or two. Red quickly made a decision and abandoned Usopp, who was alone, planning to let him stay in the breeding house for a while longer. Usopp, sure enough, love can disappear, right? Sanji, what's up, can we go now? After making the decision, Red immediately turned to look at Sanji. It took the two of them more than 2 hours to challenge the Yahung Gym, which means there is almost an hour left in today's game time. This little time is enough for them to take a tour of the department store. After drinking a bottle of antidote, the toxins on Sanji's body quickly faded away, and his skin color returned to normal. No problem. Sanji raised the corners of his mouth, showing excitement. At this time, he was still immersed in the changes in his body after the upgrade. As one of the three main forces of the Straw Hats, and also an artificial human made with superb technology, Sanji's racial value is not inferior to Zoro's at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat 2 level 31 and 1 level 34 Pokémon of the gym owner Ligia when he was only level 35. With each level up, Sanji can get the same 18-point increase in attribute values as Zoro, second only to Luffy's 19 points. The 2 consecutive levels of improvement directly enabled him to gain 36 points of attribute improvement. Although this is not much compared to his total attribute value of nearly 900. But you know, it has only been 2 hours since Sanji entered the Pokémon world. This terrifying speed of improvement really makes Sanji unable to let go for a long time. There was a glimmer in his eyes and he whispered softly. Is this the power of a trainer? A few minutes later, Chi-Hong first took Sanji to the Elf Center for physical recovery. And in the Elf Center in Yahung City, he was surprised to find that there was also a move instructor here. After a conversation, the move teacher showed Chi-Hong the list of moves he could teach. Fluttering and falling, roaring aura, and bad areas. There are still 3 cute move names, but the effects of these 3 moves are as amazing as ever. The first is Fluttering Fall, which is an offensive move of the flying physics system. The effect is to make the Pokémon's body become light and comfortable, float into the air, and then swoop down suddenly, causing damage to the enemy. Whispering Aura, a special move with super attributes. The effect is to use telekinesis to attack, shatter the opponent's confidence, and create a magical wall that can resist the opponent's special attacks. The Bad Realm and special moves with bad attributes are similar to the aura of Hwa Hwa. It also uses evil energy to cause damage to the enemy, make the enemy feel timid, and at the same time create a magical wall that can resist the opponent's physical attacks. Interesting. After reading the introductory information of these 3 moves, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his red eyes. Obviously, the partner moves exclusive to these three versions are far more powerful than ordinary Pokémon moves. A fruit as light and heavy as the world of pirates. The other two can also be regarded as replicas of Bawang's domineering style. Whether it's style or strength, it's all there. Unfortunately. Seeing the completely incompatible attributes between Sanji and the three moves, Chi-Hong sighed in his heart. Forget it, I have to stay in Yahung City for a while anyway. Then let Luffy and Nami come over to see if they can learn. Nami, who has the flying attribute, should be able to learn this fluttering fall, right? Thinking of this, Chi-Hong immediately imagined a picture in his mind. Nami, holding a weather stick, was hanging high in the sky, looking down at the world with an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, the wind surged and the thunder roared. Girl, why does it feel so much like the scene where Big Mom is chasing the Sunny? You're not really going to let me breed a Straw Hat version of the strongest female pirate, are you? Thinking back to Nami's recent attitude of becoming more and more obsessed with fighting, Chi-Hong couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. Of course, what he was worried about wasn't that his partner was too strong. But he is worried that if Nami becomes too powerful in the future, will even his deputy captain's pocket money be reduced by a large part? She shouldn't dare, right? Chi-Hong waved his hand and immediately dispersed the thoughts in his mind. After all, discovering these three partner moves was an unexpected surprise. Their next main task is to put it in the department store in Yahung City. As the only place in the entire Pokémon game where move learners can be freely traded. Chi-Hong's expectations for him were at full levels from the very beginning. After a while. Yahung City, second floor of department store. The wealthy red man waved his big hand and said to the clerk in front of him. I want to buy 3 move learning tools, Destruction of Death Ray, Dragon Tail, and Bodybuilding. Okay, thank you for your business. The NPC clerk received the instruction and immediately responded politely. The next moment, he turned around, and suddenly 3 more move learning devices appeared in his hand, and then they were handed to Hong's hand. The balance of Chi-Hong also dropped by 1-3W in an instant. Among them, Bodybuilding is 1W, Dragon Tail is 2W, and the final Destruction and Death cost a huge sum of 10W. But from Chi-Hong's point of view, it's all worth it. After all, this is a powerful move with a power value of up to 150 points. At least in this version of the game, the only moves that can compete with it may be those self-destruction skills that sacrifice all health points. Thanks to ZSH_BD, Book Friends 130903152145716, Caribbean Leopard, Book Friends 2020030819183605 Baizu Mei, Yao Hen for their monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Keep reading. Chapter 79 Green Grass Field, please follow up. Although the move shop in the department store has a catchy name, there are actually only 8 move learning devices sold here. They are Dragon Tail, Dragon Attribute, Physics Department, 2W. Rapid Return, Insect Attribute, Physics System, 2W. Iron Tail, Steel Properties, Department of Physics, 5W. Waterfall Climbing, Water Attributes, Department of Physics, 3W. Triple Attack, General Attributes, Special System, 3W. Bodybuilding, Fighting Attributes, Transformation System, 1W. Shadow Ball, Ghost Attribute, Special System, 3W. Destructive Death Light, General Attributes, Special System, 10W. The reason why Chi-Hong only bought 3 moves was not because he looked down on the other 5 moves. It's because he is really short of money. Alas, do you still need 15W to get all these moves? Looking at it this way, the treasure gathering technique is really a magical skill. Chi-Hong sighed in her heart. But soon, he focused on his 3 newly acquired moves. The choice to purchase these 3 moves was the result of Chihong's careful consideration. The first is to destroy the death light. Like the 100,000 volts, it has extremely strong applicability. Whether it is Luffy with ordinary attributes, or Zoro and Sanji without ordinary attributes, everyone can learn this powerful attack move. The effect of this move is to release a strong light at the enemy by condensing energy. Other than that, it has no other effect. But the simpler and cruder the move is, the more it proves its terrifying destructive power. It is definitely a must-have move for intimidating opponents, destroying enemies, and traveling at home. As for the other dragon tail and body building, the former is purely because Crimson hopes that Zoran can further master the application of dragon attribute energy by learning this move. The latter is similar to the destructive death ray and has strong applicability. Although it is a fighting type move, both Luffy and Zoro can learn it. The effect of body building is: use all your strength to tighten your muscles to improve your attack and defense. It can be said to be a very useful status skill. There are still 10 minutes left to go shopping in the department store, then go back and rest. As for recruiting, let's wait until we have time tomorrow to talk about it. After looking at the battery balance, Chihong thought in her heart. In the end, he just spent his last 1W on the 4th floor of the department store to buy a fire stone and a water stone respectively, and ended today's game time. Back in the real world, the first thing Chihong did was to go to the deck outside the cabin to feel her new state. Under the reward of the badge collector achievement, Hong Hong obtained the colorful badge, and his strength improved a lot again. But this time, the direction of the achievement rewards was somewhat unexpected by Chihong. He originally thought that the grass attribute gym badge would give him a thicker blood volume and a more durable body. However, after careful reflection, Chihong suddenly discovered that what he had increased this time was not his blood volume, but endurance. This improvement in endurance is very general and magical, covering almost every corner and aspect of Chihong's body. After possessing this endurance, although Chihong's power will not be improved in any way, it will greatly increase the time he can use his power. For example, he used to be able to lift up to 100 kilograms for half an hour, but now he can only lift up to 100 kilograms for an hour. Of course, Chihong is not very clear about how much endurance has been improved. All he knew was that he could now create larger waves of Palu and push the melee forward without worrying about energy consumption. At the same time, it can also fly higher and further, becoming the best lookout in the sky. It's broken. I seem to be on the path of a tool man and will never return. The corner of Hong Hong's mouth twitched. It was obviously a time when he should be happy, but for some reason he always felt that his sailing life in the future would only become more boring, and boring. With the thought, Chihong temporarily put aside her melancholy and began to study the lottery wheel of the machine. It's still a familiar recipe, and it's still a familiar taste. The disc full of green moves rotated rapidly, and then slowly stopped under the red expectant gaze. In the blink of an eye, a prompt message appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the move Green Grass Field? A mysterious feeling suddenly poured into Hong's mind. At the same time, he once again had another Pokemon attribute in his body. Move, Green Grass Field. Attribute, Grass. Category, Change. Power. Introduction, create a grassy field under your feet. All creatures will continue to recover their physical fitness and injuries in the grassy field. When a Pokemon uses grass-type moves in a grassy field, the power will be increased by 30%. Ground with green grass will be less likely to cause earthquakes, ground tremors, and ground fissures. Grass field. Feeling the new skills she learned instantly, Chihong murmured in confusion. The next second, majestic grass attribute energy surged through his body and quickly gathered at the soles of his feet. In an instant, a large expanse of green grass strangely grew on the deck of the melee, lush and green. The elegant fragrance floats on the melee. Under the bright moonlight, Chihong stood in a green field, letting the sea breeze blow her hair exposed outside her baseball cap. It was obviously a scene of a free and easy young man, but there was an inexplicable heavy atmosphere on the young man's face. So, I have another job to add. The corner of the red mouth moved. As mentioned before, the lasting power of badge achievement rewards is an all-round blessing for Red. So even the Pokemon moves he releases will become more durable. For example, in this piece of green grass now, the red can be clearly felt. It can be retained for at least 12 hours. And think of its ability to restore physical strength and injuries. This is simply an excellent place to practice. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss offensive moves like raw power and surfing. Chihong murmured softly, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the real fragrance of the grass field no matter what. After all, he couldn't keep the game records in the Elf Center all the time. With the restoration effect of the grass field, there is no need to worry about the Elf Center being able to restore it in time. At the same time, it can also make the Straw Hats practice more unscrupulously and completely crazy. If you don't consider that he has to release it on time and on point. This is simply the most suitable move skill for the Straw Hats. That's it. Chihong sighed as if he was resigned to his fate, and looked up at the night sky above his head. Tool people should be tool people. I don't like fighting anyway. Trainers are themselves Pokemon's tools, aren't they? With this thought in mind, Chihong silently returned to the stern of the melee. A few days ago, Usopp had helped him build a simple cabin here for him to speed up the melee while practicing his primitive power. For some reason, when the green grass field move appeared, a familiar line echoed in Chihong's mind. He is determined to be the king of tools. Thanks to Beiju Kyu, Miss Akradine, Mila, Icewing Emperor, Kyunkaihu Minjaiu Nong Jiao Han for their monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Continue to ask for all kinds of votes. Please continue to read. Please. Chapter 80 The First Contest, please follow up, page 1. The early morning light pierced the thick clouds and shone on the marble floor, reflecting golden waves. East China Sea, the base of the 16th Naval Branch. Colonel Mouse, who looks like a mouse and wears a naval officer's uniform, is giving serious daily reports to the phone bug. Please rest assured, sir. The waters of the Konami Islands are peaceful under my management, and absolutely no pirates dare to come and do evil. What? Oh, are you talking about the Straw Hat pirates that recently emerged in the East China Sea? Please rest assured that all officers in Branch 16 will be on standby and will never let any villains run rampant in our jurisdiction. I swear by the justice I bear, the evildoers will eventually be brought to justice. Snapped. As the phone was put down, the originally serious phone bug suddenly closed his eyes and fell into sleep. And Colonel Mouse's originally upright face suddenly became extremely cunning at this moment. He grinned disdainfully. Haha, you actually want me to risk my life to suppress bandits? Am I not spending enough money on Bailey, or am I no longer interested in life? That's all. After all, it's the commander who promoted me. When the time comes, I'll send a few warships and put on a show with those fishmen to fool them. Colonel Mouse sat arrogantly on his boss's chair, looked at the splendid office, and rubbed his beard happily. Ever since the dragon pirates decided to station themselves in the waters of the Konami Islands and started cooperating with him, his life can be said to be extremely happy. All pirates who appear in this sea area will be eliminated by the members of the patrolling dragon pirates, and then the merits will be counted on his head. Every once in a while, you can get a large amount of tribute from the fishmen. This is the life that people should live. Whenever he thinks of this, Colonel Mouse can't help but let out a sinister laugh. But at this moment, boom! Through the glass behind Colonel Mouse, a blazing fire suddenly surged and instantly enveloped a naval warship docked in the port. Jingle bell bell bell! The urgent alarm bell suddenly rang over the entire 16th branch. Come out, what happened? The sudden explosion suddenly frightened Colonel Mouse, and he quickly stood up and looked out the window. 2 or 3 minutes later, his office door was pushed open by a Navy soldier. The person who came was none other than the adjutant he had trained personally. At this moment, the naval adjutant who was collaborating with him had a panic look on his face, and he stuttered and said, "Big, bad things are going wrong, Colonel Mouse. Pirates are coming." "What?" "Pang." The mouse slapped the table angrily. "Are they idiots? This is a naval base. Mobilize my soldiers immediately. I want to see who is so brave." Wait a moment, Colonel Mouse." A trace of confusion flashed across the adjutant's face. The next moment, he tremblingly took out a wrinkled reward order from his arms and said, "According to the soldiers' reports, the guy who attacked us is probably the big pirate that has been rumored in the East China Sea recently. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. What did you say? Tread, step, step." Colonel Mouse ran all the way and immediately grabbed the reward order from the adjutant's hand. A bounty of 5000 Bailey suddenly came into his sight. "Why is he here?" the mouse screamed inexplicably. Due to the long-term deduction of military pay and the lack of sea missions, the number of naval soldiers in the 16th branch is only about half of that of other normal branches. Many warships have lost their combat capabilities because they have not been maintained for many years. With such a dilapidated naval branch, it is obviously wishful thinking to fight against a group of big pirates. He immediately said to the adjutant in a panic, "Quick! Contact those fishermen and ask them to send reinforcements." Mouse knew that the dragon pirates were pirates captured on the Grand Line. The pirates of the Grand Line have a common problem, that is, they look down on pirates from all over the world, regardless of the size of the reward. And he was lucky enough to see the strength of the dragon pirates. Brigadier General Bryn Bullen of the 77th branch was easily killed by 2 cotters of the dragon pirates. As long as the dragon pirates come to increase their numbers, the Straw Hats have nothing to fear. However, as soon as the mouse finished speaking, the adjutant immediately complained. "No, Colonel Mouse. I have been asking people to contact the dragon pirates since the beginning, but no one has responded at all. Damn it! These fishmen always miss the mark at critical moments. How many people are there on the other side? How many battleships?" The deafening sound of gunfire sounded one after another, and each gun almost certainly hit a battleship. Under the strong fire suppression, the mouse subconsciously believed that the Straw Hats, who could be rewarded with 5000 Bailey, were as large a fleet group as the Creek Pirates. But when the adjutant heard this, he hesitated for a moment before replying. "According to the report of the soldiers just now, the other party seems to have only one light sailing ship, and there are only 5 pirates on board." "What? 5 people?" The mouse looked startled, and soon his cunning eyes rolled round and round. To be rewarded with 5000 Bailey, the opponent must not be an ordinary person. But only a light sailing ship and 5 people dared to come to the naval base to cause trouble. Another idiot who got carried away by the bounty. Colonel Mouse's eyes flashed, and he made an instant decision. Even if it costs the lives of the soldiers, we must take down the Straw Hats. 5000 Bailey's big pirate, isn't this his chance to be promoted to Brigadier General? At the same time, in the sea far away from the naval base, the Mary, wearing a green grass ring, rode a huge wave toward the gate of the naval base. At this time, the cabin door was pushed open. I saw Usopp taking off his goggles and stepping on the grassy deck. "Luffy, the forts on the opposite side and the battleships blocking the road have been cleared. The rest is up to you." Snapped. Luffy suddenly slapped his fist with a bright smile on his face. "Well done, Usopp." The red one on the side also gave Usopp a thumbs up. On the floating waves, it was possible to hit the target accurately without wasting a single ammunition. Chapter 81 The Realistic Effects of Picking Up Characteristics, Seeking for Further Reading. He, these two guys are really energetic. Luffy stood up from the ground while dusting off his straw hat. At the same time, behind him, Colonel Mouse, who had been beaten to a bloody head, stood up from the pile of bricks and stones. Seeing Luffy put the straw hat on his head, his eyes, which were not big at all, suddenly flashed with light. Straw Hat! You can't be wrong. This guy is Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 5,000 Baileys. The opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune came so suddenly. Click! Like happiness knocking on the door, Colonel Mouse remained silent, quickly took out a musket from his clothes, and then pointed the black muzzle at Luffy's back. Go to hell! Straw Hat! Pang! The fire suddenly appeared. A rapid lead bullet suddenly flew out of the barrel of the gun. Then, swish! Luffy turned sideways and easily dodged the bullet in his back. Although as a rubber fruit ability user, he is not afraid of ordinary lead bullets at all, but under Chihong's long-term training, it has already become his muscle memory to sense danger and then avoid it instantly. Hey! You guy, why do you attack me from behind? Luffy turned around and complained dissatisfiedly to Colonel Mouse. But the next second, his eyes suddenly stared, and his mind suddenly recalled the information Chihong had told about Colonel Mouse. Hey! You guy, you look like a mouse. Are you the commander here? Although Luffy's memory is not very good, he is very good at recognizing people based on their appearance. For example, the long-nosed Keiku is regarded as Usopp, and Marco is recognized as Pineapple Head. That's right. It must be you. Luffy suddenly grinned, showing an expression of surprise. What good luck! As long as I bring you to Nami, can I ask her to restore my pocket money to me? What? Colonel Mouse was stunned for a moment. He was both shocked that Luffy dodged the bullet, and also surprised by what Luffy said. A big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 Baileys, his pocket money has to be supervised by others. Is this really Straw Hat Luffy? If so, then this must be the funniest joke he has heard this year, right? However, time did not give Colonel Mouse much opportunity to think. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched out, he lowered his head and smiled. Rubber rubber, pistol. There are no special effects, and no Pokemon moves are used. It was just a simple punch, but it gradually enlarged under the horrified eyes of Colonel Mouse. The next second, his face was suddenly smashed into by Luffy's fist. The nose bone was broken and the front teeth were shattered. The whole person was smashed against the wall behind him, and then he passed out completely. With just an ordinary punch, Luffy easily KOs Colonel Mouse, the commander of the 16th branch. But this is also a matter of course. At the same time, just when the Straw Hats were making a big fuss at the naval base, the Mary, driven by the waves, walked in from the blasted gate of the naval base openly. Then, the task of watching the ship is left to you, Usopp. Red, who flew into the air with Nami, who had learned to fall, waved her hand to Usopp. The naval soldiers at the gate of the base had already been frightened by the previous shots and hid inside the base. Usopp was left to guard the Mary mainly because he was worried about something unexpected happening. The scale of this naval branch base is much larger than that of the 153rd branch. Even under the premise that Colonel Mouse withheld military pay and drove away a large number of soldiers, there were still nearly 1,000 naval soldiers in the entire naval base. It's enough for Luffy and the others to play for a while. Anyway, the soldiers who can still stay here are more or less aware of what Colonel Mouse has done and are willing to help him. He is no longer a pure naval soldier, so he might as well let Luffy and the others teach him a lesson. With their flying abilities, Chihong and Nami went directly to the top of the naval base. In this operation, they had a clear division of labor. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were responsible for handling the combat portion and attracting the Navy's attention. Red and Nami are looking for Colonel Mouse's treasure trove and evidence of his collusion with the dragon pirates over the years. It can be said that the reason why the dragon pirates have been able to dominate this sea area for so many years is all because of these protective umbrellas working behind the scenes. This time, the Straw Hats not only want the lives of these guys, but they also want to make everything public and completely discredit the gang of thieves headed by Colonel Mouse. In fact, in addition to maintaining the rule of the celestial dragons, the Navy as a whole is composed of righteous people. It's just that there are corrupt officials and corruption everywhere. This is the evil of human nature and cannot be eradicated. After the dragon pirates are exposed, whether it is delayed justice or to maintain the image of the Navy will inevitably provide certain support and compensation to the residents of Kokoyasi village and other villages. And in a short period of time, there will definitely be heavy naval guards here, and pirates will not be allowed to appear in this sea area again. And this is what the Straw Hats really want to see. It was also the biggest way Chihong could think of to comfort Nami and the persecuted residents. The two of them were silent all the way and quickly searched the room in the naval base. Relying on Nami's many years of stealing experience, they quickly found the treasure room of Colonel Mouse. Nami directly fired 100,000 volts, and the big metal lock was instantly melted by the high temperature and fell off. With the sound of creaking and rubbing, a picture of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Chihong and Nami. "Be a good boy," Nami screamed, her eyes instantly turned into the shape of gold coins. Before Chihong could speak, she jumped directly into the ocean of gold and silver jewelry, holding up a pile of jewelry. Chihong on the side also walked over. Looking at the piles of Bailey and jewelry, she couldn't help but clicked her tongue and said, "I didn't expect those fishmen to be so generous. This is how much tribute we paid to Colonel Mouse to accumulate such wealth." "That's about right. It's going to cost 10 billion belly, right?" Chihong didn't know how to identify the value of jewelry, so he just talked about it casually. "But you must know that no matter how much these treasures are worth, they are the result of being squandered by Colonel Mouse and the dragon pirates. Over the years, the blood they have sucked in this sea area will only be much more than what can be seen." The excited Nami suddenly became quiet. Apparently Chihong's emotion accidentally touched her heart. Nami looked at the gold coins in her hand and her face became moved. Only then did she remember that all the money was the villagers' personal sacrifice. For a moment, Nami hesitated whether to return these treasures to the villagers. However, Chihong patted her shoulder gently and comforted. "Don't worry, Nami, don't think too much. We should have received this money. After all, we are just a group of pirates. If we do too many actions that are not in line with our position, it will make things more complicated. It would be bad if the Navy used this as a reason to conclude that the villagers were colluding with pirates. On the contrary, if the Navy does not want to lose the word justice it carries, I think the villagers should be able to receive corresponding compensation." With that said, Chihong found a suitable angle and took a photo of the treasure in front of her. And additionally placed the Navy's seagull logo in the most prominent position in the photo. "That makes sense." Under Chihong's comfort, Nami decisively turned from sadness to joy, and her eyes once again bloomed with golden light. The two of them put all the treasures into sacks and left them in the treasure room, waiting for Luffy and the others to take them away. Chihong and Nami continued to explore, preparing to find evidence of the crimes committed by Colonel Mouse over the years. However, just as they passed by a dormitory area, Nami's footsteps suddenly stopped. "What happened?" Chihong turned around and asked in confusion. Nami frowned slightly and replied, "Chihong, something seems wrong. I feel like there is something in this room that is attracting me inexplicably." As soon as she finished speaking, Nami's hand seemed to be out of her control. A flash of electricity suddenly flashed, destroying the lock cylinder and opening the door. Chihong came over curiously. Immediately he saw. In the center of the room, there is a gorgeous and expensive knife rest. And on the knife rest, there is an exquisite long knife with blue lightning-shaped knife inscriptions. Chapter 82, Great Harvest, please follow up. This, seems to be a Navy Lieutenant Colonel's room. Looking at the Navy uniform hanging on the wall, Chihong suddenly thought about it and said, "Although it is not as good as Colonel Mouse's office, this room is considered exquisite and gorgeous in terms of decoration and decoration. It must be the room of someone with a certain identity in the base." However, at this time, Nami seemed not to have heard Chihong's reminder. She walked straight towards the long knife in front of her with doubtful eyes. It wasn't until she picked up the long knife that the itching throbbing in her heart completely disappeared. The next second, Nami showed a look of surprise. Because the feeling just now was not unfamiliar to her. It's just the first time in the real world. And so, as soon as her thoughts flashed, Nami immediately turned to look at Red. But before Nami could speak, Chihong said instead, "Congratulations, Nami. It seems like your picking up properties are even more powerful than they were in the Pokemon world." Obviously, the reason why Nami suddenly entered that state just now was because her picking up characteristics were at work. But Chihong never expected that in the game world, Nami would occasionally pick up game props. After coming to the real world, he turned into a treasure radar-like existence. Surprise flashed in his red eyes, and he smacked his tongue with satisfaction. No wonder Nami's characteristics have never been reflected in the real world. It turns out to be because she has been on the merry and has never encountered treasures? Sure enough. It's the pickup characteristic. When Nami heard this, she smiled in surprise and her eyes flashed. She picked up the lightning pattern scabbard on the knife holder, which was similar in style to the long knife, then suddenly sheathed the long knife and handed it to Chihong. "This is my first time picking up a treasure. Let Zoro take a good look at the grade of this knife later." "No problem." Chihong smiled slightly, "A knife that can be collected like this should have a name." "Okay." Nami nodded happily. She doesn't use knives and doesn't understand knives, but this doesn't hinder her excitement at all. Pick up properties. Treasure radar? She absolutely loves the Pokemon world. If it weren't for the fear of being misunderstood by Chihong, who always had a gentle image of a big brother, Nami would really want to hold him and kiss him. Putting the knives away, the two of them searched the room and found millions of Baileys and some evidence related to Colonel Rat, and then continued to explore the naval base. I have to say that sometimes backstabbing comes from the people around you. Although I don't know what the Lieutenant Colonel is thinking, he actually has a large number of secretly taken photos of Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates when they colluded. But it saved Chihong and the others a lot of effort. The noise at the naval base did not last long. When Chihong and Nami sorted out almost everything they wanted, Luffy and the others just defeated all the marine soldiers. At this moment, the entire naval base was silent, so quiet that it was scary. Soon after, the Straw Hats returned to the Merry, carrying a large sack of treasure, talking and laughing. The light sailing ship Melee began to turn around and headed towards Cocoa West Village again. "Hello." A moment later, inside the warehouse of the Melee. Looking at the Baileys and jewelry that emerged from the sacks and quickly piled up, Luffy immediately shouted excitedly, "Hey Gay! There are so many treasures!" Although he was not interested in money, Luffy was very happy that his group's first collective action as pirates could be so fruitful. But just as he reached out to grab a golden crown, Nami's weather stick suddenly swung out and knocked Luffy's hand off. "Don't make trouble. I'm sorting out this harvest." Nami, who had put on glasses at some point, was wearing a white tight-fitting shirt that accentuated her figure. After driving away the captain, she started writing and drawing seriously in her notebook again. But as time went by, the golden light in Nami's eyes shone more and more, even shining through the lenses, shining on the jewelry like a searchlight. The other side. Chihong found Zoro with the long knife picked up by Nami. "Come on, Zoro, let's see how this knife looks like." Clang! Chihong threw the long knife over lightly. Zoro, who was suddenly called over, was stunned at first. But when he placed his palms on the handle of the knife, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his eyes. This knife! Swish! If lightning suddenly appears in the air. In Chihong's hand, the long sword was just a little handsome, but in Sauron's hand, its aura instantly became completely different. Just by looking at Zoro unsheathing his sword, Chihong could feel a dangerous aura coming towards him. Clang! The sharp long knife suddenly came out of its sheath. In an instant, the lightning-shaped knife pattern seemed to come alive, suddenly blooming with a sharp blue electric light. Of course, this is not a special function of this knife. It was exactly the effect it showed under the stimulation of Zoro's sword intention and Pokémon energy. After playing with it for a long time, Sauron sheathed it with satisfaction, then grinned and praised. Good knife! I can feel that this knife seems to have a unique affinity for the power of thunder. Using this sword combined with 100,000 volts to create sword moves, the deterrence will be increased by at least 20%. So strong! Chihong was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. That's really a good knife. I just don't know if I have entered the ranks of good swordsmen. There are countless good knives in the world. But the only ones that can really be remembered by swordsmen are the good sword with 50 skills, the great sword with 21 skills, and the supreme quick sword with 12 skills. Apart from this, all other fine knives are in the ranks of fast knives. Whether it is a good knife or not, it suits my taste. Sauron smiled with satisfaction, directly removed the long knife he picked up from the Dragon Empire from his waist, and then hung the thunder blade on his waist. At this time, Nami on the side finally calculated the total amount of their harvest, and suddenly let out a loud scream, attracting everyone's attention. 2 billion Baileys. Oh my god! What? 12 billion Baileys? Are they the treasures we carried back? Nami's scream managed to get the Straw Hat's full attention. Even Usopp, who was at the helm next door, and Sanji, who was preparing lunch, quickly ran into the warehouse. I saw Nami tremblingly holding up the notebook in her hand. Although she had estimated in advance that it might exceed 10 billion Baileys, when the actual results came out, she was inevitably shocked and stunned. Apparently not long ago, she was still working hard to collect the 1 million belly requested by the dragon pirates. Now, he is already in charge of such a terrifying sum of money. This is just, like a dream. With this money, we can buy better cannons and make more ammunition. Usopp muttered instantly. Sanji on the side also showed a surprised look, thinking about whether he could stock some high-end ingredients on the melee and buy himself a better set of kitchen utensils. Zoro subconsciously glanced at the only ordinary knife left on his waist and thought to himself. The market price of a good sharp knife seems to be just over 1 million belly. Nami won't be reluctant to give such a small amount of money, right? If that doesn't work, let Chihong go help and beg for mercy. Banquet, banquet. Guys, it's a party. Although he didn't know what 12 billion belly was, feeling the surprise of his friends, Luffy instantly opened his arms and cheered loudly. And Luffy's proposal was instantly echoed by everyone. In this way, what was originally just an ordinary lunch suddenly turned into a celebration banquet with all kinds of food. Sanji, the only chef of the Straw Hats, was busy, but his face was filled with a happy smile. However, some people are happy and some are sad. While the Straw Hats were eating hot pot, singing songs, and living happily on a voyage. Inside the dilapidated naval base number 16. The base adjutant who woke up from a coma had already dialed a phone number, and then shouted hoarsely. Hey! Navy headquarters! I have an emergency to report. Thank you all for your vote support. People are outside, waiting for the next chapter. Thank you all one by one. Chapter 83 Rog Town, please follow up. The journey back to Cocoa West Village did not cause any more trouble. Witnessed by the whole village, Nami took it upon herself to perform an extreme electrotherapy treatment on Colonel Mouse, who was crying and begging for mercy. Although the process was rather cruel, the people present were all miserable people who had been oppressed by him and the dragon pirates for nearly 10 years. There was no way anyone would pity the mouse colonel who screamed in the lightning. That's it. After killing Colonel Rat, Nami said a simple goodbye to her sister Nakajayo and Sheriff Aiken. Before leaving, she went to the resting place of Belmere and stayed for a long time. No one knows what Nami said to Belmere. But when she returned to the melee, her whole temperament became completely different. The warm sea breeze blew the tips of Nami's golden-orange hair. Looking at the sea in the distance, Nami, holding a weather stick, stood on the bow of the melee, her eyes flashing and a confident smile on her lips. This time, she can finally let go of all her baggage and pursue her dreams and ambitions. Go conquer this sea. At the same time, East China Sea, Rogtown Naval Base. As a naval position guarding the entrance to the great shipping route, both the quality of soldiers and the configuration of weapons here far exceed any other naval branch base in the East China Sea. Even the commander-in-chief here is an outstanding student who ranked among the best in the Navy headquarters recruit training camp White Hunter Smoker. Although the performance of Smoker and the 3 generals of the Navy cannot be compared, they are also an important backbone of the Navy in the future. The top brass of the Navy sent him to Rogtown, firstly, to use Smoker's power to suppress the East China Sea, and secondly, to allow him to be trained and accumulate some achievements. But today, Colonel Smoker was obviously not in a good mood. In the smoky office, you can't see your fingers. Smoker put down the phone, and a fierce look suddenly flashed through his eyes behind the smoke. Damn the straw hats! Someone is coming! Bang! Smoker punched the desk and shouted in the direction of the door. Squeak! The door opens. A capable girl with glasses and short hair walked in quickly. At her waist, there was a slender long knife. If Sauron appeared here at this time, he would be so shocked that his eyes would widen. Because the face of this girl actually looked exactly like his best friend Guyuna in his memory. And this girl is the Navy headquarters Captain Dashki, who was transferred from the Navy headquarters to Rogtown with Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Dusky responded inquiringly, not affected by the thick smoke in the room at all. After all, she had been following Smoker for several years and was already used to the smell of second-hand smoke. Something happened. The base of the 16th Navy branch was invaded by pirates. To his trusted lieutenant, Smoker directly told him the information he had just obtained from his headquarters. And this also made Dashki look surprised for a moment. What? What kind of pirate is so brave? It's the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker said gloomily. Dashki frowned. Realizing the problem, she pushed up her glasses and said. Is that the Straw Hat boy Monkey D. Luffy who was offered a bounty of 5,000 Baileys for the first time? Yes. It's them. Smoker stood up and picked up the 10 hands placed in the corner. According to the intelligence from the headquarters, they attacked the naval base, took away the top commander and all the military expenses, and then left. Such actions are tantamount to challenging the Navy's prestige and justice. The headquarters has issued an order for the naval bases in the nearby waters to send out all warships to patrol, search for traces of the Straw Hats within the East China Sea, and then concentrate their forces to annihilate them in one fell swoop. I will be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Okay. Dashki nodded clearly. These pirates should indeed be eradicated as soon as possible, and we must not give them a chance to grow stronger. Smoker did not emphasize anything and directly ordered. You will be responsible for dispatching the warships and accompanying personnel. Also, in order to prevent the pirates in Rogtown from causing any trouble during my absence, I need you to guard Rogtown on my behalf. Yes. I understand, Colonel Smoker. Although he could not participate in such a major operation, as a soldier, Dashki understood the priorities here and responded immediately. A few hours later, dozens of naval warships set sail from major naval bases and began patrol missions. The scale is so vast that it can be said to be unique in the East China Sea in the past 10 years. It is enough to show how determined the Navy is to eradicate the Straw Hats this time. And this incident was soon published in major newspapers and periodicals in the East China Sea and was widely circulated. It's just that the content published in the newspaper is somewhat inconsistent with the actual situation. Boss. Something happened. It's news about the Straw Hats. In a hidden street in Rog Town. Machi, the vice-captain of the clown pirates, who was wearing a cloak that covered his whole body, but didn't know that it would attract more attention, suddenly took out a newspaper and handed it to another cloaked man. With the help of a flash of red light, it is not difficult to guess that the identity of the person is Bucky the clown who has defected to the Straw Hats. Bucky took the newspaper and opened it immediately. Machi also started explaining from the side. Straw Hat Boss and the others seemed to have attacked a naval base a few days ago, but it didn't seem to go well. Although they severely damaged the naval base and took away the base's top commander, they were eventually driven away by the heroic Navy and suffered heavy losses. The heroic Navy. Chief of Staff Kabeji gave him a confused look. It was as if he was asking, "How come such words come out of your mouth?" Mochi, who had a tacit understanding, immediately understood and quickly explained. "That's not what I said. That's what it said in the newspaper." Snapped. Bucky closed the newspaper, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said directly to his two cronies. "The content in the newspaper is false." "Hey, X2. Machi and Kabeji were stunned and quickly looked at their captain. "How do you know, Captain Bucky?" Machi asked. But Bucky opened his funny big mouth and laughed. "It's easy. Don't forget that not long ago, there were still rumors. The Straw Hats and the Shishibukai Hawkeye are fighting in the Saba Sea. At that time, there were only a few members of the Straw Hats in the news. How could they say they suffered heavy losses? So what the newspapers said is completely nonsense. Also, this newspaper has been reported to have the shadow of the world government behind it. Stop reading this kind of rubbish newspaper from now on. If you want to read the news, you have to read World Economic News." As Bucky the clown walked out of the alley, he tore the newspaper in his hand into long strips, and then suddenly threw it into the sky like a goddess scattering flowers. Under the sunlight, the newspaper fell from the sky like a ribbon. Bucky, hidden under his cloak, stepped forward, followed by two equally mysterious subordinates. Although it is very meritless, I have to admit. At this moment, he is really handsome. Let's go. That bastard Bartolomeo is finally willing to contact us. I don't know what's so special about this guy, but since this is our first mission under Straw Hat, there is no room for any mistakes." Bucky smiled calmly. Although he is not a strong man yet, whether it is his unruly aura or his funny and arrogant expression, there is no doubt that he can achieve great things. "Thank you for stepping on my cigarette butt, Yi Muchen, Lang Ling Shuang, Shiyu 20210301105364457338, Shanping, Shiyu 1701071000327334, Shiyu 201803272136066745, damn it, Xiaoxiang Shuiyun, I thought about AP name for a long time, I died. They all have to read novels, a carefree dear, so I'm so naughty, Cerno, a glass of dirty wine will break a sword, ordinary high play, DK tornado, the dowdy of 12 nights, the flying moon covers the clouds, and leaving Lu, NVNYJH, book friend. 20220513154555908 monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Many thanks. Chapter 84 Rog Fenjayun, Happy Lantern Festival everyone. At the same time, just in the other corner of Rogue Town, a group of pirates wearing the same burlap cloak as Bucky also gathered together. "Lady Arita, we have been contacted. The other party is willing to spend 1.5 million Baileys to buy the devil fruit in our hands." A pirate ran over from a distance in a hurry, then lowered his voice and reported in a low voice. And the target of his report was a huge fat man who could turn his loose cloak into a tights. The plump body makes it impossible to recognize its true gender, and the rough voice makes it even more difficult to identify. However, it is not difficult to find out from the name Alita. She is exactly the female pirate who appeared in the first episode of the anime, Arita. Hi! He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and the airflow next to his cheeks fluctuated significantly. Arita was surprised but regretful and said, "The other party really agreed to this price. Damn it! Looks like it's still going low. So that legend must be true. The strange-looking fruit contains a demonic mysterious power inside." Having said this, Arita couldn't help but look at the wooden box at her feet. This is a strange fruit that their pirate group discovered in their base. Arita, who had heard rumors about devil fruit, came to Rogue Town with the mentality of giving it a try, hoping to find a suitable target to kill it. Unexpectedly, just by showing the other party a photo, the other party immediately agreed to the transaction. From the looks of it, the guy here must be a real guy. Arita's heart surged when she thought that such a fruit was worth at least 1.5 million belly. By selling this devil fruit, she can buy bigger ships and more weapons, recruit troops, and conquer the sea. The day when she becomes the best female pirate in the world is not far away. Thinking of this, Arita suddenly took a step forward, using her huge body to block the greedy eyes of her men. Immediately, her eyes quickly passed through the group of men, and finally focused on the shortest guy. The flesh on Arita's face suddenly broke out, revealing a wicked smile. "Kirby, take this box back to the hotel first, and wait until we get the money before we come back to you. Everyone else, follow me to the trading site." Arita suddenly knelt down and put her big, brutal face full of flesh toward Kirby. Then he grinned. "Don't even think about escaping or eating a devil fruit yourself. In that case, I will definitely let you know what cruelty is." "Yes, yes. Captain Arita." The timid Kirby suddenly had sweat pouring down his forehead and answered nervously. "Ah." Giving the devil fruit to the timidest Kirby for safekeeping, Arita nodded with confidence, then glanced around at the pirates who had been staring at the devil fruit, and smiled coldly. Pang! The huge mace suddenly struck down, making a frightening sound and cracking the marble floor. Arita snorted softly through her nose, blew out 2 streams of white air, and immediately ordered, "Everyone except Kirby, follow me." Following an order, a group of pirates wearing mysterious cloaks walked out of the alley in an instant, and then gathered at a certain location outside Rogue Town. On the other side, in a restaurant on the edge of Rogue Town, an unconventional guy with a blonde afro holding a nunchuk in his waist walked in. After looking around, he immediately focused his attention on a man with a green back hair. "Brother Bato! Why are you still here?" The non-mainstream person shouted instantly and then trotted over. Bartolomeo, who had just finished eating, picked his teeth with a toothpick and glanced lightly. "What's wrong, Gambia? Did you forget it?" Gambia's expression tightened. He looked around carefully, and then quietly leaned into Bato's ear. "We made an appointment with the Alita pirates to buy devil fruits at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I asked several other neighborhoods to pay protection fees in advance, and I have already collected 1.5 million belly. As long as we take this devil fruit and let Sister Desaya eat it, we can become the strongest bad society in the East China Sea. At that time, the entire underworld in the East China Sea will submit to our command." Gambia danced, her voice amplified unconsciously, completely forgetting her initial caution. But Bartolomeo sneered nonchalantly. "Okay Gambia, it's just a devil fruit. I don't know what its abilities are yet. It's not as powerful as you say. Moreover..." He suddenly stood up, and a boy behind him instantly put a golden fluffy coat on him. I saw Barlow grinning, revealing his sharp vampire-like fangs. "Compared with devil fruits, I'm more curious about the guys from the clown pirates. They actually claim to have joined the Straw Hats and want to talk to us. A big pirate with one of the highest bounties in the East China Sea actually joined a newly emerging pirate group. Don't you think this is interesting? Bato bared his teeth, eyes flashing with anticipation, and stepped forward and walked out of the restaurant. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it is a delinquent group composed of young gangsters, but it can rule 150 towns, the Bader group's sense of time is extremely powerful. At 12:59, they had arrived at the transaction site agreed with Arita, an abandoned farm located on the outskirts of Rogue Town. However, what Bader and his gang don't know is, as early as a few days ago, Clown Bucky and his party had occupied this place as their foothold in Rogue Town. "Captain Bucky, someone is coming." A pirate broke into the makeshift tent and reported loudly. The senior officials of the Clown Pirates, who were preparing weapons and preparing to contact the Bader group in a few hours, were stunned for a moment. Machi frowned and stepped forward, scolding his younger brother. "A bunch of trash. You have to report such a trivial matter. Is the gun in your hand a decoration? If someone comes over, just drive them away and that's the end of it. We are going to be in contact with the biggest gangster group here, the Bato group. Do you know what priorities are?" But the younger brother, who was inexplicably reprimanded, hesitated a moment aggrievedly. After a pause, he spoke again. "But Vice Captain Machi, the person coming seems to be a guy from the Bader group. I saw a green guy in the crowd. He should be the rumored boss of the Bartle group, Bartolomeo." "What did you say? Bartolomeo?" Machi was suddenly startled and shouted in confusion, "How did he find this place?" "No, I don't know." The pirate boy also looked puzzled. But Bucky, who was sitting in the main seat of the tent, suddenly sneered and said, "Okay Machi. After all, he is the leader of the underworld in this area, so it is normal for him to have more eyes." "But, Bucky snorted disdainfully, his red nose twitching slightly. "As a pirate, he has never looked down upon these land creatures. How dare you take the initiative to find this place? Do you want to give us a showdown? Interesting. Machi, go and bring people into contact with them. Look, what do they mean? After all, Master Chihong just asked us to find this guy Bader. Now, our mission has been successfully completed. The rest, just wait for the Straw Hat boss and others to come over." "Yes, Captain Bucky." Machi immediately accepted the order. After a while, Machi led a large number of people out of the tent and took the initiative to greet Ba-Tuo and his group. When Chihong arranged tasks for Bucky, they were also there, so Machi knew very well. Although the task order issued by Chihong was just to find Bartolomeo and avoid any conflicts. But from his tone, it's not difficult to hear Chihong's appreciation for him. He knew how to observe words and emotions, and he could see it right then. Chihong already has the intention to conquer it. Thinking of the magical methods Lord Bucky has shown during this period, for example, just by hitting an enemy, you can conjure Bailey's magical abilities out of thin air. Machi and the Clown Pirates have long been convinced by the Straw Hats. That is the ability to conjure money out of thin air? Is there any ability more powerful than this in the world? So this time, Mackay has made up his mind to complete the task well and win the appreciation of Lord Chihong. But what he didn't expect was, he had just met with the people from the Bader group, and a large sack of Bailey was inexplicably thrown out from the opposite side. "We have shown our sincerity in advance. Now, it's time for me to see your sincerity, right?" Bato, who had his hair slicked back, took a step forward and showed an arrogant smile as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Thank you to book friends 201803272136066745, Hellfire, How Meow's account is missing QAQ, HDSQJH, content with the status quo, Book Friends 202207251911122298, Pudding, Green Tea, Xiao Xiao, Tiantinghao is coming, Rai Yuking, Zhangjia Glasses, Don't Frown monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Happy Lantern Festival to everyone. Chapter 85 Give Me a Face, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Sincerity? What sincerity? Why are you giving us money? Mochi, who had already drafted several versions in his mind after walking out of the tent, suddenly turned into bead-eyed, and his expression suddenly became stunned. Seeing this scene, Ba20's face suddenly showed an impatient and fierce look. Are you kidding me? You don't know why I gave you money. Able to rule 150 towns, Bader is by no means a simple guy. Just a simple glare is enough to exude an intimidating aura. This. Makai, who didn't understand why, was suddenly sweating profusely. Being scared is the next best thing. The most important thing is that he really didn't understand why the other party threw them a bag of money as soon as they came up. This bag of cash. At least 100 million belly? Good dong. Makai, who had never seen so much money, suddenly choked up and his brain was running rapidly. If the other party can find this place, it is obvious that they already know their identity well. Captain Bucky had sent someone to contact the Bader group a few days ago and initially revealed the identity of the members of the Straw Hat Ship group. So the other party suddenly found this place and threw out a bag of money. Could it be that they want the clown pirates to introduce them to join the Straw Hats? Swish! A bright light suddenly flashed in Makai's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand everything. Really? The big pirate who was offered a bounty of 5,000 Baileys for the first time, even a mafia group such as the Bader group, is eager to surrender. It seems that Captain Bucky's vision is really unique. Thinking of this, Mochi laughed instantly in his heart. I saw him taking a quick step forward, opening his arms in an invitation. Ha 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 ha, of course there is sincerity. But not now. Machi's answer once again made Bader look angry. But he immediately said. After all, the boss and the others haven't arrived in Rogtown yet, and we subordinates can't make the decision for the boss. As for the money. Machi glanced at Bailey on the ground. Although I was extremely conflicted in my heart, when I thought of what Chihong said to Bucky in the tent that day. In the future, they will be big pirates who have to fight against the world. How could they lose face because of such a small profit? Machi coughed lightly, and even though his heart was bleeding, his face showed justice and said calmly. Just take this money back first. Don't worry. We will definitely say a few nice words to you in front of the bosses. When things are done, it won't be too late for you to give this big gift. Bartolomeo. What the hell? Listening to Machi's erroneous conversation, Ba20 suddenly frowned and realized that something was wrong. He suddenly turned to look at Gambia beside him. Are you sure it's these guys who want to sell devil fruits? We couldn't have mistaken the wrong person, right? How is it possible, Brother Bato? As a strategist of the Bader group, Gambia has to call his grandmother in the countryside when he encounters problems. The guys from before were wearing this kind of cloak. How could I admit my mistake? However, thinking of Moki's incomprehensible words, he hesitated slightly before adding. Perhaps, the other party is talking about some slang among pirates. So we don't understand. But I think what they probably mean is that the real owner hasn't come yet, so let's wait before trading. Ba20, who has been a bad boy since he was a child, looked like you are still smart and nodded in approval. But if he made a trip for no reason, he would naturally not be in a good mood. His expression instantly turned cold, and he wanted to say something dramatic. But before he could speak, a burst of noise suddenly came from the direction of Rogtown. If you listen carefully, you can still vaguely hear the sounds of shooting and shouting. Machi and Bachuo were stunned at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately they saw a guy as strong as a bear, leading a group of pirates wearing the same cloaks as the clown pirates, and escaping here with the navy chasing them. The pirate Arita has a bounty of 500 million. You have no way to escape. Putting down your weapons and surrendering obediently is your only way out. Holding the sharp sword Shijer, Tasca led a group of marines to run hard, shooting and shouting loudly. It forms a beautiful scenery in Rog Town. And in front of them, it was Arita's group who should have appeared at the trading location on time. Damn it! Looking at Dusky behind her, who was slimmer, more beautiful and more powerful than herself, Arita suddenly let out a beastly, jealous, and hoarse voice from the depths of her throat. We have obviously put on disguises, why did these navy find out our identities? Arita, whose fat face was completely exposed outside the cloak, expressed confusion. But the pirates following her were on the verge of crying. Why were you discovered, boss? Why haven't you clicked the B number yet? However, if they say this, their fate may be 10,000 times more miserable than being arrested by the navy. This is really a hungry wolf in front and a tiger behind. Fortunately, the sky is endless. At this moment, Arita suddenly discovered Machi, Bader, and others who were in the misunderstanding stage ahead. Although she didn't know why there was a group of guys wearing the same disguise as herself, Arita's eyes suddenly lit up when she knew Bader's identity. She immediately shouted for help. Hello? Chief Bader, we are here to trade. Hurry and help us deal with the navy behind us. I'll take you to get the devil fruit. Boss, she is Arita. Behind Bader, Gambia looked shocked and embarrassed, and reminded Bader. Recalling what I just said, I instantly felt like I had turned into a clown. Alita. Ba raised his head in astonishment and turned to Machi. If they are Alita, then who are you? What? Hearing this question, Machi was obviously stunned for a moment. But seeing that the navy was about to come, he quickly asked his men to remind Captain Bucky, and then took off his hood, revealing his full face. Of course we are the Clown Bucky pirates. For a moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. The appearance of Arita also made both parties realize that they seemed to have misunderstood something. However, seeing that the navy was about to catch up to them, Machi and Bato, who were both black, selectively forgot their previous embarrassment and focused their attention on the navy together. Not far away. Relying on his agile posture, Dashki suddenly ran a few steps quickly and immediately chased after Arita and his group. At this moment, the Shijer in her hand suddenly passed over the bodies of the pirates like water waves on the lake. In an instant. What? The pirates suddenly let out a scream, and sharp knife marks appeared behind them, and blood spurted out. A moment later, all the miscellaneous pirates of the Arita pirates were defeated. You have no way to escape. Arita. Seeing the last remaining pirate, a light suddenly flashed in Dashki's bright eyes. Leading her troops alone to take down a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, this was a great achievement for her. Of course, Dashki was more pleased that catching a group of pirates would make the sea more peaceful. Thinking of this, her footsteps suddenly quickened, and the sharp long knife cut through the cold light in the air. But just when she was about to pursue Arita, an unexpected scene suddenly appeared. Pang! A transparent barrier suddenly appeared in front of Dashki, which made her unable to dodge suddenly as if she had hit a wall, and her body suddenly stopped. At this time, Bartolomeo, who was making strange gestures with his fingers, stepped forward, looked at Duska who fell to the ground and the navy soldiers who followed him, and said arrogantly, "Marines, I have some things to deal with Arita. Give me some face, please step back first. Happy Lantern Festival everyone! You can't go wrong this time." Chapter 86 The Beginning Day, please read, page 12. Back off. The gentle breeze stirred up the smoke and dust on the ground, forming a miniature tornado and rushing towards the distance. Dashki stood up from the ground in a slightly embarrassed manner and looked at Bader opposite with dazzling eyes. Bartolomeo. Are you planning to go against the navy and protect the pirates? As a well-known gang leader in Rog Town, Bartolomeo's identity is naturally no secret in the eyes of Dashki. It's just that in the world of pirates, gangs, like chambers of commerce, clubs, and other organizations, have legal status and are not within the jurisdiction of the navy. So unless Bader reaches into Rog Town, they will always keep their distance. But today, Bader's palm obviously crossed the line. I don't want to either, beautiful police officer. Facing Dusky's question, Ba-Tuo suddenly showed a mean smile. It's almost like saying, I just like seeing you angry but you can't do anything about me. He opened his mouth wide and sharp fangs came out. Who told me that I still have a deal to do with this pirate? Please give me some face. When the deal between me and her is over, you can arrest her as much as you like. I will never care. But... The corners of Ba-Tuo's mouth grew wider and wider, and he looked directly into Dashki's eyes and said in an extremely arrogant manner. No one can take Arita away until the deal is completed. I said this. It's not easy for anyone to do it. Swish. As soon as Bader finished speaking, a transparent barrier appeared, completely separating Bader and the others from the navy, and they rapidly advanced in the direction of the navy. Not good. Dashki let out a cry, and slashed at the barrier with a clang of his sword, but he was still pushed back by the barrier. At the same time, a fight started. From the tent in the distance, a figure suddenly flew out. The red nose with big eyes is looming under the cover of the cloak. It was the clown Bucky, who heard the report from his subordinates and came out to check the situation. Arriving high in the sky, his eyes immediately focused on Bartolomeo in the distance. And when he saw that Bato alone forced a group of Marines to retreat, Bucky's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. Is there such a strong person still existing in the East China Sea? As expected of Lord Chihong, he is planning the strategy and winning the battle thousands of miles away. Even though we have just set out to sea, we have already seen such a distant future. Bucky was flattering in the void. But at this moment, the confrontation in the distance suddenly stopped. The navy on the opposite side seemed to realize that they were no match for Bader, and actually took the initiative to withdraw their troops and retreat first. Bucky was seen smacking his tongue repeatedly. He just left like that. Isn't the navy in Rog Town too bad? With this little awareness, how can you talk about upholding justice? How ridiculous! Bucky sneered disdainfully, but he didn't dare to fly forward until all the navy was gone. At the same time, Bato, who rescued Arita, also suddenly led a group of non-mainstream people to surround this fat, ugly woman. You, what are you going to do? Looking at the group of delinquent boys surrounding her, Arita suddenly became inexplicably panicked and actually made a defensive posture with her arms folded across her chest. Such a scene actually caused a physiological reaction in the bad guys who had eaten and seen it. Of course, it's the kind that makes you want to vomit. Stop being disgusting. At this time, Bato walked up to Arita from the crowd and looked at him with an unkind expression. You're the one who said you have a devil fruit in your hand, right? This time because of you, I offended the entire navy. If you dare to play tricks on me, prepare to feed the fish in Rogue Bay. Ugly. What? Arita was instantly furious when she heard the keyword, who are you calling the ugly one? But next second. Boom. A transparent barrier suddenly pressed down out of thin air, slamming it into the ground. There are enough things to worry about today. I don't have time to talk nonsense to you. Bato leaned down, his demon-like face reflected through the barrier in Alita's frightened pupils. Now. Immediately. Immediately. I want to see the devil fruit you mentioned. Have you understood? Alita, who was squeezed into a sausage mouth by the barrier, nodded vigorously. The next moment, the barrier suddenly dissipated, and Arita immediately began to gasp violently. Then she immediately turned around and looked at Bato in shock. "Are you a devil fruit user? Even an idiot can see that, okay?" Bato glanced at her contemptuously, but then said, "Don't think about rejecting the deal and eating the devil fruit yourself. There are also strengths and weaknesses among people with abilities. If you offend me, Bartolomeo, I have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to survive in this sea. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Bato, who has been involved in the underworld for many years, knows very well that when dealing with enemies, he must show his ruthlessness and cruelty. Otherwise, you will become the target of harsh treatment and cruelty. So he never relents. As predicted. After being threatened by Bader, Arita immediately shouted in a panic. "No, no, no. I have no such idea at all." Then she continued to add. "The devil fruit is in the hotel where we are staying, and one of my men is taking charge of guarding it. I can take you there right now. That's pretty much it." Bachuo glanced at her arrogantly, and then glanced at Gambia beside him. Pang! A sack filled with barley was suddenly thrown in front of Arita. "Just listen to Ba continue to say. Rest assured. As long as the devil fruit is real, I won't give you the promised money. It's true. It's absolutely true." After seeing the banknotes, Arita's eyes sparkled again. But at this moment, she felt extremely regretful. Obviously there are so many auction houses in the East China Sea that can help sell devil fruits, but they only need to pay a 15% handling fee. Why did she find an underground gangster when her head was hot? In the end, before the fruit was sold, his younger brothers were killed and arrested by the Navy. She and Kirby, who was guarding the devil fruit, were the only ones left in the entire Arita pirates. Chapter 87, Encirclement and Suppression by the Whole Army. Please read more. Time goes back to a while ago. It is still the bustling port of Rog Town. A large number of ships docked at the coast. Some come to purchase supplies, some come to sell goods, and some come to Rog Town specifically for tourism and relaxation. As the last supply point before entering the Grand Line, there are not only merchant ships coming and going here, but also many ambitious pirates. And these pirates, in turn, attracted a large number of bounty hunters to settle in Rog Town. Over time, the commercial street in Rog Town has everything from daily supplies to guns and ammunition. It can be said that here, you can buy almost all the specialties of the East China Sea. But at this moment, a light sailing ship with a pirate flag and a sheep's head bow quietly entered the port. This ship is apparently the Mary that carries the Straw Hat crew. At this time, on the bow of the Mary, Captain Luffy looked at the town in front of him and murmured softly. "This is the place where the previous generation of Pirate King died." The next second, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised, and his eyes flashed with joy. Under the gaze of his friends, Luffy suddenly stood up, raised his arms and shouted. "Rog Town! We are here!" Such an action immediately frightened Usopp on the boat and waved his hands. Hey Luffy! Don't scream so loud! You are now a famous bounty criminal in the East China Sea." "Ah!" Luffy turned around with a smile, "Then what's going on? What the hell?" Usopp slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly, "You will cause us to be discovered by the Navy." "Don't worry, Usopp, can you still control him? That's our captain." At some point, Nami, who had completely betrayed the cowardly group, walked over, then suddenly threw out a wad of bills and threw it to Luffy. "Give. These 100,000 belly are considered as your funds for today's activities. Remember to save some money." "Nami." Luffy's eyes widened instantly as he took the banknotes, with a look of incredible shock on his face. You actually took the initiative to give me money. It's over, today won't be the end of the world, right? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want it, just give it back to me." Nami glanced at Luffy angrily, and then turned her gaze to Usopp beside her, who was also shocked and lost all color. Do you have any questions? No. No. Usopp shook his head like a helicopter and denied wildly. Nami, who has taken charge of the financial power, can now be said to be the third person in the Straw Hat crew after Luffy and Red. Hee. Thanks, Nami. Luffy grinned and immediately stuffed Bailey into his pocket, then jumped up and ran directly into Rog Town. Then, I'll set off to see the execution platform first. Bye. Hey, wait a minute, we haven't decided on the time and place for the meeting yet. Usopp stretched out his hand blankly, but could only watch Luffy's figure getting further and further away. Oh, I knew it. He sighed helplessly. The next second, Usopp showed a shy look and touched his fingers. Hell, Nami, didn't Chihong give me a few evolution stones before? I want to purchase a batch of materials and equipment and see if I can put them to use. The cost may be a bit high. Take a look. Usopp raised his head with pleading eyes, as if stars were twinkling in his eyes. And Nami, who holds more than 1 billion in capital, is also wealthy. Without any hesitation, she nodded directly and said, "No problem. But in order to prevent you from being deceived by profiteers, I will go with you this time." "Yes. Thank you, Nami-sama." Usopp laughed excitedly and bowed his head. At this time, Chihong, who had parked the boat with Zoro, also came over and reminded Usopp. "Usopp, don't forget to check out the insect museum and the place that sells special plants. If there are suitable varieties, we can also purchase a batch." Although Usopp, who was left in the breeding house, had not yet learned any Pokémon moves, considering his attribute combination, Chihong felt that it was better to prepare for some things in advance. "No problem." Usopp smiled and made an okay gesture, and immediately she and Nami walked off the boat and walked towards the town. Sanji, who had tied the sail, also jumped into the air and jumped from the mast of the ship. He glanced at Chihong and Soren on the boat with evasive eyes, lit a cigarette and said, "Chihong, you are going to find the knife shop and then the newspaper office, right? Then I will go to the food market alone. If you go late, it won't be new." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji stepped on the ship's railing. Looking at the panic in his eyes, some people thought he was avoiding some wild beast. And in fact, that seems to be the case. "Ah! Do you think I don't exist? Why don't you say hello when you meet me? Curly-haired cook." Sanji's movements were still a step slower after all. Zoro was seen placing a long knife that he was about to replace on his shoulder, tapping it, and showing a mocking smile to Sanji. "Asshole!" Sanji, who had one foot on the ship's railing, suddenly clenched his fists. But the next second, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, showing a funny and ugly smile to Zoro. "Then I'll set off first, Mr. Zoro. This is so ridiculous. Go." Zoro watched Sanji jump and quickly escape from the Mary, and he couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Chihong, who was watching on the side, couldn't help laughing, shook his head and said with a smile, "Zoro, you really should just let Sanji go. That's not possible." Zoro grinned, "Who told him to lose to me in a bet? During this period, I have to enjoy the feeling of being respected by this curly eyebrow." The bet Zoro was talking about was naturally the contest between the two of them that day at the naval base. From the current situation, it is clear who the winner is. No way. Although Sanji possesses the flame whirlwind kick, he was still slightly inferior to Zoro in the face of the thunder power of 100,000 volts, and lost to Zoro by a narrow margin. And Zoro, who had finally seized this opportunity, would certainly not let Sanji go. Recently, whenever the two of them met, he would immediately mock Sanji. And following the outcome of the bet, Sanji could only endure the pain. So much so that Sanji hardly showed his face in front of Zoro these days. "Okay." Red patted Zoro on the shoulder. "Don't be too happy too early. Be careful next time Sanji wins back, you will be the unlucky one. Win it back? Just him. Zoro chuckled. But the next second, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said extremely excitedly, I won't give him this chance. Time returns to the present. The Straw Hat's high-profile entry into Hong Kong had no intention of hiding it from anyone. The dazzling pirate flag flying among a bunch of merchant ships instantly attracted the attention of the Navy. After discovering that it was the Peugeot of the Straw Hats, the soldiers guarding the scene instantly panicked and quickly sent messages to their respective superiors to report to the highest level. Therefore, there was a scene where Dusky gave up the confrontation with Bartolomeo and retreated in a hurry. At the same time, on a naval battleship not far from Rog Town, pang! Smoker suddenly punched the wall next to him, and he was shrouded in smoke, revealing a ferocious face. Cunning pirate! He actually entered Rog Town while I was away. Did someone reveal the news? A thoughtful look flashed in Smoker's eyes. But the next second, he immediately picked up the phone receiver next to him. After a while of brumulu, Smoker fiercely ordered, notify all warships to move towards the port of Rog Town at full speed. The Straw Hats are in Rogue Town now. Based on their route, they are most likely planning to enter the Grand Line directly. We must intercept them there. We must not let these pirates escape from the East China Sea. Even though Smoker looks like he doesn't understand the world, he just doesn't like it, not that he doesn't understand it. The Straw Hats broke into such a trap in Branch 16 but still did not receive a bounty increase from the headquarters. In addition, dozens of their naval warships urgently conducted a sea-wide search operation. It is enough to show that the top brass of the Navy did not want this group of people to continue to survive from the beginning. And if they are still allowed to escape even after using such a large amount of manpower and material resources, then his face as the commander-in-chief of the operation would be greatly lost. Damn pirates! I must bring you to justice. Thick white smoke rose from Smoker's body, turning the entire room into a sea of white. Please vote, please red. If nothing else, it should be on the shelves the day after tomorrow. Chapter 88 The Famous Sword King Xiang, please vote. It turned out that Smoker's restlessness was entirely self-inflicted. Because from the beginning to the end, the Straw Hats never took him, or the Navy of the East China Sea seriously. They didn't even send anyone to stay on board the Meili. Because Chihong and the others know very well. With their captain's trouble-making style, it won't be long before the Navy in Rog Town becomes busy and headache-ridden. Captain Dusky found the location of Straw Hat Luffy. Where? On the streets of Rog Town, Dashki, who had just returned from the suburbs, had no time to rest. He immediately led the Rog Town Navy to search for the whereabouts of the Straw Hat group without stopping. Colonel Smoker had given her an order to keep the Straw Hats in Rogue Town and not allow them to escape. The naval soldier who was reporting paused. He raised his head and glanced at Dashki hesitantly, and then slowly said, "It's the execution platform. According to the brothers over there, the Straw Hat boy seems to be asking for directions from people all over the street, wanting to get to the execution platform." Execution platform. Dashki was also stunned for a moment. You are talking about the square where the Pirate King Roger was executed? That's right. That should be right there. The Navy soldiers were equally puzzled. What are they doing there? Dashki frowned, but quickly relaxed. Forget it, it doesn't matter so much. Now that we know the other party's destination, it will be easier to handle. Deploy troops immediately near the execution platform and wait for the next order. Yes. Navy soldiers immediately ran to deliver the order. But Dashki paused. She hesitated for a moment, but then slowly pulled out Shijir from her waist. Because of the previous confrontation with Bartolomeo's barrier, Shijir's blade was already somewhat curled at this time. With Shijir's current state, it is impossible to fight against a big pirate with a bounty of 5000W. It's already too late to repair it. Dashki gritted his teeth and finally made a decision with tears in his eyes. It's better to go to the knife store and buy a new knife. In order to have suitable weapons in hand to fight the pirates later, Dashki had to make plans to bleed a lot. There happened to be a weapons store that she often visited not far ahead. Dashki didn't think too much and ran quickly. However, when she pushed open the door of the weapons store, an extremely shocking scene appeared in front of her. In a shop full of various weapons, a young man wearing a baseball cap was holding a sharp long knife and pointed it at the arm of a green algae-headed swordsman. Seeing that the boy in the baseball cap was about to chop him off with a knife, Dashki quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Two voices sounded at the same time, one after the other. Surprisingly, the owner of the store was also making panicked noises. However, the two people in the store seemed not to hear it. The shouts did not stop the boy in the baseball cap from swinging the knife. The sharp blade suddenly emitted a scarlet cold light in the air. Dashki subconsciously reached out to cover her eyes. Clang! With a crisp sound like the collision of metal, she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, Dashki discovered that the severed limbs and blood she had imagined did not appear. Instead, the long knife in the boy's hand suddenly flew up, spun several times in the air, and then plunged straight into the floor of the store. Only a rustic hilt remains outside. Hey! The green algae-headed swordsman, Soran, grinned and immediately dissipated the armed domineering energy from his arms. And the boy in the baseball cap in Dusky's eyes is naturally the red one who brought Soran to look for the knife. The two of them looked at the shop owner in unison. Because the scene just now was too scary, the shop owner, selling a knife, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. And seeing that Soran was unscathed, he was even more shocked and stretched out his fingers and said tremblingly, How is it possible? That knife is very sharp. It is indeed a sharp knife. Zoro smiled slightly, reached out and pulled the long knife out of the floor, then raised it in front of him and looked at it with satisfaction. So, you can sell it to me now, boss. You, who are you guys? Selling a knife did not answer, but continued to ask questions. As soon as these two guys entered his shop, they didn't ask or say anything. They just picked out the cursed blade 3rd generation Kaititsu from the pile of ordinary knives in the shop that gave him a headache. Although Mayito had always wanted to get rid of the sword, due to his conscience, he finally refused to sell the 3rd generation of ghosts to the young swordsman. Unexpectedly, after listening to him say the reason of cursed blade, the boy in the baseball cap suddenly said, "That's it. Does that mean that as long as it can be proven that this sword cannot harm the swordsman who wields it, you will agree to use it?" At that time, Mayudeo didn't think much about it and just nodded perfunctorily. Then, these two madmen actually started to perform a scene of cutting their arms with a knife on the spot. Mikadeo, who was extremely sensitive to knives, could clearly see that the boy in the baseball cap had definitely used the blade to chop the swordsman's arm. But in the end, the 3rd generation of Kaititsu was directly ejected by the swordsman's naked arm. At this moment, Mayudeo felt that his head was buzzing and he completely lost his ability to think. Until Chihong slapped 5W Bailey on the table and said with a smile, "Then boss, I'll put the money here, and we'll take the knife." Wait a minute. Selling a knife suddenly stood up. Although he didn't know what happened just now, but the aura of the two people in front of him undoubtedly shocked him. Especially the green algae-headed swordsman who stretched out his arm to be chopped without hesitation. So he made a decision that went against his ancestors. After a while, I sold a knife and ran down with a long package. After lifting up the dusty cloth, a black lacquered sword instantly appeared on the counter. The blade is made of black lacquered sword, and the blade is a small T-shaped blade. Selling a knife's expression was extremely solemn, and he announced loudly, "Good and sharp knife, snow is gone. Although this is not a famous store, this is already the best knife in my store. It's rare to meet such a great swordsman like you." I'll give you this sword. Ah! Zoro was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the boss who had been picking on Sosu just now and thought they were poor would suddenly become so generous. But... Thank you for your kindness, boss. But my knife is enough. Zoro hung the Sandaki Tetsu around his waist, then smiled softly and showed his 3 long swords to Mikadeo. That is. At this moment, Dashki, who was standing at the door, finally woke up. As for her love for famous swords, she immediately noticed the Wado Ikemonji on Zoro's waist and another long sword that Zoro temporarily called Thunder. Dashki quickly took out a small notebook from his pocket and rummaged through it quickly. It can't be wrong. Those are the only 21 great sharp swords in the world, Wado Ikemonji, and the one known as the strongest sharp sword, King Xiang. King Xiang. Dashki's words made Red and Zoro stop. Chihong, who had already figured out her identity, suddenly showed a playful expression and asked her curiously. Miss, can you give us more information about this knife? After all, this is the treasure that Nami picked up and obtained for the first time when her characteristics came into play. Chihong wanted to use this to speculate on what level Nami's characteristics could reach in the real world. You don't know about this knife? Dashki was confused for a moment, but she still analyzed it enthusiastically. Although it is difficult for famous swords of the same level to appear together in the same era, and each has its own winner or loser due to the strength of the user. But among the 50 recorded good and quick knives, King Xiang's name has always been at the top of the good and quick knives. It is said that the swordsmith who created King Xiang used a special method of attracting thunder to inject the power of thunder into it at the moment when he drew the sword, making it easier for the swordsman wearing the sword to comprehend the meaning of the thunder sword. Of course. Dashki, who realized that she was a little too obsessed, suddenly smiled awkwardly. That's just a legendary story after all, it can't be taken seriously. But the power of this knife will definitely stand the test of history. Thanks to the master of the 9 tribulations sword, book friends 202309166641_ad, Momoer, Su rely on self-reliance and, crazy, 7 Dawn 2, broken thoughts and bathing in fire, Diablo who can't die even if he wants to die, and SRH for their monthly support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Keep asking for votes. Chapter 89 Nami One Exciting Spirit, will be released tomorrow, please support. It's just a legend. I don't think so. Chihong smiled slightly and murmured softly as if talking to himself. After all, Zoro clearly said. This King Xiang can amplify the special moves of electric-type Pokemon, so it is not impossible to help understand the way of lightning-type swordsmanship. But in this case, I don't know whether this is due to Zoro's strong luck or Nami's awesome picking up skills. A look of thought flashed in his red eyes. And when he saw Dashki looking equally surprised and praising the 3 long knives on Soran's waist, Chihong chuckled suddenly, turned to the owner of the weapon shop and said, Boss, if you really want to find a suitable swordsman to entrust that snow, I would recommend that you consider the young lady in front of you. What? Dashki was stunned for a moment when he was unexpectedly named. Then she waved her hands in a panic. No. I can't do it. I'm still very weak, and I haven't found my own way of swordsmanship yet. So. Dashki, whose dream is to collect famous swords, of course wants to take Xuezhi into his own pocket. But she knew very well that she did not have the courage and ability to test the knife like Soran just now, and she was not worthy of the appreciation of selling a knife. Don't think that Zoro is really invulnerable because he has armed Haki. Although Red is not considered a strong person now, he is not completely powerless. Dare to use his own domineering power to test the curse of the 3rd generation of ghosts, Zoro is also burdened with great courage. Facts have proved that his weapon is enough for him to control this demon sword. So Dashki is very aware of the gap between herself and the other party. But for some reason, the boy in the baseball cap in front of him seemed to have recognized her and recommended her to the boss again. Although she is still very weak now, I have a hunch. In the future, she will never bury the name of that famous sword. My vision has never been wrong. That's it, boss, you can think about the rest by yourself. Although Yukizukai is a good and sharp sword, he is slightly better than the third-generation Kaiditsu in terms of grade. However, as a model of the first-generation and second-generation ghost swords, the third-generation ghost sword, has a unique ghostly aura that other knives do not have. Compared to a knife that is physically sharper, the third-generation Kaiditsu is the most suitable choice for Zoro. But it is indeed a bit pitiful to let Shueze be buried here like this. Dashiki happened to appear at the right time, and Chihong also made a favor. Although Dasuke's performance in the original timeline was not very exciting from beginning to end, her hard work and kindness were enough to make her worthy of a better knife. After the words fell, Chihong rushed to the newspaper office without staying too long. After thanking Dashiki, he immediately waved his hand and left the weapons store with Soran. On the contrary, Zoro was still looking at Dashiki casually with his peripheral vision until the moment he walked out of the store. For some reason, he actually saw a bit of his old friend in this young female swordsman. It's just that Dashiki's overly modest temperament and elegant glasses completely separated the shadows in her and Soran's memories. It's really weird. Zoro murmured softly. But soon, his attention was attracted by the long knife at his waist. Kengxiang and the third-generation Kaiditsu. It's really inexplicably exciting. Zoro held the long knife with one hand, his eyes unusually determined. Although Kengxiang and third-generation Kaiditsu were just good swords and quick swords, their grades were not as good as the great sword Wado Ikemonji given by their masters. But Kengxiang's amplification of thunder and lightning skills, and the demonic sword energy that the third generation of Kaiditsu can feel just by touching it, have made Zoro's path of swordsmanship wider. At the same time, it also makes him more comfortable in using Pokemon energy. Now, he feels that even if he faces the original third gear Luffy, he still has the strength to fight. A month ago, he would never have imagined that he would be so strong. But this is normal. After all, in the recent period, Red's main cultivation targets are Zoro and Sanji. In addition to needing to consume some power to help Usopp exchange the evolution stones, Chihong could say that he spent all the game time with the two of them these days. It's just that despite spending a lot of game time, their game progress has not made much progress. Even though a few days have passed, the Red game character still stays inside the rocket space below the Yahung City Game Hall. No way. Under the operation of the machine, Team Rocket's base, which was originally extremely complex in the game, is now as complicated as a maze. Not to mention Zoro, who is a road addict. Even if Chihong is there, he often gets lost. But fortunately, there are a large number of Team Rocket trainers in the Team Rocket base, and most of the Pokemon they use are evolved types after level 30. After defeating them, you can get a lot of money and experience. And in the Rocket's base, you will also pick up some special props from time to time. Now, there are 2 magical candies stored in the red package. He planned to use all these 2 candies on Luffy after he reached level 50 through training. Thanks to this, Zoro and Sanji's levels have also improved by leaps and bounds. Zoro, who was originally level 40, has now reached level 42, and during the discussion with Luffy, he successfully induced his own armed haki. Sanji, who was at a slightly lower level, was upgraded by 4 levels in one breath, reaching level 36. Although it still takes some time to master armament haki, his body seems to have produced some special reactions inspired by Pokemon energy. Under normal training, the experience points that Luffy and Zoro can gain every day are both around 300 plus. Nami and Usopp would only be lower. Only Sanji spends a lot of time in the kitchen preparing 3 meals a day for the Straw Hats. But his naturally increasing experience points every day reached an astonishing 500 plus. This speed of gaining experience is almost as fast as that of Usopp, who was enjoying his solitude in the training house. Even without playing Pokemon games, Sanji can still rely on the natural growth of experience to increase his combat power by leveling up every 10 days. Sure enough, life and career are the coolest. The words are divided into 2 parts. Just after Zoro and Red got the 3rd generation ghost, Nami, and Usopp also completed the purchase. I saw Usopp carrying a small mountain of packages, swaying as if he was about to fall. Usopp said while controlling his balance, "Then Nami, I will go back and guard the Mary first. There are several Navy groups passing by along the way, so you should be careful. Do not worry." Nami patted the weather stick on her waist and gave Usopp a confident smile. "Now I am not so easily caught by the Navy." "Makes sense." Usopp smiled and nodded. Immediately, he took the purchased supplies and walked towards the port. Nami, on the other hand, continued to wander around the commercial street. It's not like she wanted to buy anything. It was just a rare trip to land, so Nami wanted to try to see if she could trigger her picking up ability again. Ever since she learned about the real-life effects of the picking up feature, she is now looking forward to it. Time passes slowly. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Just when the sounds of commotion began to sound from the execution platform, Nami finally felt something different. That mysterious feeling suddenly poured into her heart. In an instant, a greedy golden light flashed in the bright eyes. Here! Nami suddenly turned her gaze to her side, inside an ordinary small hotel. At the same time, in a room in the hotel, Kabi, who was guarding beside a wooden box, kept looking out the window, wondering in his heart. Strange, why haven't Arita and the others come back? Thanks to book friend 202312221254072007, book friend 1605161632515546, Tiangxianjian, random, book friend 201907291511233300, Luo Baeksan, Age Expedition Team Negative Head, Who Am I 94449, Matsui Ria, MWTWM, Cesar Zohar, Tishan, Susu's monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. If there are no problems with the system, it will be on the shelves tomorrow. So I'll leave it to you all to place your first order tomorrow. Please. Chapter 90 The Lively Rogue Town, please order first. Kirby stuck his head out of the window in confusion, trying to see what the commotion was about. But at this moment, a swift figure suddenly fell from the sky. Tread! Nami, who fell from the sky, stepped on the window edge and looked directly at Kabi by the window. Hey! Someone! Nami, who was about to sneak in through the window, was suddenly stunned. The same goes for Kirby inside the house. But the next moment, Nami suddenly reached for the weather stick from her waist, flicked it with one hand, and immediately formed it into a long stick shape. She had just asked the hotel staff to find out clearly that this hotel had already been booked by a group of strange pirates and there were no other guests. So the only ones who will stay in the room at this time are pirates. Nami electric shock. Time. Without any hesitation, Nami directly reached out for the weather stick in her hand. The bright thunder suddenly flashed and fell directly in front of Kabi under the horrified gaze. Ah! A painful scream suddenly came from Kabi's mouth. Under the light of the laser, his hair stood up and instantly turned into an unconventional afro. A few seconds later, with electric light flashing all over his body, he trembled twice and whispered in disbelief. Why? The next moment, under the paralysis effect of the numbing electric shock, Kabi straightened up and fell directly into a coma. Until the second before he fell unconscious, he couldn't figure out why Nami suddenly attacked him. As for Nami, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw that Kobe was EAS. For more novels, 121,502, join, https://discord.gg/xxtcastch, highly defeated. Unexpectedly weak. But soon, she stopped caring about these little things. His eyes quickly explored the room. Soon, she focused her attention on a very ordinary wooden box. That was the source of the throbbing in her heart right now. I wonder what kind of treasure it will be this time. Nami licked her lips in anticipation, and then strode over. There was a flash of lightning, and the lock on the box instantly melted and fell off. She stretched out her slender hand and opened the lid expectantly. All of a sudden, a fruit with an extremely smooth appearance but full of strange lines suddenly appeared in front of Nami. This is... A look of surprise appeared on Nami's face. But the next second, her eyes were completely filled with joy. It's a devil fruit! Nami screamed while suppressing her voice. Although it was only the first time she saw it, she had already learned a lot about the sea during the previous chat. Such as the record pointer of the Grand Line, such as the correct way to enter Upside Down Mountain. The knowledge about devil fruits and ability users has naturally become their focus. Snap! She slammed the wooden box shut, but the excitement in her eyes was beyond words. I'm getting rich! Devil fruit! This is a big treasure worth at least 1 million Baileys. Unexpectedly, her picking up ability was so powerful that it allowed her to pick up a devil fruit. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, Nami reached out and took out a bundle of string from the fourth-dimensional pocket on her chest, and tied the wooden box behind her at lightning speed. At the same time, on the street outside the hotel. In order to get 1.5 million belly and make a comeback, Arita completely abandoned her previous domineering image, showed a flattering smile, and introduced to Bato. Lord Bato, look! The hotel in front is where we will stay, and the devil fruit is on the second floor of the hotel. Yes, that's the room with the window. My men are guarding the devil fruits. Look, the devil fruit is in the box behind that woman. At this point, Arita's expression suddenly froze. Even the eyes of Ba-Tuo and the others were dull for a moment. Ba-Tuo pointed out without knowing why. Is that woman your subordinate? How is that possible? Kabi is a pure man. Arita screamed, that woman is a thief. The next second, she immediately raised the giant mace. The obviously fat body actually burst out with a burst of speed, like a giant bear rushing towards food, swinging a mace and hitting Nami. The violent whistling sound immediately attracted Nami's attention. She was about to run away secretly, but when she looked back, she saw Arita with a ferocious face, wielding a mace. Damn you little thief, give me back my treasure! Boom! The huge mace fell with a crash. Under the terrifying power, a spider web-like crack appeared on the ground of the entire block. The door of the hotel also collapsed under the attack, so that Nami on the roof lost her footing. But of course this doesn't affect Nami. The moment the roof fell, she tapped her toes lightly, and her whole body suddenly flew into the sky like an elegant balloon. Discovered. Nami frowned and looked down at Alita. Although she has enough strength, stealing is not a good thing after all. She subconsciously feels that she is wrong and does not want to fight back against Arita. I'm sorry, Auntie. Nami smiled slyly, I'll accept your treasure. Relying on the flying ability brought by the fluttering falling move, she turned around and chose to fly high into the sky. Now that the treasure has been obtained, she naturally does not need to stay here anymore. Aunt. Arita raised her head again after her attack failed, but she could only watch Nami floating further and further away with her devil fruit. Damn guy! Bump! Arita smashed the mace to the ground like she was venting her anger, endless anger pouring out of her eyes. At this time, Ba-Tuo and others also ran over quickly. Recalling that Bucky the Clown suddenly left without saying goodbye not long ago, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Another fruit ability user. What happened to Rog Town today? But then his expression changed and he said to Arita. It seems that you did not lie to me, but our transaction seems to have to be cancelled. Bato glanced at the direction where Nami flew away. Although devil fruits are valuable, they just offended the navy of Rog Town. For the sake of the stability of the territory, he no longer wanted to continue making trouble in Rog Town. However, at this moment... Wait a minute. Seeing Ba-Tuo and his gang turning around to leave, Arita suddenly dropped the mace in her hand and stopped them. At this moment, complex glints flashed across her eyes, with 3 parts of struggle and 3 parts of hesitation, but in the end, everything was ignited by 4 parts of anger. Seeing Bartolu's turning around, Arita immediately pointed at Nami in the air, gritted her teeth and said to Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo! You are strong, aren't you? As long as you can help me catch that woman. I don't need it, whether it's devil fruit or Bailey. And I will join your group and become your subordinate, at your disposal. The bounty of 500W Bailey the Great Pirate should be of some use to you. Within a day, Arita was teased and scorned one after another, and Arita's nerves finally completely collapsed at this moment. All his men are lost and the devil fruit is stolen. She has lost everything now. What's even more hateful is that she doesn't even know who the other party is. Nowadays, collapse Arita no longer wants to worry about it so much. No matter what the price, he must make the 2 women who put her in such a situation regret everything they did. Oh! After Bato, who was about to leave, heard Arita's words, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised slightly, showing an interested look. Although Arita's strength is not strong, among their group, she can be regarded as one of the top 3 masters. Just chasing a woman, not only can you harvest a devil fruit for no reason, but you can also get a capable general. Interesting. This is a good deal. Bato suddenly grinned. Speaking of which, the devil fruit that I got right away was actually stolen by someone else. It's indeed a bit unpleasant. He suddenly raised his arms and shouted. Young ones! Oh! All the boys responded instantly. Catch up with that woman. Yes. Blah blah blah. Following Bato's order, a group of non-mainstream people with colorful hairstyles instantly started racing on the streets of Rog Town, raising smoke and dust. One bad guy didn't forget to pick up Kirby, who fell when the hotel collapsed. Looking at the pink explosive hair, the bad guy immediately regarded him as one of his own, called his brothers beside him, and started running with Kirby. Suddenly, a colorful and beautiful scenery suddenly appeared on the streets of Rog Town. And such a lively scene is just the tip of the iceberg of chaos in Rog Town today. Thanks to Xiangli Yantian, Book Friends 2023241754177706, Angzan Yuan Sun Ranchi, listen to the song, Book Friends 202303231147177171, Road and Road, and someone who likes history for their monthly support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. 1/10. Chapter 91 One Piece, I'm Determined. 210. Straw Hat Luffy. You are surrounded. Come down and surrender and accept justice. In the largest square in Rog Town, Dusky led a group of marines to surround the entire execution platform, and then shouted to Luffy, who was climbing the execution platform. At her waist, Shiger, who had originally curled the blade, had disappeared. It was replaced by a fine sword with a jet black blade. It was the family heirloom that the owner of the weapons store sold for one sword, the good sword Shuizhe. Although I don't know how the process went and how much role Chihong's words played in it. But Dashki finally succeeded in obtaining this famous sword, and took it with him to encircle and suppress the great pirate Luffy. From the intersections around the square, a group of marines would come from time to time, strengthening the encirclement and suppression team. But outside the siege, there was a group of Rog Town natives who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. A few years ago, Rog Town had always been a gathering place for pirates. Therefore, the character of the locals is also deeply influenced by pirates, and they are extremely brave. It was rare to see any excitement, so they all gathered together in a swarm. After all, they have even seen the death penalty of One Piece. What could be more dangerous than that? Hey! Look! That guy seems to be the great pirate Straw Hat Luffy, who has a bounty of 5,000 Baileys. What? Is that the evil pirate who attacked the naval base and then escaped? No wonder the Navy wants to block the entire square. It seems that this big pirate will not be able to escape the law after all. He was put on a bounty not long ago, right? Humph, now the Navy has news to release. That's not necessarily true. Don't underestimate pirates. Among the crowd, some were looking forward to seeing Luffy and the Navy fight, some were hoping to see the pirates apprehended, and some took the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with the Navy. For a while, the townspeople with different positions started talking about it. The big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 W Bailey. Even in the eyes of the well-informed aborigines of Rog Town, this is a big event worth talking about. On the other side, Luffy, who was the subject of everyone's discussion, did not hear clearly what Dusky was shouting below. But after turning around and seeing the densely packed heads below, I couldn't help but sigh. Wow, there are so many people. Immediately, Luffy continued to climb towards the top of the execution platform. However, what he doesn't know is, his behavior at this time, in the eyes of many people, was a sign that he had no way to escape after being surrounded and suppressed by the Navy. Even the only member of the large fleet under his command could not get out of this strange thinking circle. A quarter of an hour ago, the Clown Bucky pirates, who heard that the Straw Hats had arrived in Rogue Town, also came to the square near the square and hid among the crowd after questioning them all the way. Captain Bucky, look! It's Boss Luffy! Thanks to Dusky's shouting, Bucky and his group soon discovered Luffy, who was being chased by the Marines and had to climb onto the execution platform. It's too bad. Seeing more and more naval soldiers running towards him from a distance, Bucky suddenly showed a sad look on his face. He immediately asked his subordinates, "Have you found anyone else in the Straw Hats?" "No, Captain Bucky." At Bucky's signal, Machi stepped on the lion's cloak and stood directly on its head. But after looking around for a while, he said disappointedly, "Could they have been caught by the Navy?" "Impossible." After hearing what Machi said, Bucky objected without hesitation. At the same time, a flash of red eyes that seemed to control everything flashed through his mind. How could a young man with that kind of aura and magical means collapse at the entrance to the Grand Line? With thousands of thoughts flashing through his eyes, Bucky finally gritted his teeth and said, "Inform everyone and get ready for battle. Also, always pay attention to your surroundings. If you find other members of the Straw Hats, report them to me as quickly as possible." Now that he had drunk the most important wine of friendship among pirates and decided to follow the Straw Hats, he no longer had the option of turning back. If necessary, he would even sacrifice his own pirate group to protect the Straw Hats. This is a real pirate. They are treacherous, cunning, despicable, greedy, and tyrannical. But at the same time, they will also persist until the last second of their lives for a flag that cannot fall. They will dedicate their lives to follow a verbal agreement, they will regard a hearty banquet as the meaning of life. In this chaotic world, pirates have their own set of rules. Following Bucky's order, the entire clown pirates took action instantly. Compared with the Navy, they do not have any numerical advantage. So they have to find another way. As an orthodox pirate, Bucky quickly thought of a despicable and cunning idea. That is to take the nearby Rog Town residents who are watching the excitement as hostages. As long as they set up the artillery in a suitable position and rely on the powerful Bucky bombs, they are qualified to negotiate terms with the Navy and let the Navy let the Straw Hats leave Rog Town. As for what happens next, let's talk about it later. When Bucky thought of a way, he suddenly grinned and laughed wildly. The torn body instantly expanded the cloak, revealing a dazzling red nose. After this is done, I will make history, right? Wah ha 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 ha. Bucky in the crowd suddenly laughed wildly, scaring the passers-by around him to step back. In fact, he didn't know what he was laughing at. Are you laughing at yourself, or are you still as silly and naive as you were when you were young? Do you still laugh at yourself, still as arrogant and fearless as when you were young? Everything is no longer important. Looking at the busy clown pirates in the crowd, he quietly flew into the air, found a hidden corner and observed secretly. Come on! Straw Hat Luffy! Let me see what you are capable of and how you can win the favor of that bastard Shanks. At the same time, Bucky is not the only one who is secretly observing Luffy. In another corner of Rog Town, the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Durag, known as the world's most vicious criminal, is also hiding behind a tall tower like Bucky. Looking at Luffy surrounded by a group of Marines, he didn't think that Luffy had been cornered. After all, my family knows their own affairs. The bloodline of the Monkey family will not give birth to cowards and weaklings. Looking at Luffy, who suddenly extended his arms and climbed onto the high platform in one fell swoop, Drago, who had tattoos on his face that looked like footprints, suddenly spoke and murmured softly. A free pirate. Maybe it's also a good choice. Come on, Luffy. Now that you have made a decision, go ahead without hesitation. Use your life to measure this miserable world. A hurricane blew by, and Durag's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Time returns to the present. Yoxi finally climbed up. The height of the execution platform is only 20 or 30 meters, which is not difficult for Luffy. He quickly climbed onto the execution platform and looked down excitedly. Is this what the Pirate King Roger saw before he died? Looking at the tiny crowd below, you can feel the unique landscape of seeing all the small mountains at a glance. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Dark clouds gathered above Luffy's head from unknown moment, as if they were here to witness something. At this moment, Luffy suddenly opened his arms and stretched his hands to the highest point. Ever since he came to this city, there has been an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. And in that bar named Gold Roger, after drinking the glass of milk with the old boss, this throbbing was completely aroused. Now, when he is now at the place where the previous generation of Pirate King died, this throbbing has finally been pushed to the highest level. At this moment, a bright smile suddenly appeared on Luffy's face, which was filled with excitement. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, he took a deep breath, then immediately opened his eyes, revealing his unwavering gaze, and shouted to the world. One Piece! I'm determined! Boom! A blazing lightning suddenly flashed above Luffy's head, like a spotlight, shining his figure into the eyes of everyone present. Then the deafening thunder roared suddenly, clearing all the noise in the world, leaving only Luffy's shout just now in everyone's mind. Slam la! The heavy rain fell at any time, turning Rog Town into a world in a curtain of rain in an instant. But the people below seemed to be frozen, watching Luffy motionless. Hee hee! Feel good! After shouting, Luffy felt extremely comfortable inside. So, he fastened the straw hat tightly on his head with one hand, with a standard D-shaped smile on his face, and murmured to himself. It's almost time to go back and meet up with your friends. After all, our adventure has just begun. Thanks to me, Gao Yang Daeba, Rocket Ability, Reader 15359516807874888768, Chu Tianji, Eternal Xian, Huan Chen Ruimen, Xian Dao Du Ya, Director of the Traveler Supervision Bureau, Book Friends 202109261150142777, Lai Yu Fo He, it doesn't matter, it's Photon, the chicken clippers are not good looking at all, the door is opened and Theblade is closed, the monthly ticket support. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. 2/10. Chapter 92 Usopp, sit back and watch the clouds roll and relax. 310, page 12. Hey, why is it so good? Suddenly it started to rain. The port of Rog Town, on the Mary. Usopp complained as he moved the last of the supplies into the cabin. Immediately, he was soaked and didn't care so much. He let the heavy rain beat and sat down on the bow of the boat to accompany Meili and wait for the return of his friends. At this time, a fist as huge as a giant appeared in the sky in the center of Rog Town, and then suddenly struck Rog Town. Rumble, rumble. The violent sound was accompanied by the tremor of the earth, and spread from the inside of Rog Town to the entire sea area in an instant. The cascading waves, like relay runners, began to wash away the port of Rog Town one after another. The Meili also rose and fell up and down under the power of the waves. However, Usopp, who was sitting on the deck, calmly took out a pink thermos cup, used the lid to block the rain, and drank slowly. There is quite a calm look, like not surprised by favor or disgrace, watching the flowers blooming and falling in front of the court, and watching the clouds rolling and relaxing in the sky. Sure enough, it's still like this. Fortunately, I got on the boat early. Usopp smiled calmly, as if he had already seen through everything. However, Usopp, who was sitting on the bow of the ship, did not notice. Not far from the sea outside Rog Town, naval warships one after another are constantly gathering towards the port of Rog Town. Third gear. Rubber giant pistol. Boom, in the center of Rog Town, Luffy, who was surrounded by the navy, launched a third-level basic attack directly at the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, the terrifying shock waves were like a sudden typhoon, suddenly blowing away the nearby navy, staggering and smashing into the buildings around the square. Then, what is that? A marine who was not greatly affected by the attack was so frightened that he suddenly dropped the gun in his hand and pointed to the place where Luffy had just attacked with trembling lips. I saw a huge fist mark suddenly appearing in the center of the originally flat Rog Town square. The smooth traces were as if they had been there from the beginning. Seeing this scene, the nerves of all the navy present suddenly trembled. A large number of navies threw away their weapons unconsciously. It's impossible to beat him. That kind of monster is simply not a player at their level that they can fight against. Is this really something that a pirate with a bounty of 5000 Bailey can do? For a moment, all the marines looked as if their worldview had collapsed. And Dashki, who was hit head-on by the impact just now, collapsed in the ruins with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? This guy, is he a monster? The corners of her mouth trembled and she made a sound of disbelief. The other side. Kabaji rode his unicycle and swayed to Bucky's side. Captain Bucky, it seems, we don't need to take action. It seems, it's no longer necessary. Hi! Bucky suddenly gasped. For some reason, the moment Luffy was shouting his oath on the execution platform, he seemed to see the captain in a trance. Although the illusion in his mind was quickly replaced by Luffy's shocking blow in third gear. But Bucky's heart suddenly surged. This time, maybe I really made the right bet. 1 minute later, Luffy emerged from the ground, returning to his normal figure again. The only dust on his body was quickly washed away by the rain. But this time, when Luffy wanted to leave again, there was no one blocking him in front of him. Wherever he passed along the way, whether it was the navy, pirates, or the residents of Rog Town, they all subconsciously opened a wide avenue for him. No way. Although the navy also wanted to work hard to apprehend the criminals in front of them, the gap in strength was too great. If you force yourself rashly, it will only increase casualties. Besides, the little military pay they usually get is not even enough to install a house in Rog Town. Why are you working so hard to earn such a small amount of money? Of course, not all navies are greedy for life and afraid of death. Pirate, stop! Just as Luffy was about to leave, a shout suddenly sounded. It was unusually obvious in the Rog Town square where the only sound was the patter of raindrops. Luffy stopped for a moment, pressed the straw hat on his head back slightly, and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Dashki standing up in embarrassment, holding a long knife. Although under the impact just now, the flying stones scratched bloody marks on her body and clothes, leaving her scarred. But in the end, Dashki overcame the fear in her heart, pointed the snow in her hand at Luffy, and said with determination, "Don't even think about escaping, pirate. The battle between us is not over yet." No one knows how much courage it took for Dashki Totore to stand up and intercept Luffy after seeing Luffy's third gear. But Luffy really felt her determination. "So you didn't fall down?" Luffy marveled slightly. But the next moment, a dark-armed domineering force suddenly appeared on his fist. He grinned and began to move his hand bones, making a crisp clicking sound. "Since you haven't fought enough yet, keep going." In an instant, a group of Marines who did not dare to step forward immediately shouted in worry, trying to dissuade Dashki from continuing to fight. "Give up, Chief Dashki. This battle has no meaning at all. That is to say, the difference in strength is too huge, there is no way we can beat him." A group of Marines shouted noisily, not wanting to see Dashki take the initiative to die. But hearing the shouts of them not going out, Dashki suddenly took a deep breath, and then yelled angrily, "Idiot! Shut up!" Dashki, who had always been gentle and quiet, now burst out with a not-so-harsh curse word. Immediately, she saw crystal tears welling up in her eyes behind her lenses, but she still criticized the Navy severely. "Give up? How did you say this?" Chapter 93 Straw Hat Network, 410, page 12. Silk-smooth drizzle fell from the sky, washing away the frames and tears from Dashki's face. "Why?" Defeated, Dashki raised his head blankly, looked at Zoro who sheathed Wado Umonji's sword, and then asked loudly, "Why don't you just kill me? You can obviously do it easily, right?" "Hey!" Zoro looked at her, about to say something. But in an instant, his expression suddenly became stunned. Gina." Looking at Dusky's familiar yet unfamiliar face after losing his glasses, Zoro blurted out the name of his old friend. But the next second, he immediately shook off the water droplets on his eyelashes to wake himself up. "Wrong. Gina has already left this world. Therefore, this is a woman who looks very similar to Kuina." Zoro turned around, no longer looking at the face that made him throb, and asked in a deep voice, "Why should I kill you?" Dashki clenched their fists, as if she was humiliated. "You are a pirate and I am a navy. We are naturally enemies. You committed a heinous and brutal crime at Naval Base number 16, but you showed mercy to me at this time. Just because I'm a woman. This is simply a disgrace. Damn bastard. Hey you!" Listening to Dashki's unreasonable statement, Zoro's brows suddenly furrowed. But at this moment, Chi-Hong suddenly came over, patted Zoro on the shoulder with one hand and comforted. "Okay, Zoro, forget it." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward and picked up the snow that fell on the ground. In the stunned moment, Dashki slowly inserted the long knife into her scabbard. "Miss Dusky, right?" After doing this, Chi-Hong smiled slightly. Asking for death just because of a momentary failure is not a sign of a strong person. After all, there are still many famous swordsmen in the world who have not yet met the Ming Master. Your ambition has not been completed yet, right? Why do you know this? Hearing Chi-Hong speak directly about her dream, Dashki suddenly became stunned. It doesn't matter. The red face was understated, and the dark eyes seemed to see through it. Anyway, take care of this knife. Since the boss has entrusted his dream to you, don't let it down easily. As for Naval Base number 16. At this point, Chi-Hong's tone suddenly paused, and a mysterious smile slightly rose at the corner of her mouth. You can pay more attention to the newspapers in the past 2 days. There may be news in there that will surprise you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and smiled lightly at the red nose hidden in the crowd, and an arc of electricity suddenly flashed under his feet. Red flew into the air and told Luffy. Luffy, I still have some things to deal with. It might be faster if you go alone. So I'll leave Zoro to you. Don't lose him. Hey, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I still need someone to watch me. Zoro complained dissatisfiedly. But both Luffy and Red instantly ignored his resistance. Hehe, leave it to me. Luffy said loudly, beating his chest. It's just that handing over a road idiot to an idiot. Is this really the right decision? Chihong sighed helplessly in her heart. After all, if he had no choice, he wouldn't want to do such an outrageous thing. Forget it, it will be great if we can return to the melee alive. Chihong lowered her heart's demands. Immediately, the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the suburbs of Rog Town. You bastard pirate! Don't treat us like air! Seeing Chihong's sudden escape, the Marines who had been mobilized by Dusky to fight came around again, holding weapons and pointing their dark muzzles at Zoro and Luffy. Then, let's go back to Zoro. Seeing this scene, Luffy suddenly grinned and got into a fighting stance. Soran also smiled calmly, holding one hand on the long knife, with a faint fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. It is good. In an instant, heavy rain fell. Under the rain, Rog Town Square became lively again. Although the battle was still a one-sided crushing form, with the efforts of the Navy, they were able to hold back the two major forces of the Straw Hats for a while. The other side. Seeing Chihong suddenly fly away, Clown Bucky's eyes suddenly flashed. After getting the hint, he immediately led the crew to withdraw from the encirclement and rushed towards the suburbs. 10 minutes later. It's still the farm on the outskirts of Rog Town. I don't know if there is any explanation for the location here, but it seems that all the shady encounters in Rog Town must be gathered here. Lord Crimson. Seeing Chihong standing in the open space, Bucky and his gang hurriedly took off their hoods, showing excited expressions on their faces. The strength of the Straw Hats was an eye-opener for them. Coupled with the mysterious methods of the trainer Chihong, they have now completely transformed into little fans of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although there is a lot of utilitarianism hidden here, at least their loyalty is real. Coming. Seeing Bucky, Red immediately smiled slightly, her eyes as calm as ever. The next moment, he turned slightly sideways, revealing two men with swords on their hips. They stood there with silent expressions and said nothing, giving people the illusion of being strong. Red smiled at Bucky and said, "Let me introduce you, these two are Johnny and Joseph, they were bounty hunters before. Because he has some connections with our group, he is now considered a member of the Straw Hats. This is the Clown Buggy Pirates. You two should be familiar with each other. We are all our own people, let's get to know each other." Bounty Hunter? Clown Bucky Pirates. Upon hearing Chihong's introduction, both Bucky and his gang and the Johnny brothers all showed expressions of surprise. After all, bounty hunters and pirates are more hostile than the Navy and pirates. But the next second, swish! Bucky took the lead and stretched out his white-gloved palm, smiling at Johnny and the other two. Chapter 94 This is the Power of Love. 510, page 12. After Red's introduction, the Johnny duo quickly became familiar with Bucky and his gang. After getting to know each other, Chihong also asked Bucky about the recent situation. "I didn't expect Bader to have eaten the barrier fruit so early. This is a bit surprising." After listening to Bucky's report, Chihong nodded immediately and said with approval, "Very good. Now that you have made initial contact with the Bader group, let's continue like this. That guy Bader is a young man with good potential, and the barrier fruit is also a rare and powerful fruit. If we can recruit them, it will be of great help to our future operations. I'll leave it to you to take charge of the specific operations." Because there is no plot of Luffy smiling at death in the original work, Chihong is not sure that he can successfully let him join the Straw Hat fleet. In short, let everything take its course. Okay, After learning about Bader's situation, Chihong also changed her subject. Put the Bato matter aside. Bucky, I called you here this time because I have something very important to tell you. You members of the pirate group should already know about my identity as a trainer, right? Yet. Bucky nodded immediately, wagging his red nose and said. According to Lord Chihong's previous instructions, I have nothing to hide and have already told my subordinates everything. Well, that's good. Chihong clicked on the machine page inside her body, and in the refreshed Pokémon column, she saw dozens of new Pokémon quotas. For a moment, a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled mysteriously. Not bad. In that case, it's time for you to see the true power of a trainer. Organize your people and tell them. Get ready for a whole new world. I will let them see the power of a trainer. Chihong stood up and wrote the words everyone fucked on her face. Yes. This time he called the Bucky Pirates alone for a simple purpose. I just want to give all members of their pirate group Pokémon moves to increase their combat effectiveness. In the past few days of game time, because there were a large number of tributes from Team Rocket's trainers after their defeat, and some excess props were sold. Chihong has successfully collected enough money to pocket all the remaining 5 trick learning devices in the department store. In addition, he obtained help, Wall of Light, and Frolic by completing tasks in the department store, as well as Sleep and Evil Wave he picked up in Team Rocket's base. Chihong's current number of move learners has reached an astonishing 25. Although this is just the tip of the iceberg compared to the hundreds of moves in the entire Pokémon world, it is enough for Red to collect 4 skills for each pirate in the Buggy Pirates. In the next hour, Chihong did nothing but sat in the tent and configured skills for the pirates. It's not worthy not to know. Red originally thought that most of Bucky's subordinates were general-type Pokémon like the Johnny brothers. The result was soon expected. Among the nearly 100 people, there were only 20 or 30 people with a single general attribute. The rest are either single attributes such as fire, grass, water, or electricity, or general and other dual attribute combinations. Among them, there are several evil, superpowers, and other attributes that are not found in the Straw Hat Pirates. It should be said that it is a pirate group based on the circus. This variety of attribute combinations is eye-opening even for Crimson, however. This also greatly increased the fun of Chihong matching their moves. He equipped many of the moves that no one in the Straw Hats could use on these pirates. Although due to their own abilities, even if they have these moves, they cannot become strong in a short period of time. But when the 4 moves work together, the effect they can have is even more abnormal than the average Devil Fruit ability. It's enough to increase the overall strength of Bucky's pirate group by 3 to 5 times. And this is just a conservative estimate. After all, some Pokémon moves, if used properly, are very likely to create miracles. At the same time, just when Chihong was acting as a teacher of moves and enjoying the respectful gazes of Bucky and his gang, something he didn't expect happened. The patter of rain drove all the pedestrians on the street back into the building. In a certain street in Rog Town. Electric acceleration. Stab it. As Nami gave a soft drink, a bright golden thunder flashed under her feet. However, just when she stepped hard on the wall, trying to use the power of electric acceleration to jump to the roof. However, a light green barrier suddenly appeared and blocked in front of her, cutting off Nami's path. It's useless. You have fallen into my barrier and it is impossible to escape from my grasp. Bato, who crossed his hands in front of his chest and made a strange gesture, slowly appeared from around the corner, with a wild laugh on his face and sharp fangs protruding. And around his body, there was a humanoid barrier that did not affect his movements, completely covering his body. The rain beat against the barrier, unable to soak into his body at all. Of course, the barrier on Bato's body was noticed to block rainwater. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that Bato at this moment is completely different from an hour ago. The expensive woolen coat was full of dark scorch marks, and all the down on his neck was burned away. And his green hair is now standing on end, just like Kabi, who was attacked by Nami before. But even in such a mess, he still looked arrogant when he came to Nami. "Give up resistance. Hand over your devil fruit. Otherwise I will be rude to you." With the blessing of a demonic face, what he said was particularly terrifying. If an ordinary little girl heard this, she would probably have cried into obedience. However, standing in front of him at this time was Nami, who regarded wealth as life. "You want me to hand over what I got? Do you think it's possible?" There was no sign of compromise in Nami's eyes. Instead, the hands holding the weather stick still flashed with lightning from time to time, looking for an opportunity to escape. Immediately afterwards, Nami taunted Bader again. Chapter 95 Usopp, One Man is in Charge. 1, page 610. Boom! At the port of Rog Town, a cannonball with the logo of a red-nosed clown suddenly flew out, passing through layers of rain curtains and hitting a naval battleship accurately. Immediately, a brilliant flame suddenly rose above the battleship, and the fallen mast of the ship was inserted into the sea, causing it to lose the ability to move forward. The power of one shot actually destroyed a naval battleship. However, compared to a massive naval fleet, the loss of a mere warship will not have any impact. Damn it! Where did these naval warships come from? Aboard the Mary. Usopp hurriedly picked up another bucky bomb and put it into the barrel. After a while of aiming, the dark muzzle suddenly burst into flames again, sending an astonishingly powerful bucky bomb into another naval battleship. Who can understand? Usopp thought that by returning to the Mary first, he would be able to escape the pursuit of the Rogue Town Navy and set sail directly after his partners returned. As a result, before his companions could arrive, a large naval fleet suddenly appeared on the sea behind them. They shouted words such as "Straw Hats, you have been surrounded," and "Straw Hats, accept justice," and then rushed towards the Mary angrily. Usopp was so frightened that he almost peed. He quickly fired a signal flare for the Straw Hats' emergency alliance into the sky, and then began to use the Mary's artillery to fight the naval fleet. So far, there are about 5 or 6 naval warships that have been penetrated by him. But at this speed, he can only sink half of the warships in the naval fleet at most, and then he will be besieged by the navy in the port of Rog Town. But this is the only thing he can do at this time. Come back quickly, everyone! Usopp screamed anxiously in his heart. Fortunately, because the melee was close to the port of Rog Town, those naval warships did not dare to fire cannonballs in the direction of the town. Otherwise, the Mary would have sunk into the sea long ago due to the baptism of artillery. However, at this moment, just as Usopp was carrying ammunition, he was preparing to sink the next battleship again. Above his head, there was a sudden heavy impact sound. Pang! Smoker fell from the sky and slammed his hands onto the deck of the melee. But just when he thought that this blow was enough to smash through the deck of the Mary, the swaying grass on the deck glowed with green light, absorbing most of his impact and only causing the ship to shake violently a few times. Seeing this scene, a look of confusion suddenly flashed in Smoker's eyes. But soon, his attention was completely focused on clearing out the pirates. The Straw Hats. Your journey ends here. On the silent deck, the ferocious Smoker roared. But in exchange, it was silence. Won't you come out? Smoker frowned, then cursed. Cowardly rat! He was very sure that there were definitely people on this ship, otherwise there would be no way so many warships had been sunk. Relying on his invincible natural fruit ability in the East China Sea, Smoker walked directly towards the cabin of the melee without any hesitation or thinking. And the moment he pushed open the hatch, must kill 6th Viper Star. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Usopp, who had been lying in wait for a long time, quickly fired 6 rounds of lead bullets, targeting Smoker's eyes, nose, throat, mouth, and heart, as well as his little brother. Successful! Usopp shouted in surprise. At the extreme distance, he did not believe that the opponent could avoid his fatal blow. However, the scene that happened next caused the joy on his face to disappear instantly. Succeeded? What are you talking about? Smoker said calmly. I saw that after all the lead bullets touched his body, they passed directly through his body without any pause and flew towards the back. Apart from bringing up some white smoke, there was no impact at all. Are you a natural fruit ability user? Usopp was suddenly startled and shouted. This made Smoker, who was holding 2 cigars, look at him unexpectedly. I didn't expect you to know about the natural system. But then, his eyes began to search inside the cabin. It wasn't until he confirmed that there was no one else in the cabin except Usopp that Smoker frowned and asked Usopp. You're the only one here. Straw Hat Luffy isn't here. Usopp fell silent and didn't answer. And after learning that the other party was a nature-type ability user, his brain immediately began to work rapidly. The body turned into smoke after being hit by lead bullets. This guy should be the grumpy Marine Headquarters Colonel Smoker that Chihong mentioned, a user with the natural smoke fruit ability. No. This guy must not be left on the melee, who knows what he will do to melee. An idea flashed in Usopp's mind, and he slowly raised his hands. Wait a minute. Mr. Marine, I surrender. Smoker looked at him with a stern look. Pirate, what are you planning? No. Usopp showed a scared look like a broken jar, and even threw the slingshot in his hand to the ground to show his sincerity. He immediately explained, I know about people with natural fruit abilities. It's impossible for anyone to beat that invincible ability. Instead of struggling and then being beaten up by you, I might as well surrender directly and suffer less physical pain. After all, I just joined their gang not long ago, and I haven't committed anything. At most, I will only serve a period of jail time. Smoker's eyes darkened. Although he didn't believe the pirate's words, all his attention at this time was on catching Straw Hat Luffy. Usopp, who looked so weak, didn't even take his heart. Stop playing tricks on me. Come out. Smoker turned slightly sideways and motioned for Usopp to walk out of the cabin. But his eyes naturally stayed in the depths of the cabin, not missing a single detail. However, Smoker never expected. The moment Usopp passed by him, his hand suddenly reached for his satchel. By the way, this Mr. Navy. Chapter 96 Destruction of the Deathlight Trio, 3, page 710. It's our flare. That direction is, melee. Usopp is in danger. On the streets of Rogue Town, Nami and Sanji, who had gained a lot, looked up and immediately noticed a flashing straw hat-shaped red light in the sky. Thanks to Usopp's processing, even in heavy rain, the flare still lasted for tens of seconds before being extinguished by the rain. No unnecessary nonsense. A golden arc of electricity immediately flashed under Nami's feet, and she quickly moved in the rain using the electric acceleration trick. The same was true for Sanji. Flames spurted out from under his feet and he jumped directly into the sky. Although he has not learned the moon step, his speed in air movement is not as fast as Nami in the electric acceleration state. But with the straight line advantage in the air, he is not much slower than Nami. The other side. Luffy and Zoro, who were rushing back, also noticed the signal flare fired by Usopp. Problem occurs. Zoro frowned. Once the signal flare was sent out, it proved that there was trouble that the partners could not solve. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still said to Luffy, "There's nothing we can do, Luffy. Use that trick. We must return to the Mary immediately." The trick Zoro mentioned is naturally the best way for people with rubber fruit abilities to travel, and it is also the way he hates the most, trapeze. It is good. Luffy, who was also worried about the Mary, didn't hesitate at all. He quickly stretched one arm and wrapped it around Zoro's waist. Immediately, his eyes began to search for a suitable building above his head. Above the sea. The Navy did not know that Smoker, who broke into the Mary single-handedly, had been captured by the Straw Hats. The mighty fleet is still approaching the melee, and is about to surround the entire port. Oops! Bucky's ammunition reserves are not enough. Usopp, who was holding the last Bucky bomb, looked at the ammunition depot that had reached the bottom, his brows instantly furrowed, and he felt deep regret in his heart. I didn't expect that this situation would still happen. If Luffy and the others don't come back, they will have to use the last 2 Usopp's special Bucky bullets. Sure enough, we were too conservative before. We should make more shells and put them in the ammunition room. At this moment, Usopp's phobia of insufficient firepower worsened again. After sending the last Bucky bullet into the barrel, he moved the muzzle and forced himself to calm down. Although he was already panicking inside, as a sniper, the more panicked he was, the more calm he had to be. He quickly targeted a naval battleship closest to the Mary. However, Usopp didn't wait for ignition and launch. Above his head, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground again. Pang! Usopp! I'm back! After landing, Nami immediately assembled the weather sticks, and used the recovery effect of the grass field to replenish the energy consumed while rushing. When Usopp heard this voice, a look of surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. It's Nami! The next moment, he was so nervous that he couldn't hold it any longer, and tears flowed from his eyes involuntarily. You are finally back! Usopp cried and lit the fuse. With the deafening sound of Peng's gunfire, a naval warship on the opposite side lost its combat capability in the brilliant firelight. But Usopp leaned back weakly, collapsed on the ground and gasped violently. Damn, it's so stressful. If his friends don't come back, he feels like he's going to have a nervous breakdown. Fortunately, Nami's return finally made the stone hanging in Usopp's heart fall to the ground. In any case, Nami is also a strong person who can take on the dragon pirates alone, and can only deal with dozens of battleships. Cough cough. It shouldn't be a problem. No, now is not the time to lie down. Usopp, who was obviously exhausted, stood up again. Nami alone can't stop so many enemies. She still needs her own support. After organizing the ammunition in his satchel, Usopp quickly walked out of the cabin. Stepping on the grass field, a comfortable feeling swept through his heart like a trickling stream. The physical energy he consumed and the pressure in his heart were slowly restored under the effect of the green grass field. Are you the only one coming back? Looking at Nami standing on the bow of the ship, Usopp quickly asked. But Nami raised the corners of her mouth and showed a hearty smile. Of course not. Pang! As he spoke, a dark figure suddenly landed on the deck of the melee. Because he was carrying a heavy load, the melee even shook for a while. Sanji put all the ingredients on the ground, blocked the rain, lit a cigarette, and said to Usopp. Thank you, Usopp. Well done. But from now on, leave this place to us. Sanji. Watching his friends return one after another, Usopp suddenly showed a look of joy. And at this moment, a squeaking sound suddenly came from the sky above their heads. Wow oh 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 oh! I saw Luffy let out a roar like Tarzan, and suddenly passed over the head of the Mary like a fleeting meteor, flying towards the sea in the distance. Hey hey hey! Luffy! It's over! It's over! Zoro, who was tied up and transported by Luffy, saw this and screamed in panic. But Luffy, who was just enjoying himself, didn't realize it. His expression suddenly changed when he looked at the sea water below. Fortunately, he was not far from the Mary at this time. Rubber rubber, slalom rope. The startled Luffy hurriedly threw out his arm and instantly caught it on the Mary's mast. Then under the action of elasticity, he suddenly spun around the ship's mast at high speed. What? Zoro let out a painful cry. A few seconds later. Pang! He and Luffy hit the Mary's mast together, and then slowly slid down. Pfft! Seeing this scene, Sanji suddenly laughed with schadenfreude. But this laughter was like a needle pricking into Soran's eardrums. He rubbed his red face and said to Luffy, "Sooner or later, I'm going to get these revenge back." Chapter 97 The Goal is the Grand Route, 15, page 12. Rumble. The clouds above the port suddenly lit up with a dim flash, followed by a thunderous roar that sounded over the entire Rog town. In the port, everyone's eyes widened, as if they had forgotten everything, and looked in disbelief at the 3 straw hats falling from the sky to the Mary. His eyes finally rested on the light sailing ship, which was obviously cute but made people feel deeply frightened. The Bader group, which was originally planning to seek revenge on Sanji and Nami, was stunned in the spot. No one dared to take a step forward. Revenge? These 2 words became extremely ridiculous for some reason at this moment. Looking at the boiling sea and the destroyed naval fleet, Bato, who originally needed help from his younger brother, pushed away the 2 non-mainstream delinquents beside him and ran forward tremblingly, with a strong look of shock in his eyes. "Color. Is this a pirate?" he muttered to himself in a vague voice from his crooked mouth. Bucky's group at the back of the port were also shocked beyond words by the scene just now. Bucky was floating in the air, covering his pounding heart, unable to let go for a long time. "It's been a long time. I haven't seen such a big scene." At this moment, there were not only pirates and gangsters who also rushed to the port. Although most of the troops were defeated by Luffy and Zoro, Dusky finally assembled a small team and hurried to the port. Immediately, they saw the naval fleet completely defeated. How could this happen? Finally unable to hold on any longer, Dashki collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the sea in the distance. The next second, her palms on the ground suddenly clenched, she lowered her head and cried to the subordinates beside her. Quickly organize a rescue team. This time in the battle to pursue the Straw Hats, both the naval base in Rogue Town and the naval bases involved in this encirclement and suppression campaign could be said to have suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the efforts and dedication of their navy will not have any effect other than making the Straw Hats more famous. Simply, it's like a joke. At the same time, "You guys are messing around again while I'm away." A red, teasing voice suddenly came from the sky above the melee. I saw weak arc light waves bursting out from under his feet, slowly falling onto the grass field. But in front of him were 3 straw hats who looked as if they had been hungry all day and were weak. Who would have thought? In the eyes of outsiders, the 3 guys were as powerful as gods and demons, but now they were so weak that they were so virtuous. And this is also the main reason why Chihong blocked the destruction death ray and prevented them from using it indiscriminately. He had already asked 3 people to test the power of destroying the death light as early as in the game world. It's just different from the negative effects in the game that will last for 1 round after being used. In the real world, the negative effects of destruction and death are even more terrifying. Because it will wipe out all the Pokemon energy in the user's body in an instant, leaving the user in a weak and depleted state. So far, Chihong doesn't know what causes this situation. Is it because Luffy and the others are not very proficient in destroying the death ray, or the Pokemon energy in their bodies is not enough to unleash a complete move? However, because each time they use it, they will immediately lose their combat ability, which is too time-consuming. Therefore, even if Chihong equips them with this powerful move, they rarely let them use it in the game world. "Chihong, you are finally back." Seeing the red landing, Usopp and Nami immediately ran over excitedly. The 3 people who fell on the ground also raised their heads weakly. "Chihong, you're back." Luffy stuck out his tongue, not forgetting to say hello to Chihong. "Really?" Seeing this scene, Chihong suddenly smiled helplessly and shook her head slightly. The next second, he flipped his wrist and used some power to extract 3 bottles of PP supplements from the game backpack. Items that can restore the number of moves used in the game can directly restore the Pokemon energy lost by the user in the real world. As soon as a small bottle of supplement was taken down, Luffy and the three of them instantly came back to life on the spot. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, at least I no longer feel weak due to the lack of energy. For the rest, they just need to let the effects of the grass field slowly recover for them. After Usopp's explanation, Chi-Hong also learned what happened at the port during his absence. I really didn't expect that the Navy would put such heavy efforts to arrest us. Chi-Hong was a little stunned, but then he looked at Luffy and smiled. It seems that Dong Hai really can't stay here any longer. Luffy, it's almost time, should we get ready to go? In an instant, everyone in the Straw Hats looked at Luffy because of Red's words. Because at this time, they were already standing at the last stop before the intersection of the Grand Route. And if they set sail again, their goal will be what countless people yearn for, the Great Route. He he he. Luffy suddenly lowered the straw hat on his head, stepped on the ship's railing and jumped onto the bow of the Mary's sheep's head. It is good. In the sight of the Straw Hats and thousands of spectators in Rog Town, Luffy slowly opened his arms, took a deep breath, and shouted at the sea in front of him as if he had exhausted all his strength. Little ones! Set sail! Set sail! Grand Line, here we come! Wow! The port of Rog Town, which had finally calmed down, once again set off a wave of turbulent waves without any warning. And just when everyone at the port looked frightened, thinking that the waves were about to hit the coast, the wave magically split into two, quickly came behind the melee, pushed the hull, and held it up steadily. All of a sudden, people seemed to see an excellent surfer riding the waves, avoiding the wreckage of the naval warship in front and all obstacles, and heading towards the vast world. A bright beam of sunlight suddenly broke through the clouds and shone on the sail of the melee. The look of the pirate with the straw hat was firmly engraved in everyone's hearts. The strong wind and heavy rain stopped at this moment. The bright sunshine appears again, as if it heralds a new day for people. Here we go. The Straw Hat Boys are leaving. Chapter 98 The Missing Naval Captain. 25, page 12. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. After a long period of salvage and treatment, the rescue operation in Rog Town finally entered the final stage. Fortunately, because the Straw Hats targeted battleships rather than the Navy, more than 80% of the Navy's final survivors in this failed battle. Although many of them suffered injuries of varying degrees in the chaos, this was nothing compared to the outrageous medical level of the pirate world. But even so, in this battle, the East China Sea Navy also permanently lost hundreds of naval soldiers. This is a cruel war. Behind the cold numbers are tragic lives. And if this level of casualties is still within the acceptable range of the Navy, the prestige they lost after this battle cannot be made up for by the Navy at any cost. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters Marine Vondo. Peng. Admiral Sengoku angrily slapped the information just reported by the East China Sea Command on the table, and then shouted loudly at the naval hero Garp who was eating senbei across the office. Garp, you bastard! Why can't you discipline your family? This incident in the East China Sea, your family is causing trouble again. Sengoku, who was extremely angry, suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Garp's collar, and pulled him up. If I hadn't seen you as a hero in the Navy, I would have put you in jail long ago and made you responsible for your family. But Garp, who was spitted on his face, turned a blind eye and continued to eat senbei, smiling. Wah ha ha ha. My old life cannot be responsible for such a serious incident. You. Peng. Waring States threw Garp back on the chair angrily, then walked to the desk, picked up the phone's receiver and ordered. There is no need to worry about the public opinion work anymore. It is no longer possible to hide the East China Sea matter. The top priority now is to make the world aware of the evil and danger of the Straw Hat Pirates. Immediately organize a meeting of personnel to customize the latest bounty order for the Straw Hat Pirates. In addition, looking at the information, they should be preparing to come to the Grand Line. Tell the Navy in the East China Sea to be on guard. We must not allow more pirates to become rampant because of the incident in Rogue Town. Warring States issued a series of orders to the phone bug arrangement. Yes. Yes, came out from the phone bug's mouth again and again. After a while, Warring States put down the phone and let out a breath. The sea is so chaotic every day, so he can't let incident in Rogue Town affect his mind. Even if it weren't for the direct relationship between this group of pirates and GARP, he wouldn't have personally intervened. But even if the East China Sea's armament and soldier quality are far weaker than those of the other three seas, let alone the Navy headquarters. But as soon as we went to sea, we already had the strength to fight against the fleet level. Isn't GARP's grandson growing up a little too scary? Relationships are relationships, and work is work. This point is very clear to both GARP and Sengoku. Otherwise, when Durag went to form the Revolutionary Army, GARP would have been sent to a military court by him. At the same time, inside the naval hospital in Rogue Town, Dashki, who had passed out due to exhaustion, suddenly woke up from the white hospital bed. Don't want. She suddenly let out a loud shout, and when she realized something was wrong, her eyes instantly became blank. Obviously, she must have had an unpleasant dream just now. At this moment, the Navy guarding outside the ward heard the noise and ran in quickly. Chong Dashki Cao. I am fine. Before the Navy could finish his words, Dusky stretched out his arm to signal him to quiet down. Immediately she covered her forehead with her other hand, and after a while, the sweat on her head gradually disappeared. After waking up, Dashki suddenly thought of something and quickly turned to the Navy and asked. By the way, have you found Colonel Smoker? Ah, this. The Navy's expression suddenly changed when asked, and his eyes flickered for a moment. In the end, under Dashki's trembling eyes, he bowed his head apologetically and said. I'm sorry, Chief Dashki. We searched the entire sea area, but we couldn't find Colonel Smoker. According to other soldiers, Colonel should have gone alone to capture the Straw Hats. But shortly after that, he disappeared. According to our guess, either he was captured by the Straw Hats, or he is. The naval soldier paused for a moment, and then said slowly. Killed by the Straw Hats. Impossible. Dashki immediately punched the head of the bed and shouted loudly. Colonel, he is a user with natural fruit abilities. How is it possible, how is it possible? But when she said this, she suddenly choked up. In the end, I couldn't say any more. After all, the power displayed by the Straw Hats has long exceeded their understanding. In this world, there are many ways to restrain the natural system. Colonel Smoker has not returned yet, and the probability of defeat is almost 100%. I just don't know if he's still alive in this world. Whether he was killed or captured, it was a great shame and humiliation for the person in charge of a naval base and the commander-in-chief of an encirclement and suppression operation. Recalling that in the Rogue Town Square, although Luffy and Zoro defeated many naval soldiers, they both spared no lives and no one died. Dashki still had a bit of luck in her heart, thinking that Smoker should still be alive. Suddenly, what Chihong said in Rogue Town Square flashed through her mind. News. Newspaper. She raised her head again and said to the naval soldier. How long have I been unconscious? Exactly 12 hours, Commander Dashki Cao. The soldier looked at the time and replied. 12 hours, which means it's already the second day. She suddenly said to the soldier. Bring me today's newspaper quickly. That's right. I want the World Economic News Agency. What? Chapter 99 Temporary Traveler Smoker, 35. In the upwelling current of Upside Down Mountain. For other ships, the turbulent sea currents were like purgatory, but under the taming of Crimson Hong's surfing moves, all dangers were suddenly lost, pushing the melee to continue climbing upwards. The miraculous sight of Upside Down Mountain instantly gave the Straw Hats the idea of holding a banquet at this exciting moment. Then they discovered the Navy captain Smoker, who was imprisoned by Usopp. Hey! I almost forgot. Usopp suddenly slapped his forehead and then remembered about Smoker, who was imprisoned in the warehouse. Immediately, he started to explain to everyone the story of how he battled with Smua in a battle of wits and courage, fought for 300 rounds, fought to the point of confusion, and finally successfully defeated and controlled him. Damn gay! Usopp, you are so awesome! Luffy's eyes shone, and he was immediately shocked by the powerful and brave image Usopp portrayed. But at this moment, pang! Nami, who looked evil, punched Luffy's rubber head, smashing it out into a big bag, and then shouted, "Idiot! Can't you tell he's bragging? Ah, it hurts!" Luffy covered his head, then looked up at Usopp in shock. Ah, is Usopp bragging? Ah ha ha ha! The exposed Usopp smiled awkwardly and stretched out his fingers to rub under his nose. How can it be? How could I lie? Aren't you really lying? Chi-Hong looked over in amusement. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Usopp. This guy seems to be a key training target of the Navy in recent years, and he is also a natural fruit ability user like the 3 generals of the Navy. Being able to defeat this guy should be enough to make your name famous throughout the world. At least if you put a must-catch list within the Navy and ask the Navy to send a few warships to arrest you, there will be no problem. I'm sorry, I bragged. After hearing this, Usopp bowed and apologized at the speed of light, and said in a panic. This guy accidentally slipped and fell into the sea. Please don't let the Navy know this. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Chi-Hong burst into laughter. Of course he wouldn't believe it if he slipped and fell into the sea. Although some trickery must have been used, being able to capture Smoker was enough to prove Usopp's power. So, what to do with this guy? Are you going to kill him? Clang! Zoro suddenly ejected the 3rd generation Kaititsu's blade and looked at Luffy and read with questioning eyes. Hey, that's too cruel. Sanji on the side immediately stopped him. In a war, no one can control it and cause casualties. But killing someone for no reason always makes the kind-hearted Straw Hats feel weird. What do you think? Chi-Hong handed the final choice to Luffy. Luffy's head was tilted, as if he was thinking. Then 10 seconds later. Guruluolu. A hungry sound suddenly sounded. Immediately, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Yo xi, let's eat eel rice today, Sanji. Asshole. Who asked you to think about what to eat today? Pang. The Straw Hats were instantly furious, and one of them hit Luffy on the head. Chi-Hong held her forehead helplessly. Forget it, it's been so long, this guy is probably going to starve to death. Anyway, let him out first and give him something to eat. Sanji, go get ready. Okay. Sanji responded and immediately walked towards the kitchen. Under Red's command, Usopp and Zoro worked together to fish Smoker out of the sea and loosen the chains on him. And the next second. Bastard pirate! Hey! Smoker, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to grab Usopp, who had caused him to suffer. But at this moment, clang! A blade glowing with scarlet ghost energy was suddenly placed in front of him. The jet-black weapon-colored haki slowly advanced along the hilt toward the blade. Although he was still a little immature in terms of proficiency and domineering power, a look of fear suddenly flashed across Smoker's eyes. Luffy next to him also released armament-colored haki and rapped his fists. Tread, step, step. Seeing this scene, Smoker retreated continuously. He reached out to grab the juju weapon behind his back, but found that it had already been confiscated by Usopp. Now he has sawed off the sea stones at the front, preparing to use them to make ammunition for those with abilities. Smoker's face darkened. Armed and domineering? Why do you do this? Is this difficult? Soran Versailles grinned. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? As long as you have hands. I recall that I specialized in devil fruits because I could never practice the weapon color, and I was scolded by teacher Zifa. Smoker clenched his fists. Regardless of his identity, he really wants to punch Zoro now. However, the reliance on the natural system was broken, and Smoker didn't know what to do for a while. Moreover, he is still covered in seawater and is in a den of thieves. Fortunately, Chi-Hong came forward and acted as peacemaker. Okay, Colonel Smoker. We are currently in the upwelling current of Upside Down Mountain. If you don't want to be buried in the sea for no reason, you should be a little quieter during this period. At least, you have to ensure your own safety, don't you? Under Red's admonition, Smoker slowly calmed down. After all, no matter how you look at it now, the situation is very delicate for him. What on earth do you want to do? He immediately clenched his fists and asked. We should be asking you this, right? Colonel Smoker. Red smiled politely. We were just supplying supplies in Rog Town, but you didn't say anything and took your people to surround us. That's because I am a navy and you are pirates. Smoker yelled angrily. It's okay that Chi-Hong didn't mention it, but as soon as he mentioned it, his anger suddenly surged up. Although we don't know what happened, judging from the current situation, the Straw Hats have obviously escaped the encirclement and are about to escape into the Grand Line. His mission has obviously failed. I don't know what kind of punishment I will receive when I go back. Poor Smoker had no idea that the fleet he was in had been completely destroyed by the Straw Hats, otherwise he would have been furious to death on the spot. Even at this time, he still had the slightest idea of apprehending the Straw Hats. And Chi-Hong didn't intend to point this out, at least it would make the ship a little quieter. Soon, Sanji came over with a plate of egg fried rice and thoughtfully prepared a glass of warm water for Smoker. For a chef, keeping people from going hungry is the most basic professional quality. Okay, Colonel Smoker. Red smiled slightly and motioned for Sanji to put the food and water on the cargo box next to Smoker. Because the hull of the ship was slightly tilted at this time, Sanji also specially found 2 places where the tableware could be placed. It can be said that the gentle character continues to the bones. You've been hungry all day, are you starving? Whether it's a navy or a pirate, even if you want to capture us, at least you have to fill your stomach, right? Don't worry, Sanji is a dignified chef. He will never do anything like poisoning food. In addition, Hong Hong took out a newspaper with twinkling eyes and placed it next to the dinner plate. It was the World Economic News, East China edition, that recorded the collusion between Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates. Although Smoker's strength is average and he is arrogant, no matter what, his heart is absolutely righteous. And it's the kind that puts aside the Navy identity, true justice. This is today's newspaper. You can read it when you are bored. There's not much time left before we reach the top of the mountain. We don't know what will happen soon. Let's go eat too. Great. Chi-Hong's proposal immediately received a positive response from Luffy. Soon, they walked out of the warehouse where Smoker was imprisoned, leaving Smoker here without any restraints. What's going on with these guys? Smoker frowned, inexplicably feeling that Luffy and the others were different from other pirates. Smelling the fragrant egg fried rice, he finally couldn't bear it after not eating or drinking for a day, so he picked up a spoon and started eating. It's delicious. Thank you for your monthly support from Become a Demon and Destroy Gods and Buddhas. Everything is an illusion. I am a Feng. I will read novel even when I die. I am a poor ghost 23333, and book friends 1605161632515546. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. 1000 monthly tickets are coming soon. Code wording. Chapter 100 Inviting Filibuster, 45. Hiccup. The food cooked by these pirates is surprisingly delicious. Smoker burped, and compared to the food in the base canteen, he actually felt a little envious of the Straw Hats. With nothing to do, he immediately noticed the newspaper that Chihong left specially. What made him kill his boring time? Smoker had already seen that it was Chihong's deliberate move. But he is indeed a little bored now. Being on an enemy ship, not knowing what to do, he immediately picked up the newspaper in front of him. Then, he was shocked by the reports above. At the same time, Smoker realized why he was being asked to read the newspaper. Damn Colonel Mouse, he actually colluded with the pirates to do such a thing. Looking at the evidence of collusion between the Navy and pirates listed in the newspaper on a huge page, Smoker suddenly clenched his fists angrily, wishing he could pull up the dead Colonel Mouse again and whip his corpse. Because of Smoker, the Straw Hats did not proceed with their previous banquet plan. We could only simply enjoy a normal lunch, and then everyone gathered on the deck. The rare scenery makes everyone feel relaxed and happy. Wow! It's clouds! At this time, Luffy, who was sitting on the bow of the sheep-headed boat, suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. As if to reflect Luffy's words, a burst of cold air suddenly descended on the deck of the Mary. Usopp shuddered, it's so cold. After all, our current altitude is very high. Nami explained, keeping her eyes fixed forward. Although Red has surfing skills at hand, no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents in this unknown and dangerous sea area. Attention! We are about to reach the top of the mountain. Chihong raised the corner of her mouth and reminded everyone. How spectacular! Luffy laughed. The next second, the melee suddenly shot through the thick clouds like a flying arrow. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the top of Upside Down Mountain. At this moment, the sea water flowing in from the four seas gathered at the feet of everyone. Following the turbulent current, the melee continued its speed and rushed into a downward current channel that could finally allow Newton to lie quietly in his coffin. Get ready! Everyone! Navigation, Nami said excitedly. With one more journey, we will enter the Grand Line. Click! At this moment, the hatch of the melee was opened. Smoker walked out with a serious look on his face. All of a sudden, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately turned their attention and prepared for battle. However, Smoker swept his eyes from everyone with a calm expression, and then said, "Don't worry, pirate. Now that I've eaten your food, I won't cause any trouble for you in the short term." He was the first to show that he had no intention of fighting. After reading the content in the newspaper, he obviously could no longer have any thoughts of arresting the Straw Hats. Colonel Mouse colluded with the pirates right under his nose and oppressed the people for several years. But he didn't notice it at all. Instead, a group of pirates appeared unexpectedly and solved everything. For Smoker, who has always been committed to enforcing justice, this is simply a great shame. So much so that when he looks at the Straw Hats now, he even feels guilty in his heart. Of course. Compared to Dashki, who was not firm enough in his heart, his righteous heart did not fluctuate much. Pirates are pirates. No matter how many good things you do, as long as your identity is like this, it will definitely bring harm to the peace of the sea. He was convinced of this. As for the scourges in the Navy, they are 10,000 times more hateful than pirates. Smoker's justice is fair justice. Whether it is pirates or Navy, anyone who is harmful to the people is his enemy. Humph! Unable to understand Smoker's attitude of holding on even though he couldn't defeat him, Zoro suddenly let out a dissatisfied voice. But after learning that the other party would not cause trouble, he stopped caring about him. After all, the matter at hand is much more important than an arrogant navy. The speed of the melee when descending is obviously much faster than when it ascends. The Straw Hats were chatting and laughing, not paying any attention to Smoker beside them. Soon, they saw the bottom of Upside Down Mountain. Everyone, including Chihong, was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Luffy said longingly, "I wonder what kind of adventures lie ahead. It's so exciting." However, Perhaps God heard his expectations. Just after passing through a cloud, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sight of the straw hats. Strange, there seems to be something in front of you. Sanji raised his hand to his eyebrows and asked curiously. What? What? Luffy followed suit and made the same move. Usopp, who had the best eyesight, suddenly changed his expression. He quickly put on his windshield, observed carefully, and then shouted in panic. Something's wrong. There seems to be a mountain in front of you. Wait, it looks like a wall. Anyway, if we don't slow down, we're going to collide. How can it be? Smoker, who was no stranger to the Grand Line, was suddenly startled. He quickly came to the bow of the ship and looked forward. Then he discovered. In front of the melee, there was actually a dark wall blocking the current. Not good. If this continues, our ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. In an emergency, Nami immediately shouted to the only backbone of the entire ship. Crimson. No problem, leave it to me. Chihong, who had already expected it, smiled slightly and said words that instantly reassured everyone. The next second, I saw him suddenly snap his fingers. In the sea current in front of the melee, a wave that was only half as high as the melee suddenly surged up, and then rushed towards the front of the melee. Boom! Blocked by the waves, the descending melee ship shook violently. Everyone also became staggering due to the influence of inertia. But the next moment, the melee, which was landing rapidly, suddenly stopped, and then continued moving downward at a slow speed. Just seeing this scene, Smoker's eyes widened instantly. Seeing Chihong controlling the sea water, his brain suddenly buzzed. How could someone be able to control sea water? As an ability user, he roared like a roar. But Chihong just smiled indifferently at him. Remember to keep it a secret for me, Colonel. You. Smoker was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. As the melee landed slowly, they quickly saw the whole wall clearly. It's a whale? But, how can it be so big? Nami made a sound of disbelief. Because this is the Grand Route. Chihong smiled slightly. In this place, even if something magical happens, it's not an exaggeration. Such a behemoth is definitely not uncommon in the Grand Line. Really? Sanji lit a cigarette calmly. It seems like you don't have to worry about food. Food. As if a keyword came out, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up and he drooled. I wonder what whale meat tastes like. Sanji, do you know how to cook whale meat? Puff. After leaving the upside-down mountain, the melee fell into the water, and under the control of Red, slowly walked towards the side of the huge whale. Everyone looked at the behemoth in front of them in shock. The melee, which was clearly large enough to carry a boatload of people, was as small as an ant in front of this whale. Hey, let's leave this sea area quickly. The timid Usopp made a suggestion. Otherwise, if it turns around a little later, we will have to tell you here. Compared with eating whale meat or something, the current safety is more important. But at this moment, Chihong suddenly smiled and said an idea that changed everyone's expressions. You said, if we invited to join the pirate group, won't the next trip become interesting? Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Smoker. Okokokok. Hiske. Luffy turned his head happily. Can it really be done, Red? I'm not very sure either. Chihong didn't place a guarantee, but said with a glint in her eyes. But I can try. Because I happen to know some stories about this whale. Thank you for your monthly ticket support from fanfan.kuang, Mu Ching Yuan, Xiao Yu Jeun, Book Friends 20230222174033, Payne Town, Book Friends 202206151333222582, The Fourth Original Sin, Day and Night Yin and Yang. If you need it, use Jin K Law, open the door to close the blade, Yuan Ling. Wow! Thank you all so much for your monthly votes. There is still one day left tomorrow. I wonder if we can reach 1000. First time in life. Code wording.